Y'all got alu samosas?
Frou mimosas coming right up.
No, alu samosas. Fox, what's with this thing? It just knows how to mix drinks and play card games. The Indian cuisine module hasn't come in the mail just yet. Yo, Fox, what's with the copycat? Yeah, what's his name again? Magician? Empress? Hermit, what are you doing?
Detective, I'm practicing the coin flip.
Practicing the coin flip? How do you practice something whose outcome is purely determined by chance?
Very carefully. I fear that our stay in this corner of the creative universe will be short-lived.
You got that right. You know, before you two came along, we made a deal with the owner of this joint to stop relying on us so much. This is around the time of Faith Chapter 3, and we see how that turned out. And then Who's Lila came around and he had to create cheap facsimiles. Excuse me? You think I don't notice the ponytail, defective viewer? Chill out, Fox. Quit being so cynical. Enjoy our retirement. Have faith for once in your life. Oh, that's rich. Very rich.
While I agree with our peacock acquaintance's temperament and hairstyle, I have to disagree, at least on the point of retirement. There's a great challenge on the horizon, and when that time comes, all four of us will need to be there.
I want to start off by thanking all of you for the excitement you've all been showing for my coverage of the Daniel Mullin's games. The Hex has been of unexpected breadth that it's basically become like a Who's Lila, like a mini Who's Lila size investigation. So I genuinely hope I can deliver on this amazing game. Fair warning, there will be some spoilers throughout this video and on this whiteboard. If you're interested, please play the game. It's well worth the fun and the mystery and all that stuff, and ultimately it'll help you enjoy this video a lot more. Another thing too, while most of this video and the investigation is quite standalone, I will be making references to Pony Island. So I highly recommend, if you haven't already, go ahead, just give the Pony Island video a watch. But in the end, this is quite standalone for all of you just Hex purists. I'm gonna keep my intro brief because I got hella fan art to gush over. I've literally turned down a sponsorship because there's just so much fan art. Thank you to Gabby for these two bangers. One is a reference to Pony Island and the other is a reference to this concept we explore in Suspiria, Simulacrum. Thanks to Eleanor for this badass sketch. I kind of look like an anime character, so thank you. This one is from T-Tomes. You can find them on Instagram under the handle TEATOMES. And T, I finally figured out what this reminds me of. It reminds me of Pilot Red Sun, and I mean that in the best way possible. I love how surreal this is. This next one is from Emma. Thank you, Emma, so much for this cute drawing. You can find Emma on YouTube under Emma Rules. That's Rules, R-U-L-Z. Out of curiosity, I took a gander at the subreddit, which, by the way, I did not sanction. It's unofficial. And I found this gem by the user KindPass. Thank you very much. This is really good stuff. I don't, like, listen, I'm not worthy for all of this stuff, but this is some next level stuff. Thank you so much. This next one is from Rudimental. This takes me back to the Faith days. Thank you so much for that. This is amazing. This is an animation. This like trumps all of my video intros. This is better than anything I've ever animated or put together. Thank you so much, Molly. You can go ahead and find her art on Instagram under tinyratgirl_. And finally, I hate to say it, I hate to play favorites, but this one. My favorite are these two Inscription cards made by Jen. Just wow. This is Kino to the next level. And it just makes me all the more excited to play Inscription, so thank you so much. And finally, thank you so much, all of you, for 36,000 subscribers. I feel like we hit the lottery at 1K. And the fact that we've times that over 36 times blows my mind. So thank you all so much for the support. Now, with all that being said, I'm going to give a very brief description of the Hex. This game centers around a tavern called the 6 Pint Inn. It's located in a long-forgotten part of the video game realm, the digital universe. In this tavern, there are 6 patrons, all who are suspect in a murder mystery. But what's interesting about this murder mystery is that it hasn't even happened yet. Not only do we not know the murderer, but we don't even know the victim. Can we solve the mystery before the crime takes place? Let's find out in our investigation. Daniel Mullin's beautiful work, The Hex.
This is gonna be one of the hardest videos I ever make. Shitballs.
We load into the game. Note the loading symbol is hex-shaped. Let's keep an eye out for symbols and motifs that center around the number 6. I'm already thinking of one right now from Pony Island, 666. In the next screen, the barkeep we will come to know as Reginald asks us to adjust the brightness. This character plays a pivotal role in this game's story. The sound used to signify his voice, I'm going to call these voice fonts, sounds a bit raspy.
In a dark, forgotten corner of the video game universe, a storm is raging.
The song playing in the background is a slow, somber version of Oh Susanna. Now keep this in mind for a major reveal towards the end of the game. It's an interesting bit of easy to overlook foreshadowing. This is the theme song for one of the video game characters that we will be playing as. Our start screen is the facade of the 6 Pint Inn. Again, there's that 6 motif, 6 pints. Speaking of which, the hexagonal window atop the inn shows the silhouette of a mysterious character. Now this is likely Jeremiah, an enigmatic assistant to Reginald. But I can't help but wonder if that hat is meant to remind us of another enigmatic character, Sado. I'm pronouncing her name Sado, like it's like a Spanish name, but it's Sado, like sadomasochism. I'm honestly torn. This shadow in the window has that pointed goatee that Jeremiah has, but it has the top hat that Sado is seen wearing. Keep this in mind. We are too early in our investigation to be drawing any conclusions. Now, Sado, Jeremiah, Reginald, all of these characters, we haven't been introduced to them yet, but I wanted to mention them now for the sake of preparation. Now, note this. We start the game off playing as this elderly barkeep, or Reginald, playing as him. Now, this is key. This establishes him not as an NPC, but a playable character. These are 2 classes of the digital citizenry in the game development world. Controlling Reginald, we answer the telephone to receive a call that only he can hear. But we can surmise that a murder is going to take place at the 6 Pint Inn.
What? Slow down. You're telling me that one of my patrons is planning a murder, you say? But which one? Hello? Hey! Listen up. I just got a disturbing call. Someone in this room is planning a murder. Now I mean to get to the bottom of this.
So this is a murder mystery. Okay, curious. We can note that the other patrons make up 6 characters, making up each part of the titular hex, and one of them is planning a murder. We will come to find out that this is in fact true, but the answer as to who it is will be quite surprising.
You, Weaselkid, come over here. Let's talk.
We are now controlling Super Weaselkid. Super Weaselkid is sort of a combination between Super Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of Crash Bandicoot and maybe even Bubsy the Bobcat massaged into the inspiration. But nonetheless, Weaselkid will serve as our platform of the various genres. No matter who we talk to, we will be further directed to talk to the barkeep.
And what if... Just go talk to him. What is it, Gramps? Look, kid, between you and me, you're the only one I trust here. I want you to talk to a few of these characters. See if any will fess up.
I want to note that the barkeep trusts Weaselkid the most. This doesn't have anything to do with the possible murder, but a general appraisal of his character. Perhaps Super Weaselkid has some sort of chronological proximity to Reginald, but I'm jumping the gun there. Just for the moment, keep in mind that Super Weaselkid has some stake in Reginald's game. Or that's going to be confusing. Machinations. Talking to Russ, the post-apocalyptic wanderer, gives us this dialogue.
Hey, creep, you planning a murder? Murder? Sure. So you admit it, Dust Bowl Danny, Helga the Bandit, that old rat Fangs. I'll get him one day. There was Tall Jane, too. And the Verm. Yes.
Russ seems to be the most committed to his role, while most of these other characters are sort of washed-up video game celebrities of sort. Russ seems to still think he is in the game he comes from. We will come to find out the kind of shock that may have damaged his psyche to this point, but nonetheless, let's hammer this info out. Rust comes from a tactical, post-apocalyptic, turn-based game. Sound familiar? That's because this foo is from Fallout. Not really, but that's what Wasteworld is heavily inspired off of. And not come to think of it, also, I wonder if Wasteworld and Westworld plays a role in that. I've never seen the show. I wonder if there's some overlap between those two. But anyways, Russ reminds me of the Vault Dweller in the game Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. If you look up a picture of that guy, the similarity is uncanny. This would be the same Vault Dweller, the canonical Vault Dweller from the original Fallout game. However, Brotherhood of Steel isn't canonical. But anyways, let's go ahead and keep this post-apocalyptic nutcase in mind. Talking to Lazarus, the Space Marine, gives us this dialogue.
So we meet again. You are looking... Quiet. We're not supposed to know each other. Oh, right. The name's Lazarus, kid. I'm a Space Marine. Very nice to meet you, Lazarus. Likewise.
So despite having the barkeep's trust, Lazarus and Weaselkid clearly are hiding the fact that they know each other. This is going to be a sexy whiteboard. Evidently from this dialogue, Lazarus knows Weaselkid, but they seem to be trying to hide this fact in their conversation. Now, nothing gets past Reginald, so who could they be trying to hide their acquaintanceship from? Perhaps it's the player? Keep that in mind. But nonetheless, let me introduce you to Lazarus. He is a Space Marine from Vicious Galaxy. Vicious Galaxy is more or less just the Hex's version of Warhammer 40k. The gameplay we'll be experiencing in Lazarus's flashback, however, is more akin to Hotline Miami, a top-down shooter. Talking to a character named but for our sake, we will call him Walkman, gives us this dialogue.
What's your story, man? You from a walking simulator or something? You're barely even textured, dude. What? You've never heard of Super Weaselkid? You're my first suspect, man. Your silence is incriminating.
Note that the only textures that this silent character has is his outstretched arms and legs. Question mark is a first-person video game character. A floating bit of shins, feet, and outstretched arms. Think about it, if you really analyze the way that first-person shooter games... Here. Imagine if, like, this makes no sense. If this is your head, why are your fists up here? Why are your fists up here? I don't know if it's a good perspective. You'd be like this. You know what I mean? So it's kind of funny how, like... It's kind of funny how Walkman, he kind of does have that sort of posture. Question mark comes from a game simply known as Walk. But for the sake of verbal ease, I'm going to be calling him Walkman, not question mark. In his game Walk, he has that traditional first-person sort of bodiless perspective. Walk kind of reminds me a bit of Devolverland Expo, a sort of gamified showcasing of something in the video game development sphere. For now, I want you to note something. His sleeves have like cufflinks. He's very well dressed. He's wearing gloves and he's wearing a fedora. So keep that in mind for something that's not, it's going to be relevant. We're not even going to touch on it until like the very end. Just you wait though, it's very interesting. Talking to Chandrelle, the sorceress, gives us this dialogue.
And who are you supposed to be? I'm a high-level sorceress, kid. Watch yourself. And what kind of magic do you practice, anyways? None of your business. I never caught your name. Chandrelle Stormblaze. Is that all? Take it easy, shortstop.
Note that she calls Weaselkid shortstop if you pester her further. Now this is a reference to baseball, a sport that has nothing to do with any of the games Chandrelle is involved in. And this is to drive home the awareness that these characters have, with the exception of Rust, the Fallout character, that they have outside of even their own particular game world. Chandrelle fills the trope of the sort of fantasy role-playing character. Her flashback takes place in a game called Secrets of Legendaria. It's a very typical fantasy role-playing turn-based game. However, it's got a lot of bugs and exploits and secrets beyond the bounds for us, the player, to explore. And finally, we have Bryce, the fighter.
You look strong enough to kill someone. What are you up to? Watch your mouth, kid. I'm from a cooking game. I'm no killer. You're a chef? You look more like a fighter. Turns out I can do both. The barkeep here pays me to cook. I've got my eye on you, kid.
We see a theme emerging here for most of these characters. Before I give my whiteboard introduction to Bryce, I want to point out there is this theme of characters having initial intentions, aspirations if you will, being thwarted, upended, and retooled for the purpose of profit and marketability. The example in Bryce's case is that in his hearts of hearts, he is a chef. That was his initial game. That was the game that he initially was debuted in. But at some point he was trained and transferred to Combat Arena X. So he went from a cooking game, kind of like Cooking Mama, for example, to Combat Arena X, which is just your standard fighting game. Tekken, Guilty Gear, Cory in the House, Melee, that sort of stuff. Interacting with this framed picture of a shrew character gives us this bit of dialogue.
Mr. Shrewd? What's that doing here?
Each character we will be playing as will have a framed picture that depicts something of significance to them, a motivating factor as to why they are there at the Six Pint Inn on that particular night. We will meet Mr. Shrew very soon.
I want to reiterate, we don't know that the barkeep's name is Reginald yet. We don't even know about this Jeremiah character yet as well, but we do have this clue staring us in the face, another framed picture of a younger Reginald with his trusty helper Jeremiah. Placing a clean mug in the same position that we see the glass of root beer in the framed picture, to the right of Reginald, will reveal a coin. We can collect these coins to unlock secrets towards the end of the game. I won't give a walkthrough as to how to find these coins like I did in Pony Island with the tickets, but I wanted to let you know now, for when we do get to those secrets towards the end, this is how you unlock them, by collecting these coins.
Now with all our introduction out of the way, let's go ahead and get our assignment from the barkeep. To keep it short, we simply need to grab a key from Bryce's room. Well, why not send Bryce? We don't quite know just yet. Going up, we see out of the corner of our eye a little creature skittering away in the shadows. We will come to find out that this is Jeremiah, the helper of Reginald. He is depicted here in the portrait of the two without his shroud. This character being Jeremiah and the barkeep being Reginald is one of the big reveals towards the latter half of this game. Now, I'll keep the major reveals up my sleeve, but I wanted to identify all these characters now for the sake of brevity. God knows how long this video is going to end up being. There are quite a few both easy to miss and obvious appearances of this skittering employee Jeremiah, so I'll do my best to point all of them out. I noticed that Jeremiah had turned off some lights, but the light on the other side of this duct is still on. This must mean that Jeremiah made his way in here. Switching the off lights to on and the on lights to off will reveal some coins. Now back to those ducts. Weaselkid is the only playable character that's capable of crawling into the ducts, and since Bryce's door is locked, we have no other options. Inside the ducts we see a pair of eyes peering at us. These eyes belong to Jeremiah. There will be a couple moments throughout the game where we will see pairs of eyes peering at us, and some of different colors. I'm not sure if all of them are Jeremiah or if only some of them are, but nonetheless, keep this possible motif for the ever-present Jeremiah in mind. Entering Bryce's room, in the top left corner we see Jeremiah crawl up the wall and out of view. Creepy. Again, this is all very easy to miss. Right now, for all we know, we're just playing as Weaselkid, looking for that key. We react to a red stain on Bryce's bed.
Oh, jeez. Is that blood?
And here is Bryce's reaction to this.
I guess I didn't wash up as well as I thought I had.
So this is probably a bit of strawberry from Bryce's pie baking, a funny little red herring for first-time players who may see blood where there is berries. But I'll say this now, there is a strange, I guess, motif of red paint and Jeremiah. Jeremiah leaving red markings wherever he conducts Reginald's machinations. We grab the key and crawl back into the duct, and we see a thumbs down. Oh, painted in red, so maybe I'm not too far off. This is the symbol of the negative game review, and fittingly, we fall from the symbol of negative mass consensus through the floorboards and into the cellar. The screen whites out, and we get our very first flashback game sequence. But first, you may have noticed something. The floorboards were fine when we initially walked past them. It seems that Jeremiah, this pair of eyes peering at us, was waiting for us to go into the next room. Once we enter Bryce's room, that was his cue to tamper with the floorboards. Now, why would this character do that to Weaselkid? Like I said before, Jeremiah is a part of the 6-pint staff, but also the right hand of Reginald. So keep this timeline of hijinks in mind as we further unveil the machinations of Root Beer Reggie. Think about it. In the start screen, Jeremiah waits atop the inn at the window, waiting for the player to start the game, giving him his cue. Okay, that's a bit more. That's floppy. We're getting floppy with it there. But nonetheless, there is intention to the movements of Jeremiah, why he's placed in the places he is. It's so subtle that even when you initially had played this game, you may not have even noticed the significance. So let's move on to Weaselkid's flashback, his flashback to his former platformer glory.
Super Weaselkid, the good old days.
We are greeted with a simply designed, cheery side-scroller. Our dear Weaselkid isn't donning his tattoos, sunglasses, and piercings. We proceed to the right and meet Mr. Shrewd.
Super Weaselkid, my, how you've grown. Hi, Mr. Shrewd. Hi, well, without further ado, welcome to a grand adventure. Here you can run, jump, and maybe even soar among the clouds. We're all so excited that you're here. Thanks, Mr. Shrewd. I'll be looking out for you, kid.
Note that faded text. Something tells me this signifies scripted dialogue, speech programmed into the character, while the black text is their own sentient words. Super Weaselkid is a very simple and merciful platformer, decorated with happy flowers that make that same wee sound that the butterflies did in Pony Island, giggling clouds, and big goofy mountains. 1 second. Hello?
Yes, it's me, Floppycock.
But I'm Floppycock.
I'm Floppycock from the future. Almost every character's flashback has a secret error with a associated achievement. I'm reading through this contract that signifies Game Funa's purchasing of the Weaselkid IP.
Well, that won't be explored until we get to the walk segment of this game. That's like Act 5 or 6.
Well, I thought for the sake of brevity I'd give you some intel now. The contract warns against tickling the mountains. Try doing that with your mouse when you get to the 3rd installment of Weaselkid after Game Funa's historical purchase.
Okay, so just tickle the mountains like this?
No. Wait until Super Weaselkid 09 Redux. Doing it here won't make anything happen, I think.
Oh! Wait, what? That's not...
Well, I be damned. It does do something. Yes, this strange little secret doesn't really reveal much, but a simple mechanic to bypass the level in a speedy manner. Platformers of old had a lot of cool secrets like this that you could only find out through word of mouth or gaming magazines like Nintendo Power. Anyways, let's rewind. In the first installment of Super Weaselkid, Mr. Shrewd protects you from enemies and hazards. If we successfully clear the level without taking any damage from the spikes, he has this to say.
Wow, kid, you didn't land in any spikes. I guess not, Mr. Shrewd. Keep on like that and you won't need an old shrew like me.
Otherwise, he simply warns us that saving us from hazards tires him out. This isn't a game mechanic, but simply a plea that we take care and not take his help for granted. Mr. Shrewd is a lovable character that sadly Weaselkid took for granted. Keep him in mind for when we start to parse out the possible motivations for Weaselkid. Exploring the level, we come across Katarina, a mystical cat on a flying carpet.
Hi there. Who are you? Oh, young Weasel, you interrupted my musings. Sorry.
Fear not, you are the least of my woes. My boundless wisdom wasted here for petty side quests.
A quest?
Yes, young Weasel, for coins. Bring me 50, and to you a secret I will reveal. After obtaining 50 coins, she has this to say.
I got the coins.
Young Weasel, then I will tell you my secret. The source of true happiness lies within... No, I cannot.
Huh?
I cannot simply spout nonsense as a reward, as I was supposed to. Here's a real secret. This game was built on the ashes of another. So this game was built on the ashes of another game. Built on the ashes of another game. It will soon be revealed that Super Weaselkid was the first developmental debut of a prodigy developer, Lionel Snill. That being said, Katarina says that this game is built on the ashes of another. In a meta way, is she saying that the game we are playing, the Hex, is built on the ashes of all the burnt down careers of these intellectual properties? Or is she saying that Super Weaselkid is not the first game to be developed by Lionel Snill, that another game needed to be burnt down to make way for Weaselkid? Keep this in mind. Trying to talk to her again, she simply tells us sarsaparilla. Sarsaparilla, root beer. We'll come to find out that the barkeep, or Root Beer Reggie's specialty, is root beer, and the word sarsaparilla will be a recurring motif or code word of sorts throughout this game and its ARG, so keep this in mind. After completing the first level, we get into a mountainous level. Mr. Shrewd tells us that we are special, but not to let it get to our head. These are words that should have been heeded by not only Weaselkid, but the child developer Lionel Snill as well. Throughout the level, we see so many touching game reviews. It's confirmed that Lionel developed this game when he was 12, and Super Weaselkid is a big favorite among the fans. However, one review mentions that the future installments don't match up to the soul and quality of the original. Maybe this is just some old head stubbornness. I'm sure future iterations of Super Weaselkid are charming in their own right. Some key reviewers of note are Bandito7 and Carla51. Bandito7 will make a few appearances throughout the Hex as a mysterious background character or player, so keep Bandito in mind. Carla, however, plays a more apparent role as Lionel's childhood friend and later employee. Just wait, her story gets very interesting. For now, I'll reveal that Carla's last name is Dosa. So let's keep moving. Once completing the level, we enter a middling space between the planes of the game world, where we face a short hooded figure. Like I said, this is Jeremiah.
Look at you, you poor fool. What? Oh, to be replaced by such mediocrity. Who are you? You should take better care of Mr. Shrewd. He's getting older. Stop saying scary things. Very well. Goodbye for now.
Jeremiah is warning us about Mr. Shrewd's ever-increasing age, reminding the video game star that he should be more caring of his mentor and dear friend. Again, note the faded text. If my theory that this style of dialogue signifies a programmed speech or personality, does that mean that Lionel programmed this character to say these things? Or maybe this is programmed by his master, Reginald.
Jeremiah also says, oh, to be replaced by such mediocrity. At first you might think that this is foreshadowing Super Weaselkid being replaced by mediocre sequels. But what if the mediocrity that Jeremiah is referring to is Super Weaselkid? Perhaps this is an early hint that points toward there being a game before Weaselkid's debut.
Let's keep moving. Running after the hooded figure causes Weaselkid to trip and fall. Proceeding forward, we jump forward in time to the sequel of Super Weaselkid, Super Weaselkid 2, Radical Road.
Hey kid, welcome to the, Radical Road. I'm hyped. Right, of course. I have to let you know. This asphalt is tough for me to break through. I won't be able to help as much as I used to. It's okay, Mr. Shrewd. I can handle it now. Well, all right. If you say so. Out of my way, old man!
The decoration is more industrial, grungy, rock and roll. The cheerful to edgy transition reminds me a bit of Sega's release of Shadow the Hedgehog, an upheaval of the cheery, adventurous Sonic franchise to something a bit more cynical. Instead of grassy pastures, we have asphalt. Instead of curvy, joyous hills, we have jagged mountains. And the clouds are frowning gray from pollution. Even though this is supposed to reflect the affinity for edginess and rebellion of the now teenage Lionel Snell, I do find the dark gray polluted imagery to be a fitting shift in a franchise that will soon lose its soul. Oh yeah, keep that in mind. We have more reviews. This is a positive one by old Greg.
It's not quite what we expected for a sequel, but I enjoyed SWKRR. Haters get at me.
But hold on, this reviewer says haters get at me to fortify their positive review. Haters? It's probably nothing. We move forward. The music stops.
We have our first negative review. I can't help but be disappointed. The game just doesn't have the same magic.
It seems the pushback against this installment is getting to us. I mean, Super Weaselkid is still smiling, but this had to be tough for somebody as young as Lionel, being told that the sequel is disappointing, or trying too hard to be cool. Has he lost his touch? Instead of jumping on the Grundas, yes, I forgot to mention, these are Grundas, not Goombas. Instead of jumping on them, we mash our mouse button to beat them up. As gruesome as this is, well, compared to stomping on their head, I guess, this is very satisfying. Lionel has a knack for making satisfying combat mechanics, and Bandito 7 seems to agree with me.
Bandito 7. I like the combat in Rad Road, because the original didn't even have combat.
Hidden above, we can see another review left by Carla51, again showing her support on behalf of Lionel's friends and family.
Don't listen to the haters, Lionel. You still have family and friends who care about you and love Radical Road.
Once we get to the end, we can jump on the castle and find clouds that lead up to Katarina.
Looks like I've got at least 50. Young Weasel. Then I will tell you my... Again, I must disobey my commands. True knowledge has no master. There exists a prophecy in my circles. It tells of the vengeance of Reginald. That is all for now. Find me once more, and I may tell you the rest of the prophecy.
So we first get a hint of this game being built on the ashes of another game. The further hint is Sarsaparilla. Then secondly, Reginald is mentioned, seeking revenge. Against who, we don't know. And what of the hint that this game is built on the ashes of another? Is she referring to the game we're playing now, the Hex, being built on the ashes of all 6 of these characters' games? Or is she referring to Super Weaselkid's game, implying that there was once a game before Super Weaselkid? But that doesn't make any sense. This is Lionel Snell's debut, Super Weaselkid, his first release. Let's move on. Beating the level takes us to a sort of snowboarding diversion. Again, very reminiscent of Sonic the Hedgehog. It's funny how Weaselkid is smiling, having a blast, but we can see the negative reviews finally getting to him. We slide forward and beat the level, being taunted once again by Jeremiah.
Do you still trust him? You again. You see what people are saying, right? They don't like you as much as they used to. I don't care what people think. Why do I find that so unconvincing?
Super Weaselkid, developed by a 12-year-old, is going through the same sort of experiences that his developer is going through. Aging and fast entering teenhood. Lionel Snell is clearly affected by these social pressures. Combine that with the fragile ego and you've got yourself a disaster. Remember, Mr. Shrewd even says to Weaselkid, remember kid, you're special, but don't let it get to your head. And now, Sonic 06. No wait, sorry, Super Weaselkid 09. I saw what you did there, Mullins. I'm still waiting on Game Grumps to complete that playthrough. The subtitle of this flashback is The Fall, so it's very fitting that this whole flashback sequence started with Weaselkid falling through the floor after seeing a thumbs down symbol. We see that instead of a friendly shrew, we have a forlorn squirrel, clearly burnt out. We'll find out the sad reason why later in the game.
Hey kid, welcome to a brand new, adventure. Who the heck are you? Where's Mr. Shrewd? Shrewd? Never heard of him. You've never heard of Mr. Shrewd? Well, who are you? I'm Mr. Squirrel. All right, Mr. Squirrel, now you listen to me. No, you listen to me, kid. They hired me to talk, so I'm gonna talk. Welcome to a brand new adventure. Here you can run, jump, and maybe even soar among the clouds, etc., etc. Now, knock yourself out, kid.
It seems we're back to our roots. However, everything is glitchy and poorly placed. The sound effects are chopped up.
So what the hell is this?
What the hell happened? Lionel took risks with Radical Road, but gave us a novel and well put together game. This is not only a soulless rehashing of the original, but it lacks even the fundamental things that make a game playable. Something isn't right. We aren't alone. Every single review, with one funny exception, is a negative one. And it turns out, based on what we read in some of these reviews, Game Funa acquired the rights of Weaselkid. You would think that this cash injection and infrastructure that comes with such a partnership would be a boon. But no, we'll come to find out it's a curse, birthed from a Faustian deal, or in other words, a deal with the devil. Jumping on these clouds, we meet Katarina one last time. Note the signature to the left of us. This would be the first reveal of Lionel Snell's full name. Fitting his signature be here in this gaming atrocity, this Faustian deal forever branded by his seal of approval. Sorry, one moment. Yes?
It seems the signature is a hint. That points us in the direction of the contract I mentioned before. Below Katarina is a hill.
I see it.
Tickle its chin.
You don't have to tell me twice. We tickle its chin and... Oh gosh, that's creepy. The game crashes and we get the first of the error achievements. This one is called Error 09. This is key, or really a small part to 1/3 of the key in this game's ARG. We'll come to learn here in the Hex and in Deskripshun that Daniel Mullin loves his ciphers, like I love my whiteboard puzzles, although he's much better at crafting mysteries. While we're here, might as well get this out of the way. We've already seen this phrase a couple of times already. Sarsaparilla is actually one key hint to the first part of the cipher. And you might be wondering, what's cipher? Don't worry, we'll get to that. Going back to the error achievements, I want to point this out. When running this game from Steam, whenever it crashes to desktop, it's very likely that the Steam application is at the forefront. And so, this creepy face of a character we've yet to meet, I say yet to meet, but I mentioned her name. It's Sado, pinche Sado. Sado's creepy face mocks us every time either the game crashes or we close the game, or perhaps anytime we open the game again, we click Steam and she's like, back again for more? Keep this character Sado in mind. I keep saying Sado. I'm just going to keep saying Sado. I'm not going to say Sado. Sado. Sado plays a role in many, if not all, the errors in this game. And, I mean, really, she's just a big part of the Mullins verse. Anyways, where were we? Oh yes, we talk to Katarina and get this dialogue.
Young Weasel, how embarrassing it is to be a part of this remake. It truly does not get worse. I will tell you the rest of that prophecy. No coins required. All right. I mentioned that the prophecy tells of the vengeance of Reginald, or Root Beer Reggie. It tells that by some means he will open the hex. There is also a mention of a young Weasel. Now, I think this is goodbye. Farewell, kid.
So the titular hex refers to a ritual done by Reginald, or Root Beer Reggie, and Weaselkid will play a role in that ritual. This is a pretty easy to miss dialogue with Katarina. If you move too far into this third flashback, you won't be able to backtrack on foot, so it's very interesting that we already get heavy foreshadowing to this game's zenith in an easy to miss secret. All the reviews from here on out more or less reveal key info, like Game Funa's acquisition, the massive negative backlash of this horrific game, and a funny positive review from a Game Funa rep just sweeping it up. Also, Bandito7, clearly a Weaselkid fan, changing their profile picture to Weaselkid, is clearly saddened by this.
Bandito 7, it's a buggy mess. I feel like I've been robbed. How do I get a refund? Because this game is a scam.
We also see an Easter egg to the Eye of Ra from Pony Island in another reviewer's profile picture. We walk past the finish line and the speedy Weaselkid slowly gets weighed down, slowing down, his jumps becoming weaker from the barrage of negative reviews. I want to point out that most of these reviewers are pulled from the player's Steam Friends list, so we are experiencing firsthand what Lionel had experienced, being harshly scrutinized by those who we care about, friends and fans, and included in this group is Carla51's review.
Lionel, what is this? What were they thinking? Posted by Hopeless, like Hopeless Soul.
Weaselkid falls through the floor and wallows. We see Jeremiah place a flower at the grave of Alfred Shrew. This is where I would then assume Jeremiah conscripts the mortified and lethargic Weaselkid into Root Beer Reggie's plot. Let's not conclude this whiteboard just yet. We have quite a bit of extra information that we can get from the developer himself at the end of this game. This is just a tentative conclusion. One of the key aspects to these character whiteboards is charting out the grievances that these characters have. In some cases, the grievance is assigned to Lionel Snill, and some to the GameWorks, or GameFuna by extension. Some grievances are a little bit more harder to really put the blame on. We'll get more information as to why Mr. Shrewd was removed, but for now, I'll go ahead and assign this perceived grievance against Lionel Snill. Super Weaselkid made his debut in the gaming industry. The fame and the cash got to both Weaselkid and Lionel Snill's head. Weaselkid took his mentor, Mr. Shrewd, for granted, and before developing their friendship any further, Mr. Shrewd was taken from him. Jeremiah mentioned something about Mr. Shrewd aging, which is a little bit confusing because these characters don't age like we do. They don't die like we do. They get phased out and phased into various different games, recycled and refabricated and repurposed. But this is the last time we see Mr. Shrewd. He gets phased out permanently and replaced by Mr. Squirrel. This is the closest to real death that any of these digital creations can experience. Lionel Snill then sold the rights to Super Weaselkid to GameFuna, and then GameFuna botched it with the third installment. These three grievances make up all the motivations for Weaselkid to join Root Beer Reggie and his plot for vengeance. So instead of erasing this board, let's go ahead and keep it the way it is for now and come back to it once we get to walk and get the developer's side of the story. Weaselkid wakes up in the cellar of the Six Pint Inn. We read some text on the wall that says SWK, or Super Weaselkid, equals LIE, or lie. And note, remember sarsaparilla. So, if we translate this, it's saying, Super Weaselkid is false, remember root beer. This isn't saying that Weaselkid himself is a lie, but the lie that surrounds Super Weaselkid. And what we are supposed to remember is sarsaparilla, an ingredient associated with root beer. Don't believe the lie regarding Super Weaselkid. Remember root beer. Keep that in mind. Emerging from the deeper cellar, we see Jeremiah skitter past us once again, probably preparing for the next bit of hijinks. Walking to the right, we see this strange vat or rocket filled with green goo. Weaselkid says,
Jeremiah got out all right by the looks of it.
Bryce simply states,
Odd.
Chandrelle points out,
I thought I saw a few of those somewhere in the GameWorks.
and Rust says,
Looks like something out of Wasteworld.
so something about this reminds Rust of Wasteworld. That part puzzles me, but this makes sense as to why this reminds Chandrelle of the GameWorks. Now, right now, the GameWorks, it's a bit hard to explain, but don't worry, we'll get around to it. Right now, just think of it as the facility or agency that controls and acquires intellectual properties. For example, these player characters. And according to Weaselkid, this vat has some sort of linking to Jeremiah. This is an interesting hint that won't be fully explained until much later in the game, once we've completed Lazarus, the Space Marine's flashback. We ascend from the cellar. Trying to talk to the patrons causes Weaselkid to vent about how angry he is at Reginald for his dangerous mission. Again, I must ask, why didn't the barkeep have Bryce get the key himself? Nobody has access to Bryce's room except him. The only reason Weaselkid could get in was through the ducts. This seems to have been intricately planned to set a trap for Weaselkid and send him in that flashback dream triggered by the fall and the painting of a thumbs down, perhaps reminding him of the role he's meant to play in this ritual of the Hex. We confront the barkeep.
What the hell, man? Excuse me? Well, first the door was locked, then I nearly died falling through your floorboards. Kid, you've got the key, right? This better unlock some better goddamn floorboards, because don't worry, this key unlocks the kitchen. And today's special is hot pie. What? Bryce, I found the key.
We now control Bryce. Let's first talk to the other patrons. First, Chandrelle.
Look, like you said, we haven't always been friends. But you aren't planning to kill someone, right? If I was planning a murder, Bryce, would I tell you? Just tell me it isn't you. Why don't you tell me the same?
That's interesting. Both can't seem to either confirm or deny a role in the looming murder plot. Talking to Weaselkid gets us this bit of hostility.
Barkeep was rattling on about the key while you were gone. Yeah, I gave it to him. I gave it to him. Go get it, dude.
Talking to Walkman is fruitless, but still funny.
And what are you? The random fighter option? That was a joke.
We touch base with the Space Marine, Lazarus.
Lazarus, you're the Space Marine. That's how I'm known, and you're Bryce, from a fighting game. I'm a chef. That fighting gig wasn't for me. That green substance on your sleeve, is that blood? Ah, yes. From an alien species you could barely comprehend. I know more than you think. Aliens, huh? That's right. If you must know, it was a Gargaloth.
So we get an interesting bit of linking between the two. Lazarus and Bryce are two characters that have been ripped from one genre and transferred over to another. The force that facilitates these kinds of transfers is something called the GameWorks. Keep this in mind for when we appraise the various motivations of all these characters. We talk to Rust from Wasteworld and get this bit of interesting dialogue.
What's the gas mask for? Planning something?
Planning on something?
What?
You know, my son is a fighter, bare knuckle like you.
Your son? You mean, like, as part of your game story?
Not sure I take your meaning.
Ah, yes, Rust's son. I'm just starting to realize something. While all these characters, in varying degrees, can blame their plight and what weighs on their soul most on either GameWorks or Lionel Snill, it's a bit more tricky with Rust McClain. Keep this in mind, I don't want to reveal too much just yet.
What is it, barkeep?
I found the kitchen key, and our guests are hungry. You know how to bake a pie, right?
Do I ever?
Glad I hired you. Here's the key.
We enter the kitchen and start up the generator. Reading the ripped wanted poster gets us this bit of info.
That bit of helmet looks familiar.
Chandrelle reveals something further.
Lazarus, what have you done?
Yes, that is the helmet of Lazarus, but why is he wanted? What kind of crimes did he commit? At first I thought he was wanted for war crimes that he may have committed in the vicious galaxy realm, but no, that would be him doing his job as a video game character. It's a bit more complicated than that. Let's keep going. We pick up the pie tin, and Bryce notices something.
Is that the key in the tin?
This key and the pie we bake is meant for Chandrelle.
Pie's done.
Ah, excellent. But the pie isn't for me. Our guest, Miss Stormblaze over there, has paid a high price for a private room. A tradition of the 6 Pint Inn is to provide a warm dinner to accompany a private room. So bring it up to our guest room, second door on the second floor.
We whip the pie up, bring it back to Reginald, and before going to Chandrelle's VIP suite to deliver her VIP sweets, we take a gander in Bryce's room. We analyze the chef's hat.
It still doesn't feel right to wear this.
Then we analyze the framed picture associated with Bryce's backstory.
I miss you, Granny.
Remember, each character has a framed photo of something that hits close to home, something that is a prime motivator for why they are staying there at the Six Pint Inn on that very night. It's evident that there is a guilt weighing on our dear Bryce, and it has something to do with his dear granny. And that's old granny. That's your granny. That's Abity's granny. We enter Chandrelle's room and see Jeremiah on the ceiling. A glint is shown within the hood before he skitters out of our view. Again, I'm giving you the information that this is Jeremiah, but on your first playthrough you wouldn't know that. However, you may have noticed the picture of that mysterious tiny character in that big framed photo, and the monocle he's wearing. This single glint shining from one eye would be a hint that this character, this mysterious hooded figure, is the same character we see in that painting. But again, it wouldn't yet be known that this is Jeremiah. Not yet. If you notice that Jeremiah skitters into the ceiling, he's setting up for the next flashback sequence, Bryce's flashback sequence. We analyze a sword in a display.
That looks awfully sharp. Why she got that in her room?
Chandrelle reveals the sword's owner.
Lazarus' old killing edge. I wonder how that wound up here.
That old metal sword belonged to Lazarus. I'd expect something a bit more high-tech for a space marine. Keep that in mind. We also read a bit of a letter that was addressed to Chandrelle.
A bit hard to read. Requested exorcism? The hell's she up to?
Chandrelle says,
Yes, the agreement. I've got no plans on going back on my side of it. Weaselkid is also able to make out something regarding a ritual. Now this is interesting.
So Chandrelle's presence at the Six Pint is more explicit in that her talents as a sorceress are needed for this ritual. But let's not conflate the ritual with this exorcism. Chandrelle will be receiving an exorcism in exchange for her participation in the Hex ritual. So now we have to ask, what is she being exorcised from? Keep this in mind. We leave the pie in her room, and planks of wood fall from the spot that Jeremiah hid. Landing a few punches takes us back to Bryce's combat training.
Well, I know one way to clear this. Let's see if these old knuckles still hold up. Before the first fight. What is this? Where am I?
This is a training room. You're here to learn.
Learn what? I already know how to cook.
Cook? No, I'll be teaching you how to...
Fight!
Some things to note. There's writing on the wall signifying that this area is part of the GameWorks. This trainer is a representative of the GameWorks, and we will come to learn his name is Irving.
Now, raise your arms and stand like this.
This is ridiculous. I'm from a cooking game.
Do you see a door? You only have one option, Bryce.
Based on Bryce's confusion and Irving pointing out that there is no escape, no way out of this training room, I surmise that Bryce was plucked out of his original cooking game and through the power of the GameWorks will be retooled for fighting games. He's been acquired, purchased, and transferred to this cold realm.
Yes, I'm hyped. Okay. Defense. You can duck, block, and jump. Watch your opponents. Walk backwards and you'll block middle strikes.
We learn various fighting techniques, and I can imagine this feels super invasive. Coding that facilitated baking mechanics being ripped out of you and replaced with violence mechanics. Hold on. Yes?
For Mir's sake, could you stop ruminating? You're about to miss another error.
What did you find?
Behind this promo material, I found a strange message. A traffic cone, 2 people hugging, and a block of code it looks like.
Cone friend code?
Maybe cone lover code.
Cone hugging code, perhaps?
Maybe it's Spanish. Cono amigo código.
Oh, hold on. Cone code. Amigo, cone amigo code. No. We're not doing Spanish. We're doing French. Con ami code. Konami code. Up, down, left, right, A, B. If we use the arrow keys to do the directional inputs and of course the keyboard to type in A, B, this happens. The game crashes again. This is our second error achievement. The game crashes and this error is signified in its achievement as 2x. Also, note that the image that is shown right before the game crashes is a picture of Sado the clown, slowly piecing together. This is the same character we see on the Steam banner, and we'll be meeting this character for the first time in this particular flashback. I just mentioned it, and perhaps I mentioned it before, but let me reiterate. Her name is Sado, and her name is of some significance. I won't get into the significance just yet, but the similarities to the word sadism isn't lost on me. Keep this Sado in mind. Reloading the game, we continue our training. Irving tells us to rack up a combo. Irving has a habit of using his hitbox to screw with people. He tells us to keep practicing, but he blocks the training dummy. So when we have no choice but to hit him, mind you, we're trapped here until our training has concluded, he gets all pissy about it.
Did you just hit me?
When Irving knocks us out, we see the texture in the background getting replaced by an article confirming that Lionel purchased the rights to Chef Bryce from the game Cooking Quest. Our first match is with a monk named Bakto.
So you're my first opponent. Want to call it a draw? That would be a great dishonor to my ancestors. You have heard of Bakto, no? I am a descendant of the... Okay, we'll fight then. I wish you a fair combat.
Throughout his intros, he keeps making reference to his ancestors. If you notice, he has a symbol on his chest, referencing the corrupted data in Pony Island.
Round 3, fight!
I never was as strong as my ancestors. Grandpa, some help? Fool, follow my fists.
In the third round against him, he calls forth one of his ancestors, and his grandpa possesses him, his ghost protruding from Bakto's head. This style of possession is seen once more with Chandrelle and a character named Vallamir, who comes from a space called Endervale. If this now passed on grandpa also comes from Endervale, would that be the afterlife for these digital creations? I'm getting ahead of myself, but we will explore this area in Chandrelle's flashback game. Anyways, despite beating Bakto, the forum posts that are shown in the background show players lamenting how underpowered Bryce is, so we the player get to choose how to buff Bryce. I choose the dash. I think we do enough damage already. After patching Bryce, we fight against Alligator, a foul-mouthed reptile. Note that the background dumpster has writing on it, sarsaparilla, and there's a bit of a sign in the trash that says beer, likely root beer. This hints at root beer's Reggie's legacy being tossed in the trash.
You know what, man? Screw this, I'm leaving. I said screw it, shut it down.
Before finally beating the alligator, he concedes and walks off the screen. Hello?
I found another hint right here. Hold down and press B.
Oh, thank you. Our down B attack pushes us past the boundary and allows us to land one final punch on the alligator. Now, in this case, this is just for an achievement, but the down B special move does play a role in one of the ciphers of the ARG. This will be referred to as Falcon Kick, a downward power move. When choosing what to buff in the next patch, I choose Lightning Boots. Next, we fight a heavy defender.
Activating Steam protocols. Prepare for combat. Non-boat creature.
Steambot Willie. I love this guy. We see his severed head in the training room, so he's likely a product of the GameWorks, rather than an acquired IP.
Hull density 100%. Chances of victory 100%.
On the third round, Steamboat ramps up a badass ultimate that we naturally counter.
Getting steamy. Ultimate ability prepared.
KO.
For the next patch, I choose the combo multiplier to make an upcoming achievement easier to get. We finally meet Chandrelle. This would be the first time the sorceress and chef meet each other.
Why not skip the fighting and take a break? Just enjoy the scenery. You don't take this very seriously, do you? Great, another diehard. Here we go again. You should take it seriously. That is, if you want out. What? What are you talking about? I'm talking about training hard and winning so many fights that you are considered OP. They'll remove you from the game. So you'll throw the fight for me? You think you're the only one looking for a new gig? They certainly won't ban me if I lose to Chef Bryce.
So just like how Bryce was plucked from his cooking sim, nope, she was not. Nope, I made a mistake here. This is an interesting fact I took for granted when I was first writing this script, so I'm glad I found this error. Yes, Chandrelle is heavily associated with Secrets of Legendaria, but the first game that she actually features in as a playable character is in Combat Arena X. So her situation is sort of opposite to Bryce. Whereas Bryce starts off in his cooking simulator and is put into the flashback fighting game that we experience him through, Chandrelle starts off in that fighting game and then is put into another role-playing game, which is the one that we experience her through. You know, it's kind of funny if you think about it. She's like a sorceress that was first featured in a fighting game. It's almost like if they made an RPG based around Raiden from Mortal Kombat. In this encounter, I want you to note how early her desire to escape the wretched gaming realm spans. From her very inception, she does not want to be in video games. This grievance can be equally tied to the GameWorks and Lionel Snill. And speaking of which, I don't want to jump the gun too hard, but perhaps there is a reason why, since her inception, she didn't want to be in video games. From the beginning, her inception seems to be tainted with a disdain for her own existence, and we'll see that this temperament will evolve into something more cynical and villainous, perhaps even evil, in Secrets of Legendaria. Keep this in mind. Using the dash ability, I'm able to constantly trigger Chandrelle's force field, draining her of mana. She speaks in this runic language. Using what I was able to surmise in other instances of this language, I believe she's saying sword party, announcing her attack involving a flurry of swords. Once we drain her mana and get her down to half health, she glitches out and gets her wish of being removed from Combat Arena X, which is odd because we are beating her.
Would you look at that? Christmas came early. That was an enjoyable brawl, Chef Bryce. Adios.
From what she implies, winning is what gets you to be deemed overpowered and thusly removed. So her untimely removal, although welcomed by her, must be for different reasons. The article in the background is very interesting. It reveals that Chandrelle was indeed removed from Combat Arena X. Carla Dosa, a senior developer, and as we know, a childhood friend of Lionel, states that she was probably removed from the game because Lionel didn't like the character for personal reasons. And this tracks for the most part, because her removal comes after we are just about to beat her, which goes against the logic of removing unbeatable characters. Lionel insists that Chandrelle was removed because her skill set required opponent players to use specific characters to counter her, taking away from the choice of the game. It's likely that Carla is more correct, because we will come to find out at this point some tension began to grow between these two childhood friends, and this ultimately affected how Lionel saw the Chandrelle character. With the hope of freedom around the corner, Bryce gets amped.
Hey, announcer guy. Take me back to the training room.
And we enter a pretty badass training montage. We fight an updated Bacto. Then what looks like to be an alien. Then a badass ninja. We land a single powerful punch against a fighter with skull face paint and a poncho. The music swells, we land that uppercut, and then we beat up what looks to be a reskin of Steambot Willie, a crusader referencing Theodore from Pony Island. From what I can make out in the article in the background, it seems that the sleeper fighter Bryce broke out into the meta after a pro player smoked a tourney using him, declaring Bryce as the new meta. We then fight Rebecca, a recurring character in this game, as well as an inscription. We also see a forum post with memes of Bryce shown, posted by none other than Bandito7. Bryce bros, we are so back. Afterwards, we fight Weasel in what seems to be a gameplay clip titled Weasel Owned by Bryce. During my investigations, I let the video player play out, but it seems like nothing happens. After landing our punches on Weasel, we are then taken back to Super Weasel World. But instead of punching Mr. Sweepy Squirrel, we pick up what looks to be Mr. Shrewd's glasses.
Hey man, did you drop those glasses?
It looks like we picked them up, but I think it's more likely we point them out to the squirrel. While not integral to the ARG of this game, these glasses will serve a side purpose. A secret story we can unravel throughout every single flashback to figure out the fate of Mr. Shrewd. There's a reason why we find these glasses next to the sleeping Mr. Squirrel, and it's a sad one. Keep that in mind. We clobber a raider that will end up being used for Waste World, then a character named Maniacus, then an angelic upgrade of that strange alien character. Before concluding our rise to the top, we finish our montage in the training room to then face Sado, the clown, the top character in Combat Arena X.
So you're the highest ranked fighter.
Some call me fighter. But you see, I'm really more of a performer.
And when I fight you,
You become part of the show.
You wasted your time training your body for this fight. You should have trained
my mind. Yes, let's get this over with.
Note that Sado has the ability to use voices from different characters. Oh, hold on. Remember when Lucifer from Pony Island said, "Sometimes I speak in others' voices"? Sado fits in line with this almost perfectly. This is a big keep in mind. Let's press on. Landing a single punch on Sado causes her to fall, but after she gets pulled off screen, this happened.
Okay.
Note the blaring horn as Sado emerges from the horizon. Now, we don't see that she emerges from water, but this environment kinda looks like a circus on a pier. So permission to get floppy, Captain? Permission denied. So, in my recollection, there's this mythos, motif, this enigmatic just sort of pattern in Inscription about this sort of dredger beneath the surface. Beneath the surface. But that doesn't apply in this scenario. The background, we will have a better view of it in Walk, and there is no ocean or sea in the background. So I don't think this is Sado kind of coming up from the ocean. I'm kind of bummed out that this isn't forbearing that underwater motif because I have something really cool written here. What kind of linking does Sado have to this concept? An entity that lurks deep beneath the code that connects all these games together, like an ocean that connects all these land masses. It's a bummer, but my floppiness has its limits. But while we're here, let me point out this interesting motif, the swirly background. That swirl is a common motif to signify hypnosis. So, keep this aspect of hypnosis, or more aptly, mind control, in mind. Keep mind control in mind. Could you?
Welcome to the show. You look so small from up here. Let's get you warmed up.
This dummy should work for that.
Sado has a chilling level of power over this game and its assets, being able to bend the rules and have power beyond what a typical player character does. She's able to weaponize her health bar against us, spawn in a training dummy to fight as her first phase, and she's even able to change its head into an eye, and keep this eye in mind, especially the veiny eye. That's one of her motifs. When we land the final punch on the training dummy in this first phase, it's revealed that all this time we've been beating the crap out of Bacto. So this ties back to that theme of hypnosis, our reality being bended.
We get to the second phase of the fight with Sado, playing a little parlor game using a rubber duck. The noise the rubber duck makes is the same wee noise that the butterflies did in Pony Island, perhaps further linking Sado to Pony Island. That's a bit flimsy, but what's not flimsy is that rubber duck motif. A more concrete connection we'll be making is the rubber duck being associated with Carla. I'll say this now, Carla's last name is Dosa. Dosa, Sado, keep this in mind.
I'm on the edge of my seat. How will it end? Oh, right. I already know.
We enter the third and final phase of Sado's boss fight. Note that we're fighting her hand. This is very reminiscent of the Master Hands in the Smash series. And this game sort of reminds me of Smash, pulling IPs from various disparate games. In the case of Combat Arena, creating its own IPs and sort of clashing them together. Out of curiosity, I let the hands defeat me, and we enter this pretty cool second wind phase where Bryce's bones have to keep punching his heart to kind of defibrillate him. It's very brutal.
After landing the final punch on Sado, Bryce gets removed from Combat Arena X.
Granny, I'm coming home.
The article in the background gives us some backstory. Lionel purchased the rights to Bryce because he grew up loving the Cooking Granny game that Bryce was a character in. And I get it. My dream roster would have Juno, Vela, and Lupus from Jet Force Gemini, Swan from The Warriors, Lilu Multipass from The Fifth Element, the entire cast of High Five, the Canadian show, and E102 Gamma from Sonic Adventures. Yeah, that would be a pretty kino fighting game. Anyways, note how the prime concerns of Lionel was not really the general enjoyability of the game, but the temperaments of the investors and streamability and esports potential for Combat Arena X. We kind of see this narrative of an industry that was centered around entertainment, cultural icons, and yeah, making hella bank, to being only really about marketability, investors, perfect balance for esports and streaming. Perfect balance is what the pros want, what tournament stompers and streamers want. But having that bit of imbalance is what makes a game have character. Noob tubes were seen as overpowered back in the Modern Warfare 2 days. It didn't mean that everybody was going to be using it, because people didn't play to be overpowered, people played to have fun. Now it seems it's all about balance, obtaining dubs, and making sure those dubs were well earned and not from cheese. I'm doing a piss job at explaining this. I highly recommend Shredded Nerd's video, Dear Developers, Stop Listening to Pros, for a better expansion on these ideas. Anyways, take a look at Sado as the screen fades to white. Her eyes open, last second. It's so creepy, and I missed it so many times. Something tells me we haven't seen the last of this payasa mala. The title screen shows Cooking Granny, a new beginning. Bryce is back where he belongs, alongside his grandma, making pies.
Well, it sure is nice to have you back, Bryce.
Indeed it is. Now let's say we make some pies.
An excellent idea, Bryce. You still remember how to bake my pies, right? When I toss one, jump up and catch it. Now, push it in the oven.
Push it in one of those pie holes, she says. And don't go pushing pie. Okay, alright, I get it, Granny.
After completing the day, Irving, the GameWorks rep, comes in to confront Bryce.
Not bad, Bryce. We only wasted 2 pies. Time for cleanup.
What was that?
Great pie, Granny. Although, Bryce, it was a little overcooked. You always did make a better fighter than a cook.
Now just what is the meaning of this?
Combat Arena X2, of course. Game Funa is handling development. They now own the rights to Chef Bryce. You're being reassigned, pal. I don't think so. Nice stance, just like I taught you. But you remember the last time you tried hitting me, right? That's right. You remember that bad idea. Why don't you lower those fists? Fine then. I'll help you out.
Again, this weaselly bastard is instigating a fight with Bryce, and when we try to land a punch on Irving, this happens.
Well, you won't be fighting in Combat Arena.
striking an innocent NPC? You won't be allowed in any game. What a shame. Oh, I almost forgot to do it.
Again, Irving uses his goofy hitbox, and as a consequence, Bryce accidentally punches his grandma. Bryce is then removed from the gaming sphere and wanders in his limbo. There's an article in the background covering his removal from Combat Arena X2. We go down memory lane, seeing an article reminiscing about cooking Granny, certainly contributing to his guilty conscience. And the next article jumps forward in time to when Combat Arena X8 is being anticipated. We can see Weaselkid laying against a tree in the same limbo. We see Jeremiah place a help wanted poster for a cooking position at the 6 Pint Inn. And from here we can assume that Chef Bryce takes the job and meets Root Beer Reggie for the first time. It's clear that this help wanted sign, and perhaps even the entirety of this limbo, was put together to drum up these emotions in Bryce and help push him in the direction of working with Root Beer Reggie and Jeremiah at the 6 Pint Inn. It's interesting how we see Weaselkid sort of chilling in the background before Bryce takes the help wanted poster and enters the 6 Pint, so I think that must imply Bryce being one of, if not the first piece to the Hex puzzle. And in a way, I can't help but feel like Bryce might feel indebted to Reggie for being given the opportunity to live out his passion for baking and cooking for the 6 Pint. So anyways, let's go ahead and break this down. I think it's pretty evident that Bryce doesn't care that he's being banished from Combat Arena X. I think he just hates that he was put there in the first place, put in the situation in which he accidentally strikes at his grandma in the first place. But here's the thing, I want to point this out. The major grievance I think Bryce has is what happened with his grandmother. Lionel has nothing to do with that. I mean, if you really want to get like chain of events about it, maybe sure, but like it's Irving who's standing there, you know, messing with his hitbox and you know, coaxing Bryce into hitting his grandmother. And yet this plot for vengeance, oh, hold on, we're actually, that's way jumping the gun. Let's just put a hold on that, okay? Bryce should be directing his disdain against the GameWorks. Definitely just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. There's a reason why, again, I'm charting out these grievances and placing, you know, appropriate blame. We're not going to erase this whiteboard. This is a tentative conclusion. Keep in mind for the dev commentary, what was the nature of the transfer from Cooking Quest to Combat Arena X? If we're playing this game in chronological order, why haven't we played Cooking Quest just yet? After emerging from the flashback, we take a teleporter back to the first floor, and before touching base with the barkeep, we chat with Chandrelle.
Thanks for the pie, Bryce. I expect it will be up to Cooking Granny standards. It's still too soon. Well, thanks. Working here, I don't get many thanks. I appreciate it. You never did tell me about what happened after your Combat Arena ban. Maybe another time.
There's clearly a kindred spirit between the two fighters. We approach Weaselkid.
Life is hard, kid. Totally uncaring. It doesn't matter what you gain or what you lose. It's all wiped away in the end. If someone gave me a way to strike back, I would. Me too, man. Me too. You're old enough to drink, right? Hasn't stopped me.
Oh wow. Yeah, Weaselkid interrupts us, but this is certainly a bit of fitting foreshadowing after the sadness we've just witnessed. Both Bryce and Weaselkid had somebody they loved get taken from them. We then turn in our cooking quest to the barkeep.
Did you? I left the pie up there for Chandrelle, as well as the key you left in the pie.
Key what? It was a strawberry pie, not key lime.
You really need to get this place fixed up. The ceiling fell through, of course.
I'll just get a repairman. In the meantime, Wizard Lady, your room is ready.
As Chandrelle, we talk to some of the patrons. Talking to Walkman gets us this dialogue.
What are you looking at? You look like the doppelganger mini-boss that copies your moveset, but somehow less charismatic.
Now this is a great hint. Chandrelle mentions a doppelganger enemy. It's because of this hint on my first playthrough, I was a lot more thorough and was able to stumble upon said doppelganger enemy. Talking to Weaselkid gets us this dialogue.
How did you get so famous anyways? Step off, lady. I mean, all you do is jump. You've got no skills beyond jumping. I can levitate for mere sake. I'm likable. You could learn that. Ah, you little twerp. Yeah, try leveling up your manners.
Now this is interesting. Chandrelle's disagreeable temperament is a low blow for her. It's almost as if this is something she didn't choose to have, that perhaps she was created, tainted with bitterness and cynicism. As I said before, she's less an anti-hero and more of a villainous protagonist. This particular grievance rests primarily on the head of Lionel Snill. Purely on the head of him, frankly. Or perhaps out of the head of him. We seem to catch up with Lazarus.
Lazarus, it's been a long time. Yes. How have you been? Not great. Look, you knew what we were getting into. I knew, but I didn't know the consequences. I think I know why you're here. To erase your consequences. I wish my scars could be erased. You thought secrets was bad? You have no idea. Look, that's all I've got to say.
Lazarus and Chandrelle both have a kindredness, and that they were both placed in positions in which they had to commit acts of villainy. Think about the grim dark existence that Lazarus had, living out grim dark war crimes. We will come to find out this would be against Lazarus's will. But aside from that, what is his history with Chandrelle? What does a space marine have to do with the fantasy sorceress? Talking to Rust gets us this dialogue.
Tactics, right? Huh? You come from a tactics game? A game? Name's Rust. You've seen a few things in your time?
Aye, I've seen more than enough.
Ever seen forget it.
The way Chandrelle is sort of coyly referencing Rust's game makes me think her dialogue is a sort of wink and nod that Fallout old heads would appreciate, but sadly it's lost on me. Keep in mind Rust's dumbfounded demeanor. It's almost as if he as a character is unfinished, maybe like the game he hails from. Keep this in mind.
And finally we proceed the plot by talking to the barkeep. My room?
Ah, yes, your effects are all there. It's the second floor on the second door.
Did you leave the, I was told there would be a key?
It wasn't key lime, was it?
That's strange. It wasn't key lime pie, was it? Was in faded text, and this is odd. My initial theory was that the faded text signifies scripted and programmed dialogue. But this piece of dialogue references a pie, and pies have nothing to do with the game that Reginald hails from. So perhaps this is a different kind of scripted dialogue. Literally scripted. Not scripted in code, but scripted as in part of an act. Perhaps Jeremiah is waiting for his cue. That cue being, it wasn't key lime pie, was it? I'll stop dwelling on it. I'm getting flashbacks to the bold text motif from Who's Lila. Before going upstairs, we look at a framed image of a stoic man.
Is that the janitor from the sacred temple? I wonder what became of him.
This is interesting. This is one of many characters that gets recycled by the GameWorks to reappear in other games. This theme is also explored in Deskripshun. We go upstairs, enter Chandrelle's room, and we look at a picture of a happy family of whimsical creatures called Mowglis, and also pick up the key to the cellar.
I don't miss them, but I wonder what became of that kid. A key, C for cellar.
Chandrelle's scornful outlook on these cute characters is something we will see firsthand in The Secrets of Legendaria. Again, that little creature who is the child of these parents will also be recycled, their morality being polluted in the game they get recycled for. Remember, every single framed picture signifies a touchy subject for each character. We head down into the cellar, but not before picking up a headlamp.
Is there something you aren't sharing with me?
This strange voice inside Chandrelle's head, in combination with the note on her bed, gives a pretty strong hint that this dear character might be possessed.
In the cellar we see casks labeled root beer. Now I want to remind you, technically at this point we don't know explicitly that the barkeep is Reginald or Root Beer Reggie. But if you did get the final secret from Katarina in Weaselkid's flashback and notice these casks of root beer, a keen player could surmise that the proprietor of this inn is likely the Root Beer Reggie that Katarina referenced. We enter a cellar door that was previously obscured in darkness. Entering it, we see Jeremiah skitter away. We turn on the lights and find a sort of mixing machine. We must connect pipes to dispense a concoction of dragon bile, sphinx milk, and kraken tears. Now, on repeated playthroughs, you may have noticed that these are obviously referencing the 3 major boss monsters that are slain in Chandrelle's game, Secrets of Legendaria. But think about it for a second. Nothing I can really write here, but this is kind of interesting that these regions that we're using to uphold Reggie's end of his bargain, the exorcism, were ruthlessly harvested from these slain bosses and Secrets of Legendaria. I think this further emphasizes the lengths Chandrelle will go through to achieve freedom. And something else to fulfill her end of the bargain. After mixing the concoction, the voice in our head, who we'll come to learn belongs to an evil ghost, Vallamir, protests.
Stop! Stop this nonsense!
No.
Chandrelle hops on the table and places her head in a suction apparatus, thus starting her flashback to Secrets of Legendaria on its release day. Oh boy. Secrets of Legendaria is definitely the beefiest of the various flashback sequences. In this sequence is the very start of the Cipher mystery, and a few of its pieces are also found here. Chandrelle lies in a clearing. A small woodland creature, the one depicted in that large frame painting, approaches us.
Wake up, you big sleepyhead!
Wake up!
Lucky I found you here. This land isn't as safe as it once was, since the Dark Lord Vallamir returned. But you probably don't remember a thing. What's your name?
Typing in anything will cause Chandrelle to interrupt us.
Why not let the player decide?
We can then type our own name. One moment. Yes?
Okay, this is a strange one. Instead of putting in your name, type in Entervale instead. I found this word behind some of the promotional stuff for Secrets of Legendaria in the Walk segment.
Okay, so we type Entervale and... Wow, this is crazy. So the noise that plays as we enter this realm is the same noise that plays when Vallamir, a character we will meet soon, enters our realm. It's implied that he hails from Endervale, so I'm going to surmise that we have entered Endervale. I'll say this now. I believe this area is some sort of afterlife, a digital necropolis where all leftover bits of deleted data go. The introductory dialogue proceeds as normal, but instead of following, we explore a bit. We see a tree with the eye of Vallamir. Now keep this in mind for the ending of Secrets of Legendaria. Off in the distance, we can see a character is repeating the phrase, "His father, pure evil. His father, pure evil." Is this just simply an Easter egg, a callback to Pony Island, or something more? We see a pair of eyes. I'm not sure who they belong to. We also see a message saying, "B-Boy was here." Not sure who B-Boy is. Maybe Balloon Boy from Five Nights at Freddy's? Let's keep an eye out for any characters who could be linked to this name. But at this point, I'm stumped. When we first enter, we see binary text. Translating it just simply gets us the letter S. Perhaps this is a reference to Sado. Not sure though. As we explore, we find a message, crying in zeros, and I'm hearing 111. If this is a place where deleted assets go, I wonder if these are desperate etchings left by long defragmented prisoners of this cruel fate. We see a cluster of veiny eyes. This reminds me of that eye segment of Sado's Combat Arena boss fight. And some future iterations of Sado will show her with this big bulging eye. Vallamir too also has a big bulbous eye that's also red and veiny, but probably referencing the fact that he might be stoned. Next to this cluster of Sado's eyes, we also see the lips of Sado as well. So there's the strange binary text with the S, we have the eyes of Sado, the lips of Sado. It's very interesting. Wandering off too far will cause your screen to shift to a part of Legendaria, but our view is still of Endervale. It's jarring, but I wonder what kind of secrets lie past the other boundaries of Endervale. Wandering towards the voice saying, "His father pure evil," we find another message. "Pitiful soul, weak." Now check this out. We finally reach the voice that's saying his father pure evil, and we see Vallamir. His face is distressed. A character we will come to learn is a callous villain, is clearly upset, sorrowful, as he lingers in this void, saying his father pure evil over and over again. Keep this in mind as we link the goals of both Chandrelle and Vallamir. Chandrelle wants to be freed from secrets of Legendaria, and Vallamir wants to be freed from Endervale. Moving north from where you start in Endervale, we see a message, a well-made bed. I wonder if this is in reference to the phrase, "You made your bed, now lay in it." We also see a floating helmet that's reminiscent of Theodore's helmet, or at least the Crusader reskin of Steambot Willie. We also see the floating bruised head of Bacto, specifically when it's revealed that the Sado dummy we were fighting was Bacto in Combat Arena. So perhaps Bacto now rests in the afterlife with his digital ancestors. We hit the edge of a coast. This corresponds with the overworld where the tutorial takes place. There's this large rotating image in the background, and I'm absolutely mystified as to what it could be. I thought at first it was Missing No, then maybe a map, but I'm genuinely not sure. This did get me thinking of something unrelated though. The sigil on Bacto's shirt resembles the corrupted data from Pony Island, but that was reminiscent of Missing No. Bacto refers to ancestors, one of them manifesting in a ghostly manner similar to Vallamir, an Endervale resident. The ancestor possesses Bacto in a similar way as to how Vallamir will possess Chandrelle. So in a strange way, this character's death in being brutalized in Combat Arena has led him to the digital afterlife. Missing No might be a symbol of the digital afterlife. It's also fitting that we see the helmet that's reminiscent of Theodore, a dead character from Pony Island, lingering in his digital afterlife, in the form of the Pony Island arcade. But I'm getting floppy with it. If we pass a specific threshold of the map, the tutorial sequence will trigger. This tells me that Chandrelle's body is still moving in the overworld, we just have digital spirit vision. Let's explore Endervale just a tad bit more. If we keep pushing north, sneaking past the slimes, to the left of a fence, we will see a computer left there by Carla.
Oh yeah, this is it. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we found it. We found the computer. Okay, so that's exactly the information that we need. Perfect.
So, Carla was a programmer for Secrets of Legendaria. Well, that's nice. Lionel Snill's eaten, why shouldn't his day one homies be eaten? But sadly, it's not as peachy keen as one might think. Keep Carla's potential role in this fantasy universe in mind. This gives us an idea as to where we can find this hidden computer. It's to the left of this fenced village. There are multiple ways we can access this area. Loading back in, making sure we're not in Endervale anymore, before following Moji, if we move to the right and then up against these trees, it will take us to a barren clearing. Moving north will cause the camera to spaz out a bit, but pressing north, we will eventually find Carla's computer. Note that the screen is covered in fog. This is meant to obscure the view of spectators. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Interacting with this computer will duplicate whatever item is in your inventory. I'm not sure how the game decides which item to duplicate, but this is key to starting the cipher. Now that we've found this secret, let's finally play the game normally. Following Moji, we will initiate the tutorial sequence.
Hold on! You don't even remember how to fight! What if a dangerous slime were to run into you? I remember how to. Don't worry! I'll show you.
Okay, it does feel good to be decompressed.
We pelt the innocent creature with harmless spells until we run out of mana. At this point, the cute little helper gives us a mana potion, unlocking our inventory. But there's already an item in here, a creepy tome, evidently a gift from Vallamir. We use the tome and gain new abilities.
Teehee? Where did you get that? That was the mark of Vallamir.
The floor beneath Chandrelle shows a hex when using the tome, and the tome itself has 6 X's on its binding. Note the Eye of Ra that signifies the transfer of power that floats above Chandrelle's head. We saw this same motif of the Eye of Ra in Pony Island. I believe it was located on the sun. Speaking of which, on the book itself, there's also an eye with the cross in it and the Leviathan symbol, 2 additional motifs from the Pony Island game. That, in combination with Vallamir's repetition of his father pure evil, emphasizes some sort of link. So that hexagon and the 6 hexes points in the direction of Vallamir being involved in the hex ritual in some way, shape, or form. Remember, Chandrelle has a note in her room saying something about a ritual, perhaps the hex ritual, and an exorcism. Stay tuned for that, but I want to take this time to really hammer out the sheer level of overlap. There is some sort of hinge being made between these 2 worlds, the worlds of Hex and the world of Pony Island. This hinge being made up of all these various recurring motifs, and all of them center around Vallamir, or perhaps Endervale, more broadly speaking. Keep this in mind, because by the time I think we hit the end of this investigation, we'll have a better understanding of what Endervale is and what we are to make of these various motifs. Here's another side note. What's that strange circle with the hex or hexagon inside of it in the sky? Don't worry, we'll answer that question soon enough. Moji is clearly disappointed in us as we cast demonic spells on him. The spell's sound effects is layered atop a creepy deep voice. It sounds like it's saying, Vallamir. Maybe Vallamir? I don't know. Chopping it up, reversing it, I didn't really yield any answers for me. Let's press on.
Spare me, please.
We slay the innocent Moji, and 1s and 0s emerge from his mouth. The text says, death occurrence, improper context. This signifies this wasn't meant to be part of the game. We've committed first-degree digital murder. Perhaps the 1s and 0s coming from Papa Moji's mouth is to be linked with the message in Endervale, I am crying 0s and hearing 1s. But nonetheless, Chandrelle has killed an NPC she wasn't meant to kill. This means she has this game's reins firmly grasped in her hand. We suddenly see a live chat on the right-hand side of the screen. Unlike the other memories of the characters, Chandrelle's is framed within a live stream. And remember, this was on the release day of Secrets of Legendaria, so the hype for this game, hot off the presses, is at its peak. All of these viewers are watching Chandrelle's rebellion against this realm during her lead debut in the gaming world. One must wonder how this first impression would affect the reception of the game. We travel north and go into the recently deceased Papa Moji's house, where Vallamir makes his first appearance. Again, note, his spawn sound effect is the same sound effect we hear when traveling into Endervale.
Hey girl, how's it hanging?
Vallamir, I can't say it's a pleasure.
You used my book. That was great.
That little rat was becoming a nuisance.
You said it, girl. Now, how about our deal? You bring me the 3 orbs of power, and I'll make sure this franchise never gets a sequel.
Yes, of course. I'll just need to...
Stop! That's better. Continue.
I'll just need to convince the Great Sage to let me keep the orbs. That old bat always tries to seal them away at the end of adventure.
Not this time. Okay, girl, find me some orbs.
The way Chandrelle speaks of the old sage and how he always seals the orbs at the end brings to mind how many playthroughs she must have gone through, being put through the gauntlet of endless playtesting. We grab a key, go outside, and open the gate with the key to press on. Meanwhile, the live chat gets pissy at us. They're apparently bored. Again, this is sort of hammering home the various insecurities of game development. This live chat, this live appraisal of your game, calling it boring on release day. What a disaster. We fight some enemy slimes, and every so often when we slay an enemy or land a critical hit, the chat pogs out with their logs out. We find a little dock. The sign reads, and I believe I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Karen says 1 coin. I've been calling it Charon all this time. We will return when we have said coin, or as it's referred to in the Greek mythology as an obol. But remember, this same exact motif was used in Pony Island. We talked to the child of Papa Moji.
Hey, kid, are you lost?
Nope. Daddy is out in the woods. He said he would pick me up.
I would just go home if I were you.
Daddy said to stay here.
That's sad. But it's interesting how Chandrelle shows some level of concern for little Moji Jr. Part of me thinks Chandrelle's disdain for Papa Moji comes from the repetitive, annoying process of having to go through the same tutorial over and over again. And thus she has no quarrel with Junior. The old Smithy's house is locked, so we'll come back when we have a key. In the center of town is a statue resembling Chandrelle, foreshadowing a hero that will never come to be.
Who are you looking at?
The great prophecy unfolds. You are the heroine of time. You must find the 3 orbs of power scattered across the land, and use them to seal away Vallamir once more. I heard rumors that a great dragon to the west is hoarding.
Great Value Deckard Cain subtly hints that our first target is a dragon. We talked to a nearby villager, no new information, but it solidifies Chandrelle being totally over this. We wander into the store, tended by none other than Mr. Squirrel. And since Bryce pointed out the glasses to Mr. Squirrel in Combat Arena X, the glasses are for sale, albeit in a scuffed condition. We will return when we have enough dosh. Also note we can see Steambot Willie's head as an easy to miss Easter egg. It doesn't seem we can enter the house on the left, so we proceed west to find a friendly slime.
What? You thought I was going to rush you like a madman? Let me guess, you met some bad slimes in the forest and now you think we're all bad. Move along and take your prejudices with you. I've got no time for them.
To the north, there is the Temple of Light. There's also an opening to the right. It shows the other parent of the cute family waiting for their bike to be repaired. This is a motif we're going to see a lot in Deskripshun. The latter acts of a story being arbitrarily blocked off by something that needs to be repaired. And there's always one person that's around to repair said blockage. Speaking of which, finally we head into the lava cave and talk to Rebecca, the mechanic. Remember, she was the wrench-wielding fighter in Combat Arena X.
Long day. I'm headed into town to fix some guy's bike. I have no interest in the orb of power that the dragon is hoarding. But, some knight just ran up the north. You know him? Yes, I do.
She warns us about a lot of kobolds in a long way up. But don't worry, after so much playtesting, Chandrelle and this mysterious knight know a way around it. Going west, we fight a kobold. Note that their face is identical to the faces of the enemy slime. These enemies seem mass-produced and formulaic. Keep this in mind. I'm spending way too much time on this game. There is no helicopters in this game, but I'm going to give GameWorks a helicopter. Since we've been subtly introduced to the GameWorks, I'll say this now. While in the digital world, the GameWorks is this sort of talent agency / executive arm of Game Funa that manages and places and sort of overlords over characters, both playable and non-playable. In our world, or at least in the Mullinsverse world, the natural world, the GameWorks is a game development suite, a tool like the Unity engine or the Unreal Engine. Or like RPG Maker, for example. This development software takes a lot of the guesswork and creativity out of game development. You can tell when a game is a GameWorks game when the NPCs or the enemy NPCs all have the same face. From the Grundas in Weaselkid to the slimes in Secrets of Legendaria, and even some more futuristic NPCs all have that same face. A frown with 2 upwards tusks, a sort of flat, long, descended nose. I don't know how to describe it, really. And 2 frowning eyes with really distinct circular eyebrows. This is to signify the effect the GameWorks has in the field of game development, a desiccation of creativity. Defeating the kobold, we find a lake of lava. This will be necessary for the error achievement of Secrets of Legendaria. So we'll be back. Going north to rescue the knight, we find Lazarus. I thought he was a space marine.
Hey, Lazarus, what took you so long? You know how much this hurts, right? It was the tutorial. Moji was tedious as ever. Better than this, I imagine. Can you cue the escape? Much better. Let's take the shortcut to the boss. Up ahead. I mean,
You have my sword.
Fighting some more carbon copy enemies, I realized Lazarus's moveset is essentially a copy of Chandrelle's. They both have a single target, powerful attack, an attack that hits all enemies but for less damage, and a support spell. Lazarus heals at the cost of the target's mana, and Chandrelle replenishes her mana at the cost of her health. Before taking the shortcut, I want to say this. You can easily dispatch all normative bosses in this game with no cheese and without grinding. However, the doppelganger boss is tough. If you'd like to grind for that boss, I'd recommend grinding out these kobolds a bit. Upgrade Lazarus and Chandrelle's health once when leveling up, then prioritize damage and crit damage, but not crit chance. You'll see why in a moment. We take the shortcut to the left and the chat goes crazy, calling the player a cheater. I imagine in a joking manner. Fun fact, you can actually open all the chests and grab all the potions before fighting the dragon boss. Speaking of potions, we can clip through the bottom wall and find the most powerful consumable in the game, the Critty Tuna. So far, Carla has left a shortcut to avoid a grind that she disagrees with, a powerful consumer, to spite the level designers for not putting colliders in this area, and this mysterious computer that duplicates items.
SMH my head, I'm honestly sorry. Take this for the boss.
Before fighting the boss, let me pull a little gamer move. I consume all my potions, except the Critty Tuna and the attack boost potions. The attack potion can only be used in battle. I run to the computer by clipping through this part of fencing, on the path that leads to the lava level. I click on the computer but find that it duplicated the attack boosters and not the crit boosters.
Ah, but it duplicates these. So it duplicates its first in, first out, which is kind of troublesome. Okay, so that's what we'll just have to figure that part out.
That observation, the earliest obtained item in your inventory being the one that gets duplicated, it's not always the case. I still don't know how Carla's computer decides which item to duplicate. So let's just fast forward. I find an enemy to fight so I can consume all the attack potions, come back to duplicate only the Critty Tunas, and now let's fight the dragon.
Huh? It feels like I just went to sleep. So, you want this orb of power, huh? Think again, tiny adventurers.
I love the dragon's voice font. It's so unfitting. I can only hope my voice acting does the contrast justice.
You're really just so arrogant. What gives you a right to my orb, huh?
Also note, again the enemy has that same goofy face. Lazy grind segments, missing colliders, and cut and paste enemy faces. No wonder Carla was so disillusioned with this final product. And to top it all off, this game is missing minigames. There's fish, but where's the fishing? Why isn't there fishing? Maybe Carla can remedy this as well. Anyways, we eat our critty fishes and fight the sweaty dragon, doing major damage. The fish maxes out your critical chance. This is why I said it was unnecessary to increase crit chance when leveling up.
Okay, sorry. I just can't believe you. You come into my lair, Mir knows how, and demand my orb. Like, how inconsiderate.
Bah.
Note the dragon says Mir knows what, like God knows what. So Mir is the god of this game, and perhaps Vallamir is the devilish deceiver of this game's world. Or perhaps Vallamir is the prime principality of this world. Maybe Mir is just a shortened version of Vallamir. And that would be kind of fitting. A game where its prime deity is an evil, destructive one. I mean, tying that with some of my final theories regarding Pony Island, that's kind of interesting. But not so interesting that I'm gonna have to relitigate Pony Island. Let's keep moving forward.
Wow.
We finish off the dragon and the chat cheers. Grabbing the red orb, a portal opens and takes us to the town square. But before that, Vallamir interrupts our dimensional travel. Note the fog that covers this area. This is all happening out of the view from the spectators, out of view of that hex iris in the sky. I'm sorry, I just jumped the gun there.
Hey, sorry to catch you mid-teleport. What do you want? I see you have one of the orbs, and you've recruited a friend. It's fine, he's cool. I'm cool with what? This RPG is headed for, utter disaster. Instead of saving the world, your heroine is going to destroy it.
Look, Lazarus, this franchise could run dozens of sequels. Why not give the unknown a chance?
Also, I can give you some sweet endgame gear. I've got a sword from Endervale. Okay, alright. Perfect. See you later, girl.
I might be getting a little bit floppy with it, but one thing I find interesting is Vallamir, the main antagonist of Secrets of Legendaria, is a bit chauvinistic. He refers to Chandrelle as girl, interrupts her. If not chauvinistic, he just has these vague toxicities. This is interesting because it kind of ties into sort of how Chandrelle was conceived. I'll say this now, perhaps the fact that Chandrelle, a female protagonist, is the lead in Secrets of Legendaria was a contentious thing during its development. We won't find out more about that until the very last game flashback in Walk. This part. With our new sword from Endervale, we leave Vallamir and teleport to the town square. We take a look-see inside the temple and find the janitor that Chandrelle referred to when looking at the framed photo at the Sixth Pint.
What do you want? I'm just cleaning up here. Don't worry, I'll be gone before the final showdown with Vallamir. This place actually doesn't keep itself clean. That's my job. You know, you're supposed to find the orbs of power, right? Not just talk here to me. Okay, get along. I have work to do. Look, between you and me, I hate this gig. If you could get me into, say, Vicious Galaxy, that would be exciting.
Vicious Galaxy? Are you sure? I heard it's vicious.
Anything would be better than this. If you get the chance, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Okay, we're good.
And this is what I was referring to when I said that this character was recycled for a different game, that game being Vicious Galaxy. Sadly, our janitor does get their wish, but it's at a dear cost. Before heading out, we place the red orb at the altar and bid the janitor a farewell. We can find our doppelganger by entering a secret opening behind the temple. Again, note the fog that surrounds this area.
Ah, we got screwed.
Sadly, I was just a tad bit too weak for the doppelganger, even with the crit boost. This is why I said to upgrade your health at least once, so you have a bit more survivability. It's okay though, let's level up some more in our pursuit of the second boss and return to fight the doppelganger later. Real quick, with our riches from the dragon boss fight, we buy the broken glasses from Mr. Squirrel and we give them to Rebecca the mechanic. She takes them off our hands and will repair them on her own time. We go north to find that the biker is no longer blocking the way. We keep proceeding north to find that the biker is being assailed by these snake creatures. We help this biker critter in a fight against these snake creatures called Lamias. Always focus down the green priestess Lamia first so that you don't need to fight longer than you need to. Their healing is quite troublesome. After defeating the Lamias, the critter tells us where to find the second boss, a Sphinx. And this critter lets us use their bite. The spectators seem pleased with this new mount. We go to the pyramid where the Sphinx boss is located.
Is that Sphinx with the orb of power in there? Well, as a matter of fact, she is. If you seek an audience, my queen will require 36 golden ankhs. Do you think the bugged out ankh is still there? At the top left corner of the map? Probably. You cannot bring me bugged out ankhs. I can tell. Worth a try though? Yep.
So let's go ahead and follow Lazarus's lead. On our sweet ride, we head to the top left of the map, and after cutting down some Lamias, we find a dense puzzle. Much like Daniel Mullin's, Lionel loves his puzzles. But before we rack our brain too hard, oh shit! I just realized something. Daniel, Lionel, Daniel, and the Lion's Den. Daniel, Lionel, that's pretty... These are the perks of getting floppy with it. Anyways, before we rack our brain too hard about this puzzle, somebody in the chat lends us a hand. It's Bandito7, one of the OG Super Weaselkid fans.
Hold on, I think I know the answer. Epic facepalm.
As a reminder, this is a spoiler-free stream. Breaking the rule will result in a ban.
Circle, then question mark, then upside down triangle, then ankh.
As a reminder, this is a spoiler-free stream.
He does it for free. All right.
I had overlooked this secret in my initial findings. If we clip on the left side of the wall, in that little bugged-out Ankh oasis, we'll find this note from Carla. No one will ever see this, so I might as well use it to vent. F you, Lionel. Working for you is a nightmare that I regret every day. What a mess. And of course, it's signed with her rubber duck motif. Now this is interesting because the extent of their hostilities has now reached that point of which she's just straight up, giving them the F-bomb. Big thanks to Norbies on the Steam community forums for their guide, Screenshots of Secrets. I wouldn't have found this otherwise. Solving this puzzle, we now have access to that bugged out Ankh. I want to point this out. Having exactly 36 Ankhs will fool the Jackal Guardian into thinking that they are legitimate. Now, no matter what, even if you show him a surplus of obviously unlegit Ankhs, he will still let you through, but just showing him 36 will replace Chandrelle's Firestorm attack with a powerful Ankh Storm attack, and also allow us to circumvent a mini-boss in Lazarus' flashback segment. Do you have my Queen's Ankhs or not? Yes, 36 exactly. And we took our time finding them. Let me see. These are... Wow. These are some genuinely nice Ankhs. I can smell their realness. I must say, bravo. There are some who would try to cheat me. But to reward your honesty, I'm granting you a new ability. I don't think my queen will mind.
Jack, is that my fruit platter?
That's cute. The Jackal's name is Jack.
Oh, some adventurers. Prepare to be vexed, incompetent fools. For in this fight, there is a new set of rules. I will pose you a question. I will allow you to muse. Answer correctly to continue. Answer incorrectly and lose. Prepare yourselves. Steel yourselves, adventurers, for you are about to be riddled. Put away your swords and spells and prepare to be riddled.
We entered the boss fight with the Sphinx. Know that the Sphinx's mana and health is both 777. Interesting. Both the dragon and Azazel from Pony Island call us arrogant when we fight them. For the sake of thoroughness, on my own time I went through the Pony Island footage again to see where we were called arrogant and by which boss, but I simply cannot find it. I don't know if I'm just misremembering, but I'm like 75% sure someone calls us arrogant. Both Asmodeus and the Sphinx are linked with the number 777. Combine this with the Templar's helmet and Endervale, and Vallamir's sort of dualistic deuteragonist and antagonistic role, kind of like Hopeless Soul's deuterantagonistic role, and Lucifer having an antagonistic role, and them kind of being merged together. The phrase, his father pure evil. There's so much Pony Island parallel in Secrets of Legendaria, but let's keep moving forward. The boss fight against the Sphinx is less a fantasy traditional boss fight and more of a game show, our attacks being replaced by answers to her various riddles. Among a bevy of simple riddles, there are 3 nonsensical ones.
Okay. How many eggs should a female cockatrice lay given a 4-month gestation period, but disturbed at 2 months by a monster only to resume 1 month later in a different roost?
It's 2734. I just watched Trevor X play this battle. It's 2734.
As a reminder, this is a spoiler-free stream. Breaking this rule will result in a ban.
2734. That's the Hopeless Souls number. That's pretty interesting. How many points on a pyramid?
An old man sits down by a pond watching the fish shimmer in the sun. His wife is beside him from dawn until dusk. At night, he visits a cemetery to leave some flowers on his wife's grave. How?
She's a wraith. Trevor X had trouble with that one. She's a wraith.
User Bandito7, this is your last warning. Further rule infringements will result in a ban.
She is a wraith. The runes here read, loser says what? Oh, a wizard's beard.
User Bandito has been banned from the chat.
It's funny. Alright, a wizard's beard.
And now for our...
Well, wrong voice. And now for our sponsor question. Which drink provides the most refreshment? Popper's Root Beer. Body's Red Cola. My final question. What's my middle name? I made a new account. Her name is Trish. I mean, how the heck is anybody supposed to know these answers? Bandito7 is a true goat. No wonder his name ends in an 07.
Fuck you, mods. User Bandito has been banned from the chat again.
I had to include that F-bomb. I'm sorry, I know I keep it PG-13 here, but that was just too funny. This desert level had me all sorts of giggly for some reason.
I have questioned you now with wit and guile, and because you have prevailed, I must sip from this vial. Oh, she just gets murked. Everyone's clapping. Everyone's clapping, that's horrible.
So we slay the Sphinx, or really she slays herself, so we leave the tomb. But before heading back home, we pick up the coin, or obol, in the upper right-hand side of the desert. We head back to the dock and show Kerun our coin. We see Carla left another note on the water.
Spent months on this feature. Feature cut by dumbass boss out of spite. Nope, enjoy, by Carla.
This spells out that Carla, Lionel's childhood friend, became one of his employees, but the fact she refers to him as a dumbass shows that there was this rift between the two of them because of disagreements with how Secrets of Legendaria should be designed. I imagine while Lionel just wanted to ship this out as quickly as possible, Carla wanted to take the time to make sure this was a solid release. I'll say this now because it won't be revealed until much later in this game. Chandrelle was created initially for Combat Arena X. She would be the first female character on the roster. From there was Rebecca, and then ultimately Sado the Evil Clown. Keep this in mind, because there's a lot of depth to Carla Dosa's story than initially meets the eye. Let's keep playing. On this island, there's a cute robot with Steambot Willie's voice font here to greet us. This introduction to the fishing minigame is similar to Mr. Shrewd and Mr. Squirrel's introduction given in Super Weaselkid. Evidently, Carla made this out of love and homage to her childhood friend's first published game. It's so tragic that Lionel cut this segment out. We pick up a fishing rod and now have the ability to fish. This is where we can finally peel back the first layers of this game's ARG.
Half of a rusty old locket. You give it to Lazarus for safekeeping. Aha! Perfect! Awesome! So that's the first part of the big cipher.
We fish up 1/2 of a rusty old locket and give it to Lazarus. So we've just found the first half of this locket, and the fact that we've given it to Lazarus is a hint as where we can find the second half. Keep this in mind.
Magic carp. Magic carp! That's good. That's really good. I like that.
After a long day of fishing, we head back to the general store for a refreshment. The sponsored root beer is now part of the shop's stock. I don't have this written down, but we end up finding out later on that Popper's root beer is an actual brand in the Mullin's verse, or at least in Lionel's world. This tells me that Lionel sold out and sold ad space in his own game to an external company, breaking immersion for an extra bit of dosh. Not gonna lie, I kind of respect the grind. The root beer doesn't do anything special, but it's a quite powerful restorative consumable. We can also buy the key to the smithy's home. We purchase the key, head to the home, open the door, and inside we find a dead NPC. Not defeated, but dead. You see, the various bosses we fight will come back once again. They, like many NPCs, get killed, recirculated, recycled by the GameWorks, and reintroduced into their game. But this smithy died trying to create a hexagonal artifact. Gosh, now that has me wondering, is the smithy Vallamir? Who is the smithy? While the smithy failed, this scene, in combination with all the hex motifs of Vallamir, get me thinking that a lot of what's going on in Secrets of Legendaria is somehow contributing to the ultimate hex ritual. So not only is Chandrelle's desire to sabotage subverting this game, Reggie's machinations are also subverting them. At what point do their paths cross? With some more grinding under our belt, we take on the doppelganger once more and defeat her.
We're like on the skin of our nuts.
As a reward, we pick up a Mimic Charm. This item picks a random attack from an enemy's moveset and places it in the user's moveset, replacing one of their moves. For the most part, Chandrelle and Lazarus' moves are the most powerful and useful in the game. In my explorations, I have actually soft-locked myself on more than one occasion, taking on too many weak moves from enemies. We'll hold on to this Mimic Charm because it's used in the error achievement for this flashback segment. But I'm getting ahead of myself. How do we know the location to this error achievement? Well, sometimes when fishing, we can get a small vial with health potion inside of it. The note written in the scroll inside the vial says, Lava Lake equals Cinnabar. So this points us in the direction of the lake within the lava area. And Cinnabar references the island where you can trigger the missing no glitch in the early Pokemon games. So we go to the lava lake and trigger the missing no glitch enemy, the same way we did in Pony Island. In this fight, we use the Mimic Charm. We copy Missing No's single move. The title of this move is Jumbled Text. We use Lazarus' Transfuse Blood spell so that we don't do any damage and kill the Missing No enemy by accident. The binary in the copy to text description translates to the repeating word Entervale, 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 another clue that points in the direction of the Entervale hint. Also note that when our cursor highlights this attack, instead of it being white, it highlights that Endervale purple. With Chandrelle, we use Missing No's attack on the Missing No enemy, and this happens. Now, hold on. Why Asmodeus? This is another Pony Island reference. By the way, the game just crashed. What link does Endervale have to that game? Maybe just as Pony Island takes place in this digital afterlife, Endervale is the afterlife for all these digital game creations. I have a few ideas. I'll have to make way in one of the whiteboards to talk about them. Also, side note, defeating Missing No just normally nets a pretty hefty amount of EXP and gold, so it's still a great boss to fight for the EXP alone if you've already gotten the error achievement. So we have another small part to the second part of this cipher. This error is labeled in the achievements as error 57. So far we have 092x57. Note that 09 plus 57 equals 66, one digit away from 666. But going back to the cipher, we still technically don't even know that there is a cipher puzzle to be solved yet. So stay tuned. Each time I play a game, the first time I play it through normally. Then I give a good 1 or 2 additional playthroughs, combing through everything. And I typically record my 3rd or 4th playthrough for this video. When fishing, sometimes we can catch a message in a bottle. I couldn't find it in this recorded playthrough, but here's the clip from when I did in my second cursory investigation. The message reads, use at your own risk. Scene ID equals Flashback Fantasy Island. Now, if we modify the save file in Notepad and change the scene ID to Flashback Fantasy Island, opening the hex, this happens.
Fantasy Island.
Ah, my first day on Fantasy Island. How exciting. Finally, some time to just lie on the sand, soak in the sun, and relax. And, of course, who could forget the beautiful women? I hear this island has someone for everyone, whatever you're into. Oh, what's that? I hear someone approaching.
Hello, stranger. Care to answer a riddle? How do you spell attractive with just 2 letters? You are. Get it? Let's go find a fruit platter.
Cute, but that's not what's important. Sorry, Sphinx. Duping the message in the bottle using Carlos' computer changes the description. And so we first come across this incomplete cipher. Finally, we have the unsolved cipher, the puzzle to solve the cipher. Already, we can surmise the first part of the cipher. If you notice, the already revealed characters are Elite Speak, Sa, blank, 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 Arilla, Sarsaparilla. So those 4 X's are RSAP. Where are we supposed to put these in? Where are we supposed to type these in? Don't worry, we'll get to that. But we have our key now. We just need to find the lock. During my investigation, I was able to put this one together, but I had trouble with these 2. This is because there are hints littered throughout the game that point you into the direction as to what you're looking for to solve these parts of the cipher. And so sadly, these 3 hints I could not find. I was under the impression that maybe I was supposed to trigger something to cause these hints to appear, but I'm not even that certain, honestly. Sadly, at this point, I had to swallow my pride and take to the internet to solve the rest of this cipher. So in the end, big shout out to those who put in the footwork when this game first released and solved this cipher in the decentralized community effort that it was on the Steam forums. And when I say decentralized, I really mean it. I mean, like, every small part of this larger cipher is like hidden in a bunch of different forum posts. Everybody talks about the hints, but they don't really tell you how or where to find them. Everybody talks about Endervale, but nobody really ever talks about how to get there. Now, although my personal hunt ends here, I'll at least do my best to recreate the process for you and fill in the blanks as we go. Now let's move on. Now, with the Sphinx slain and all the investigation that's here in this beefy flashback sequence, let's go ahead and take on the Kraken. We talk to a strange-looking sailor.
Ahoy! I am Captain Barney. The eastern winds brought word of your victory over the Sphinx.
Huh. You're looking more blue than usual.
Just a spot of the seasickness.
That seems...
My ship is docked here. The final orb of power was swallowed by a great kraken. We must venture out to sea in search of the beast. Follow me.
He leads us onto the boat. On the boat, we fight the Sahagin and its children. Now that's sad. We defeat them and talk to the sailor once again.
Ahoy, mateys. I think we're close to finding the kraken. I left a map in the cabin. Would you kindly take a look at it for me? I think we're getting close.
We go below deck and see a trail of blood, or perhaps red paint. Perhaps somebody was dragged here, or this red paint is leading us somewhere. This blood or red paint is reminiscent of the hex drawn around the dead smithy. Also note that Jeremiah's glinting monocle is peering at us within one of the barrels. Clicking on it startles Jeremiah from within the barrel. He hops and then disappears, his glint no longer showing. We find the real Captain Barney beaten and restrained.
Captain Barney? Ahoy! I am Captain Barney. The eastern winds brought word of your victory over the Sphinx.
Is he broken? Finding him here is definitely not scripted. So who is that blue guy pretending to be him?
Ahoy! I am Captain Barney.
Let's just get back out there.
We confront the blue imposter.
Ahoy! I'm Captain Barney. The eastern winds. The eastern winds brought... Are you serious, Chandrelle? You didn't recognize me? This turn-based combat has made you soft. I liked you better as a fighter. But orders are orders. You'll either stay as the heroine of time for all future sequels, or I'll sink you myself.
It's Irving, the judge, jury, and executioner of the GameWorks, coming to put a stop to Chandrelle's plan to destroy this property and prevent any future sequels.
So you show up and beat me while everyone is watching? That's an even better way to sabotage this game.
Who's watching? I steered this vessel into thick fog for more than just dramatic effect.
They can't see us?
I'm not only going to beat you, you'll be thrown overboard and replaced with someone more compliant.
Don't get too ahead of yourself.
So this would finally confirm that the fog blocks the view of the spectators, and while it's not specifically spelt out yet, the very final scene of this game will confirm that this black reflective eye in the sky is a threshold to the real world. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. This is so key. The failed hex artifacts strewn about the corpse of the smithy, Vallamir's various hex motifs, the non sequitur root beer sponsorships, Jeremiah lying in that barrel in wait, and right there on the precipice, the threshold, the purpose of the hex ritual. I was just about to get ahead of myself right there. But nonetheless, running parallel to Chandrelle's rebellion, Rootbeer, Reggie, and Jeremiah were running their own op. And perhaps Jeremiah, on behalf of Reginald, found a common ally in both Chandrelle and Lazarus. Now, Irving is a tough boss fight, but after doing enough role-playing game damage to Irving, this happened.
Chandrelle, I remember in Combat Arena the best matches were the ones where you ran out of mana. Seeing you bring out those fists gets me hyped. Show me your fight stance, now. Well, that makes things difficult. Do you need some help? Here, let me show you.
Now we must do fighting game damage. We make quick work of Irving, but I want to appreciate the floating fighters in the background calling back to Combat Arena X, their grunts and sighs syncing with the music. For Mir's sake, we've somehow connected this to Suspiria. How floppy of us. Anyways, once we get Irving below 200 health, it seems the ship crashed into the Kraken and the fog begins to clear.
The fog is clearing. That is a major buzzkill. I can't be seen here, so farewell, Chandrelle. Say hi to Vallamir for me.
Irving flees before being seen by the chat, and we find that it was Jeremiah who steered the ship out of the fog and into the Kraken.
Did you steer this ship out of the fog? And into that...
Don't look a gift Kraken in the mouth, right?
Why did you...
You've gotten yourselves into a bit of trouble. If you ever need help again, there is a place I know of. The 6 Pint Inn. You might find me there.
We grab the blue orb and teleport back to the town square. We touch base with the sage and head straight to the temple to place the remaining 2 orbs.
You've done well to make it this far, heroine. Now place the orbs of power upon this shrine. Let us seal away Vallamir for another 1,000 years.
Let's get this party started.
You didn't wait for me? Who is this?
Thanks again, Chandrelle. Just get it over with. Sure thing, girl. Delicious. Now, let's have some fun.
Chaos reigns upon the lands of Legendaria. The chat is evidently pissed. So much gameplay was skipped with exploits, obscured by fog, and the supposed heroine turned out to be a cold and unlikable villain.
The Temple of Farts. That's actually pretty sick. I wonder if we can go back into that area. Oh, hold on.
I search inside the back room of the temple to see if anything changed in there, and nope, nothing. Going to the right, we catch a glimpse of some of the apocalyptic strife.
The Dark Lord Vallamir has risen. His faithful servants are now rewarded. Glorious day, glorious day. Interesting, huh?
This Lamia, a servant of Lord Vallamir evidently, will make an appearance in Wasteworld. Now that I think about it, there's also another Lamia that we will find that has heavy linking to Pony Island. So yeah, again, Vallamir has got to be some sort of parallel, perhaps to Hopeless Soul or Lucifer, not sure, there's something there. Anyways, traveling far enough will cause the screen to fill with negative reviews. Many find this story to be too cynical, the main character to be too moody or unlikable. Its release day reception is an utter disaster. Chandrelle and Lazarus await their punishment in front of the GameWorks Bureau of Player Characters. This is a correctional office. So not only is Irving a managerial dweeb, he's a fed.
Admin T. Irving.
Secrets of Legendaria is cancelled. Congratulations. That's a lot of NPCs out of work, a lot of slimes to deal with. Are you satisfied?
Reasonably, yes.
Lazarus?
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah? Well, you're reassigned to Vicious Galaxy. Let that sink in.
I've heard bad things about.
You were merely an accomplice. The Bureau is going easy on you, so get out of here. You've got some aliens to kill.
Chandrelle, I regret this.
Lazarus is transferred to the realm of Vicious Galaxy alongside some other non-player characters from Secrets of Legendaria. Chandrelle's fate is particularly disturbing.
As for you, you're out. No more reassignments.
Fine with me. I'm done being someone's pawn.
I'll take the void. You know, we used to think that was punishment enough. But after your pal Bryce, and now you, we have decided to revise that theory. Gotta disincentivize others, of course. so they asked me to get creative with you.
What?
Vallamir? Hey, girl. Been a while since I've seen you decompressed.
What is this?
We could hardly find another game for a niche character like Vallamir, so we thought he could tag along with you in your skull. We're going to be roommates. No, yes.
So this confirms the voice that came from within Chandrelle's skull was Vallamir. Remember, these are flashbacks before the events of the 6 Pint Inn. The extraction device in the cellars of the 6 Pint Inn are for the aforementioned exorcism of Vallamir from his host Chandrelle.
That was trippy. Wait, where am I? What's going on here? Huh?
Welcome to your new home. It's at least more spacious than your last one.
Oh, come on, girl. You can't say you didn't enjoy the company.
I very much can now, you disgusting, ineffectual cloud of bad breath.
You watch your mouth, you.
Wow, I could really go for another piece of that pie.
Okay. Where am I?
The exact whereabouts would be meaningless to you. How's the air in there?
Why, you just wait until I get out of here.
You're going to have to hold in those farts.
I believe that Vallamir is an essential ingredient for the Hex ritual to work. I wonder if Reginald and Jeremiah noticed an opportunity here and permitted that GameWorks possess Chandrelle with Vallamir. And thus, Chandrelle is put in a desperate position. She has a need for an exorcism and the means for the ritual. But if that were the case, why is Vallamir so coveted as a power source? What's his connection to Endervale? What's with all of these Pony Island motifs? Much of that is still going to be a mystery, but I think we'll do a pretty good job towards the end of the video cleaning up a lot of what kind of centers around Endervale and Vallamir. Perhaps Vallamir's link to a realm beyond the threshold, Endervale, is necessary in reaching another realm beyond the threshold. Our flashback sequence has ended. We go back upstairs and chat with some of the patrons.
That glowing radiation on your head?
The headlamp?
Yeah.
What about it?
Can I borrow it?
Sure, whatever. Just stay away from me. I had almost forgotten that someone was planning a murder until I saw you again.
At this point, we can give the headlamp to Rust as Chandrelle, but don't worry if you forget to do this, you can easily get it from her as Rust. This is essential for a secret ending with Vallamir.
How are things up here? Lots of suspicion, not much in the way of developments. Where did you go off to? You were down there for quite some time. I had an issue to deal with. You escaped your punishment for our little misadventure. I just escaped mine. If only it were that easy. Kid Eye. You look different. Did you put on makeup or something? Forget it. Seriously, what changed? I put on some makeup. Gee, sorry for asking. No textures except your arms and legs. Lionel sure has gotten sloppy. Oh, I get it. You're from a first-person perspective game. No need for a face. It's been a long road to here, Bryce. And I thought Combat Arena was bad. I'm glad you found some peace. Peace? Not yet. There's one more thing I need to do. One more thing? What do you mean by that? Please, Bryce, don't tell me you thought you were here to cook pies.
We talk to the rest of the patrons and finally touch base with Reginald.
Hey, barkeep, what would it cost to have Bryce whip up another pie?
Pie? My goodness!
I'm sorry, did I say something?
I had nearly forgotten. A guest. That fellow in the hood. What was his name again?
I believe it was
Dust. That's right. Dust!
Now we control Rust from Wasteworld, but first, let's explore Chandrelle's final whiteboard. I'm really liking these whiteboards, man. Yeah, habibi, look at this whiteboard. I really like Chandrelle because her inception, her creation is so interesting. There's so many things, it's very easy to overlook. And gosh, I love Daniel Mullin's games because while our noses are at the floor sniffing out the ARG, there's just so many great just narratives being written right before our very eyes. It's like two mysteries in one. I really want to play it close to the chest right now because it's a very interesting thing I was able to piece together. But I'll still point out some information that we already know. So we're not jumping the gun here. It's a no-brainer. All these flashbacks that we've been experiencing, the characters we've been playing as, are creations of Lionel Snill. Or, I guess in the case of Bryce, not a creation of Lionel Snill, but a property acquired by Lionel Snill. So it's safe to assume that Chandrelle is a creation of Lionel, and this will be further confirmed in Walk. She was not purchased. Here's the thing. Black hair, pale skin. Where have we seen that before? Kind of looks a lot like the profile picture of Carla 51. Keep this in mind. We aren't done with Chandrelle just yet. I'm very excited. It's such a small detail. It's such a small detail, but I love that. I love small details that are hiding in front of us. It's great. So this isn't technically the final whiteboard segment for Chandrelle. We're going to wrap up much later in the video, and the final whiteboard will be during the dev commentary when we have the full picture of Chandrelle. It's obvious where the story is going. Created personas seeking vengeance against a creator that abandoned them.
It's not that simple, Detective. We're not talking about mere abandonment, but an annihilation of everything that one might value. Their purpose in life, their reputation, their loved ones.
Weaselkid rose early and fast, and before he could fly any higher, Mr. Shrewd was taken from him. And then Weaselkid himself was sacrificed at the altar of Mammon. Bryce had found his purpose, baking pies with his grandmother. He was comfortable and efficient in his little pocket of the digital realm. And then he was plucked and against his will placed in a folly, a mess, from prosperity to catastrophe. It also sucked that his grandma got hurt too.
Chandrelle's situation is a special kind of screwed up, created by one loved one, then made evil, cynical, and maligned to project negative qualities onto other loved ones.
You think that's why Chandrelle's so cold?
I think so, Detective. I'd rather everything be taken from me than my hands be used for evil purposes.
You're going to have to hold in those farts.
As Rust, we talk to a few of our fellow patrons. We conclude our talking shop with Lazarus.
So then, you are a swordsman? But then...
Certain events. Chandrelle can tell it better than me. But then my Space Marine career started.
How long did you serve? As a Space Marine?
Too long.
But you found yourself here in the end.
The end. That sounds about right.
How's your gun arm?
Look, swapping stories has been great, but I'd like to just sit here alone for a while.
We do a bit of foreshadowing with Super Weaselkid.
Hey, kid.
What's up, creep?
When you were in your platformer, did they make you shoot the Grundas?
Shoot them? I just jumped on their heads, punched them a bit in Radical Road. You have to be pretty sick to shoot them.
Oh. Hey, just keep a distance,
Man, this murder isn't a mystery to me.
We respect Walkman's boundaries.
You look lost, pal. Silent type, huh? Look, I can just leave you be. Is that what you want?
We get accused by Chandrelle.
You do realize that I'm familiar with most of the other patrons. The only ones I don't know are you and the guy incapable of speech. You've got a knife. He's got some poorly textured gloves. Take your bets, folks.
Chandrelle seems to express her distrust against Rust and Walkman. And finally, Bryce points out the knife strapped to Rust's belt.
What's your take on this murder?
I'd say there's only one of us with a knife strapped to his chest.
And this is a skinning knife for rat rats and whatnot. Not too sharp on the tip. Wouldn't work too well for stabbing.
I'm sure you'll find a way.
I ain't planning on a murder. Promise.
And why should I trust you?
No convincing you, huh?
Just keep that knife away from me. There's no rad rats in here.
After touching base with all the characters, we talk to Reginald.
Ah, Dust. I have good, name's Rust.
Of course!
I have good news. The hologram concierge system is back online. I can finally guide you to your room as I always intended.
A room?
Of course. Just follow the holo concierge.
A holographic staff. I'm not sure if this was an intended reference, but this reminds me of the holographic staff at the Sierra Madre Resort in Fallout New Vegas. Screw those guys. It didn't matter how tough your character was, if you didn't take the time to disarm those enemies, you got boned. Your slate got wiped clean. It's so interesting to me how Rust in particular seems to borrow little aspects of almost every single Fallout game. He looks like the Vault Dweller from Brotherhood of Steel. He has a super mutant sidekick like Fox in Fallout 3. He's an unwitting pawn in a deranged old man and his holograms, like in the Sierra Madre DLC of New Vegas. And he lost his son, kind of like in Fallout 4. But nonetheless, of course, Wasteworld's gameplay is more akin to 1 and 2, Fallout's 1 and 2. Well, I don't know if that was intentional or if I'm just getting floppy cocky with it, but still, let's move on. Going upstairs, we look at a framed photo of Rocky.
Rocky?
The sight of Rust's long-lost sidekick and adopted post-apocalyptic son distresses him. We enter Rust's room. We analyze a bust of a boss from Wasteworld, Dust Bowl Danny.
Dust Bowl Danny. I didn't reckon I'd see you here.
This first hologram puzzle is easy to solve, but I noticed something.
Oh, look at that. What's that? That's a map. Oh, hold on, but what's that a map to?
There's this vase. I believe this is simply a map to the cache, a key plot point that was intended in Wasteworld's official release, but who knows? I'll keep this in mind in case it correlates to any of Wasteworld's secrets. Now, the next puzzle had me stumped for a while in my initial playthrough. I'll play it out in case anybody else gets stuck on their... 1 second. Hello? Is there another secret you need to fill me in on?
No, not yet. I'm just calling to tell you that boneless wings are pre-dipped chicken nuggets.
Why would you say that? College changed you.
This is what the final answer of this puzzle looks like. Just simply use your cursor to cover up that middle holographic emitter. But I want to draw your attention to the vase on the left. This is very similar to the vase we've seen in the previous room. Whereas the first vase, I believe, shows the path to the cache. This is the very beginning of the Wasteworld flashback. It's more clear that the second vase that we're finding is the shack we exit from in the second act of Wasteworld. You'll see, but I'm not sure if these actually point to any secrets.
With the puzzle solved, we head outside and walk past Chandrelle's room. The hologram is projecting a memory of Rust. After the events of Wasteworld, he's rambling, distressed, to Jeremiah, and perhaps Jeremiah is recruiting him for the ritual of the Hex. So when I do my game recording, I'll sometimes leave verbal notes for myself. This is one of my riveting observations.
And if you notice, his head's all fucked up.
Look at the top of his head! No, but seriously, notice the top of his head. Notice his bald Michael Jordan head ass. Once we jump into the Wasteworld flashback, we'll see that Rust has a full head of hair. So at some point, something must have changed from Wasteworld to when Rust enters the 6 Pint Inn, or whenever he's rambling to Jeremiah in that hologram, that caused him to lose his hair. And of course, while we are here, being that we just interacted with that framed picture of Rocky, keep Rocky in mind, if I hadn't said that already. We ascend to the highest point of the 6 Pint Inn and enter the room with the hexagonal window, the one that we see in the start menu. Jeremiah is waiting for us. We see the hex artifact lying on the table.
So it looks like whatever artifact the smithy was trying to create ended up getting successfully created.
Very faintly, we can see those sigils on the table. I did my best to decipher them, but I could only make out these 2 lines. Player characters who have been since disgraced creations. This table is an action of rebellion in the... And I simply couldn't make out anything further. The Hex Ritual, the one plotted by Reginald the Barkeep, or Root Beer Reggie, is one of rebellion, one of vengeance against a creator, the creator, Lionel Snill. Each character that we've been playing as has a reason for being a part of this plot. But why Reginald? Remember, the fact that we play as him, even if for only briefly at the beginning of the game, indicates that he is a player character. And so far, each flashback, nay, each character we've been controlling has been in chronological order. And so the fact that we play as Reginald the very moment we start the game is a subtle hint. If that's the case, then that must mean that before Weaselkid there was Reginald. And yet we don't get to remember his gameplay. This damnatio memoriae is a high disgrace and spells out the motivations for revenge of Root Beer Reggie.
It's good to see you again, Rust. We've got some catching up to do.
Jeremiah takes us to Rust's flashback, Wasteworld. This segment is subtitled Unfinished Business. Unfinished is definitely fitting as a descriptor for Wasteworld.
Come on, friend. Let us by and we can avoid conflict.
Why do you want to get by? Nothing out this way but rats and sand.
If there's nothing but rats and sand, why not let us by?
You know, don't you?
Know what, friend?
You know, the cachet.
This ain't gonna end nicely, is it?
Not if you want to still get by, friend.
Here we go. Gotta keep these creeps away from Pops.
Alongside Rocky, Rust faces off against these post-apocalyptic raiders. I want to point something out. Combat Arena X came out far before Wasteworld did, so evidently Lionel is recycling assets from old games to put in Wasteworld. Again, a little bit of laziness. So anyways, in our first fight with the raiders, we come to find out that Rocky is a tanky melee character, and Rust is a ranged character. Yes?
I found something in the Wasteworld segment of Walk, a piece of paper. Hold Shift and C. Pressing M lays down mines across the map. Pressing K kills the enemies your cursor is on, and F creates a copy of an ally your cursor is on.
Okay, F for friend, K for kill, M for mines. Thanks, mysterious stranger. I'll be using these cheats for this playthrough for the sake of speed, but we'll soon unlock action replay style cheats that are essential to beating the game.
That last raider sure had a lot of blood in him. You alright, Rocky?
Yeah, that was weird though. What did they mean about a cachet?
Come along now. I'll show you.
Instead of traveling north to the cache, we go south to find a destroyed bridge. I'm not sure if there's a way to fix this bridge. The circles indicate places we can walk on the overworld, so I wonder if there's something just out of our sight in that forest. Maybe the 6 Pint Inn? I'm not sure. Being that we're playing a modded version of this game, I wonder if the beginning segment was so crap that the mods we're using skip whatever pre-bridge segment that is, but I'm not entirely sure. We go to the location with the gear icon. It's Rebecca.
Rust, made it out of the forest, eh? Reckon so, but not without that dang bridge breaking down. It happens. Got some scrap?
Dang it. Sadly, we have just under the needed scrap to buy this chewing gum, an essential part of the Cipher. Don't worry though, we'll get back to this. This is just me giving you my insider baseball regarding this investigation. We play the game as normal. We approach the cache to see raiders trying to get into it. We can hear Jeremiah on the other side of the vault door.
I didn't want to raise your hopes, but it's real.
What is it, Pops?
A life. A lifetime supplies. We'll never go hungry again.
What about those raiders?
Craig? What?
We've got company.
One last fight, Rocky. I promise.
We unlock the ability to use cheats with something called a Codemaster. There are various fights in this game that can't be beat without these cheats. This is emblematic of this game's sloppy and rushed release. Lionel makes comment of this in the flashback segment of the Walk game. Now, using the Shift-C cheats are completely unnecessary, and those are truly cheats. But the Codemaster cheats are to be treated as part of the puzzle solving. Hopefully I explained that properly. We make short work of the raiders. Rust indicates that his grandfather told him the code to this cache when he was a kid.
This has been a long time coming. My father whispered a password to me as he died.
Wow, well, say it then.
Here we go.
Salsa parilla.
That is correct.
The vault opens, but there's nothing, just a wall. This game is incomplete, and Jeremiah fills us in on this.
I'm sorry to inform you. The resource titled The Cache.level is missing. In fact, your intrepid developer left a lot missing.
What's he saying, Pops? What does...
This game is incomplete. I've up and traveled every inch of this wasteland. Seems complete to me. In a sense, the game was abandoned, leaked, and now modders have taken over development. Modders? They will eventually receive a cease and desist. In the meantime, you will have to survive.
The article in the background essentially relays the same thing Jeremiah says, but another frustrating detail is that this game hadn't received updates in over a year. Thus, the modding community had created and labored to fill up an unfinished product. This is a common criticism against a lot of the more sort of open sourcey, highly moddable games, especially the open world ones like Fallout 4, Skyrim, and whatnot. A general criticism is, if these games are so good, why does it need mods? It should be released in a full satisfactory state so that there's no need for mods. It's an interesting topic and there's a bit of nuance to it, but in the case of Wasteworld, this is a complete case of cynical laziness and pride on the part of Lionel, and even more egregious being that Lionel and his company will eventually punish the modders. The next segment is titled Wasteworld, but incomplete. But if you exit and reload the game from here, it will reveal that we are now playing a modded version by Bandito 7.
Thing doesn't seem that modded. Come on, Rocky. The day is young, and we need to scavenge.
I purchased a scrap magnet from Rebecca so that we siphon more scrap from fallen enemies. Interestingly enough, if you were to reload the game from the chapter select into Wasteworld, your accrued scrap remains, so this will allow us to come back and purchase the chewing gum from the beginning.
Note that right before this combat instance, a command box loads in some mods. I assume these are Bandito 7's mods.
We confront some raiders, but the spelling in their dialogue is all messed up. This smells like a mod. Rocky points this out, and the raiders' heads are suddenly blasted off. By aliens? Aliens in a Western post-apocalypse? That makes no sense. I'm kidding, but this is another nod to the very unfitting alien motifs in the various Fallout games. These aliens, or Kryptons, are ranged. They also do hefty damage and take 2 hits to defeat. The only way to beat them is with the new unlocked Codemaster cheat, Infinite Damage. And that's such a vibe. Modding a game to the point of insane difficulty, then modding it again to make it more manageable, then also finding it too easy after that, so you mod it again to make it more difficult, and thus begins the cycle of modding. You love it and you hate it. More aliens spawn in, and we make short work of them, using the now unlocked Infinite Range cheat in combination with the Infinite Damage cheat. And this also turns Rocky into a ranged attacker.
Are you alright, Rocky?
Yeah, I'm okay. Those guys were weird, though. They seemed out of place.
Reckon I've never seen folks like them before. But the wasteland is a strange and wondrous place. Keeps you on your toes.
We beat the Kryptonians, and mods are beginning to take over the wasteland with UFOs flying about. And it looks like Rebecca has some repaired glasses in her shop. These are Mr. Shrewd's glasses that we bought from Mr. Squirrel and gave to Rebecca to repair in Secrets of Legendaria. We'll have to come back when we have enough money. But keep that in mind. This is the same Rebecca. She's like an actress or a cast member being placed from one set to another. That's why she has the same belongings. So it's safe to say then that the Rebecca that we meet in the Hex is the same Rebecca that we end up meeting in Inscription. Don't worry, don't keep that in mind right now. We still have a lot more to keep in mind. We travel north to find Vallamir from Legendaria.
Howdy. I'm told you can download a pretty cool mod past this point, but you can't pass without a ticket. No exceptions.
This Lamia has the same voice font of Hopeless Soul from Pony Island. Not only that, we need a ticket to pass. The same tickets we needed in Pony Island to unlock the secret ending. And the thing that's blocking us is the gates. Oh my... We'll be back. I'm so glad that we covered Pony Island, because that makes this all the more richer. We travel south to help Wizaro, the wizard from Combat Arena X. His description notes him as a seemingly out-of-place wizard.
Hey, Pops, there's someone over there.
Easy now, little rats. Oh, help has arrived. Please, direct my course.
Making sure he survives is essential to decoding the cipher on the locket found in Legendaria.
Many thanks to you, brave survivors.
Happy to help, friend. Where are you headed?
Oh, I think I'll stay right here for a time. Pick over the bodies.
Hold on a tick. Weasel shouldn't be in here. As far as I know, he has nothing to do with the Kryptons, the aliens. Bandito doesn't have that power to put him in this game. Weasel is in here on his own accord. Notice the patch on his abdomen. This is key. To what? I'm not even sure. As I'm recording this, I'm just realizing this right now.
Let's go ahead and mark this as another essential step in solving the cipher. Make sure to save Weasel in this fight. It's not hard, I'll say this right now. Many of the fights in Wasteworld are trivialized with the Mindfoot code injection. You know, the little Codemaster mechanic. So if you don't want to use like the cheats, Mindfoot is how I did most of my initial gameplay. But since we're on the topic of Weasel, let's get back to that patch. Jeremiah has this identical patch on his shroud on the same area that Weasel has a patch. Is this to signify that they are one and the same? They are the same person? That maybe there's some sort of shape-shifting going around? Or perhaps the shroud is made up of Weasel's garb? I just thought of that right now. I'm not sure. And to be honest with you, there's so much going on in this, it just sort of overshadows this. But I wanted to point this out in case some of you keen folks can think of some interesting things to draw from that detail. Barely on screen, you can see a little point in which we can travel to. So traveling west, we find the Vallamir worshipping Lamia from the ending of Secrets of Legendaria.
At last, you wouldn't believe what I've been through to make it here. But it's all worthwhile for Lord Vallamir. Can I trust you? Can I pass along the torch? Are you worthy of the glory of freeing my lord? Alas, I think not.
Dang it! I forgot to talk to Vallamir as Rust at the 6 Pint Inn. Don't worry, we'll clean this up and come back. Again, I'm giving you the insider baseball and a couple of the pitfalls in my own personal investigation, but we'll clean everything up, don't you worry. We have enough scrap now, so we go back to Rebecca and purchase the repaired glasses. Then we head to the radioactive city.
Fortune smiles on us today, Rocky. Let's sit and let those rats sort things out.
These rad rats are now being controlled by these mind control devices. We must fight these enemies without lingering in the poison gas. Or just cheat. We're gonna cheat.
Pops? I think we missed one.
What the?
Oh no, Rust is attacked by one of those mind control devices. More mods load in. We see a funny line of code. Unexpected file, Steambot Willy Head. And just like in the Pony Island game, the loading process gets hung up at exactly 66.6%. But we also see another oddity, Cipher.Cipher. So there's our hint, Cipher.Cipher. I want to be honest with you, even if I had gotten all these hints and I figured all this stuff out, I would have been eternally stuck on this step. So our hint is Cipher.Cipher. Now what you want to do is create a notepad file. When saving it in that drop-down menu, instead of saving it as a text file, click All Files, and then when you're naming this text file, name it Cipher.Cipher. Because it has that .cipher at the end, it will be called a Cipher extension. And then you can just reopen it back up with the notepad application as if it was just a regular text file. Within this Cipher file, we can input this code. Make sure you place your Cipher.Cipher file in the game data folder. It's in the same folder that the save data is located. Okay, so we have the key mold, we have the metal for the key, but we still don't have the key hole. Let's keep playing. Rust floats in this transitional realm between modded games. We can choose one of two buffs for Rocky. I find them both to be quite inconsequential. We're already basically about to finish the game. We make a choice and then find ourselves alongside Rocky facing Dust Bowl Danny. Remember, Russ references him when analyzing the bust in his room.
Ha! Welcome to the Boss Rush mod. My head hurts.
What's going on, Pops? How did we get here?
I'm Dust Bowl Danny. You might remember me from the end of the Dunes area.
Danny?
This is confusing, but I think we need to kill him.
He looks, unarmed.
Hands up!
Now, this segment is the Boss Rush mod. If we load from the chapter select screen into this segment, we'll come to learn that this mod was developed by Carla51. Keep this in mind for the final boss fight of the Boss Rush fight. Now, Dust Bowl Danny is a bit of a tricky boss fight. Each gun bot shoots straight ahead and does maximum damage. And so right now, every single space in the battle is covered by the gun bot's aim. I would recommend moving your characters to the right here using the infinite movement cheat. Again, it's totally okay to use these cheats. This is the normative way of playing out these puzzles. Move there, and then switch your infinite movement to infinite range and chain shot. If you notice, the gun bots only have 4 health, so you don't need infinite damage. So when you kill one gun bot, all the adjacent ones get killed as well. This will give you some breathing room. From here, I'm sure you can figure out the rest of the boss fight. Anytime you try hitting Dust Bowl Danny directly, he will switch with a gun bot, and the gun bot will take damage for him. But once you dispatch all gun bots, you are free to attack him.
Switch! Switch! Oh no!
Pops, we were in the city, and then... I know, Rocky. I reckon it's them Maz that little hooded thing mentioned. Darned if I understood them, though.
After beating Dust Bowl Danny, we get a ticket from Rebecca and retrace our steps past the radioactive city. We make short work of some mustard skunks. This is supposed to be a challenging fight, but we make it trivial by using these secret cheats. Note that these mustard skunks are just reskinned rad rats. They even make the same noises. We defeat them, make our way out of the radioactive city, and redeem the ticket from the hopeless Lamia.
Howdy! That looks like the ticket you got. Right this way.
And just when you think we haven't had enough Pony Island motifs, the path leads to a black circle. And the black circle, if you look close enough, has a red and blue sort of 3D outline, just like the color scheme of Pony Island as well. Stepping onto it loads another mod. Sadly, a lot of this mod's loading process is obscured with black glitch text, but nonetheless, the achievement for this is more friendly content, referencing when the hellish landscape of Pony Island was cosmetically transformed to be more friendly looking. With a bunch of powerful gear, we head on forward and fight the next boss. I beat this boss using the Mind cheat, but you can actually recreate this legitimately by using the Mindfoot Codemaster cheat. That's how I would recommend fighting this boss fight. Play very defensively and evasively, and just leave a bunch of mines all over the place and let those do all the work. That's a good strategy if you want to abstain from cheating on your first playthrough.
Beauty mortals, bow down before your lord, the Verm.
Where am I, by the way? This doesn't look like the nuclear caverns.
It doesn't matter. Breathe deeply.
We simply wait out his phases.
Wow, that totally didn't hurt.
I mean, if I'm being honest with myself, it did kind of sting.
I'm fine. Phase 2, watch out.
What else do we have down here?
Oh, I remember.
Nah, he's dead.
He then begins to spawn in enemies, but the mines make short work of them. These enemies are reskinned, irradiated versions of the enemies we're already familiar with.
You are trying my patience, mortals, and you're still not bowing. You wouldn't truly kill your lord, right? You are just playing, right? Stare me in the eyes and betray me. I dare you.
Defeated. Again. Another loss for the Verm. Perhaps I'm not worthy of the respect that I demand. Auf Wiedersehen.
We beat the Verm, and Rocky tells a little joke.
Hey, Pops, are we early birds? Because we just got the Verm. That's great, Rocky. A little bit of clowning around might be just what we need right now.
Oh, wow. A little bit of clowning around is actually not what we need right now. But sadly, that's what they're gonna get. The next boss fight is none other than Sado, the clown. And I've probably said this a million times already, and I'll say it a million times more again. But remember, Sado was developed by Carla51.
Who's that, Pops? I don't recognize her, Rocky.
So Carla made this mod alongside many other modders in this community-led process to complete this incomplete game, and she snuck in Sado. Very key, very key. I don't know how just yet, but just that's important. I know it is. Anyways, we enter the boss fight with Sado. Notice how Sado momentarily looks at us, the player. She is aware of our presence. Attacking her causes her to teleport. It's impossible to damage her. She specifically goes for Rocky, Rust's dear companion and son.
What's going on, Pops?
No, we can't let her do this. We need to cheat. I hold Shift, C, and K to... What? That was another error achievement. So this one is 3-3. That's 9 X's, 8 characters. We just need one more. While we're here, I might as well point this out. Sado's bloodshot eye is very similar to the eyes that we see strewn about in Endervale. Those are evidently Sado's eyes. But also it's very similar to Vallamir's bloodshot eye. Now with Vallamir, maybe it's because, he's a stoner, he gets high off that Endervale kush, that Jordanian Scooby-Doo bubblegum. But nonetheless, there are no coincidences on the Floppycock show. Let's keep playing. Before having another go at Sado, I want to clean up a little bit. So I'm gonna reload from when we first take control of Rusk. Taking the headlamp from Chandrelle, we go down into the cellar with the headlamp and talk to Vallamir.
I met one of your minions back in the wasteland.
Huh?
They said, this might happen. Gave me a hammer. Seriously? Dude, where's it at? I don't remember what I did with it. What? I don't have it on me anymore. Sorry. I'm not well.
After this dialogue, we simply play the game as normal, and now we can pick up the hammer from the Lamia in the desert. Also, since we loaded back in with all our sweet, sweet scrap, we can now purchase the chewing gum. The chewing gum is supposed to have a glitched out description, a keyword being login or LGIN. But when doing this investigation, this was one of 3 hints I had no clue how to trigger, and this particular one, I still have no clue. Placing the Cipher file in the game file doesn't cause it, having interacted with the computer in Legendaria doesn't cause it, so I'm stumped. But nonetheless, let's use this hint as if we've legitimately come across it. The key is LGIN. LGIN. It's a perfect fit for the first part of the 3rd segment of the Cipher, 4 characters. But I've tried it, and that is not the answer. Just a hint. Now, listen. I think I would have been able to solve this one, like on my own. Coming off the heels of Pony Island, being front-loaded with so many Pony Island motifs in Wasteworld, immediately I would have thought of logging in with the passport on Pony Island. Now, I probably would have looked at the Sado 51 and thought, well, Sado is evil, Lucifer is evil, so perhaps we should put in Lucifer's password. But his password is ponies. That's too many characters for this. The only password that works that has 4 characters is none other than Hopeless Souls, 2734. And guess what? That is, in fact, the correct answer. So what does that say about Sado? What linking does Sado have to Hopeless Soul, a character who at the end of Pony Island escaped? Let's keep playing. Before skipping past everything right up to the Sado boss fight, I found this cool little occasion. If you defeat Dust Bowl Danny by causing him to switch into mines, the gunbots will flee, ending the fight. So now let's face the inevitable. The finale of the boss rush against Sado.
Why is she targeting me?
Right when Sado is about to kill Rocky, Weaselkid01, a modder, comes in clutch with a turn reverse mod. We undo our turns, but Rocky is still gone.
Rocky? Where is he? What have you done?
Sado speaks in Mr. Squirrel's voice, I believe Mr. Shrewd's voice, Chandrelle's voice, and another unknown voice.
I'm preparing you for my own little mod. Hardcore mode.
My head hurts. So much. Rocky.
When you're ready to start, pull the trigger.
There's a reason why the name Sado or Sado brings to mind the word sadism. We shoot at Sado, and this takes us to the hardcore mod of Wasteworld.
Well, look who's back again. I am?
Still looking to find that cachet, aren't you?
This ain't gonna end nicely, is it?
Not if you still want to get by.
We could take him, Rocky.
Sure thing, Pops.
We can't use the Codemaster cheats in hardcore mode, but we can still use the keyboard command cheats. This fight might seem tough, but mind you, you keep all the gear you have accrued to help you in your fight. The best way to fight this is to keep distance and attack. You can afford to take a few hits. In our bloodlust, we skip straight to the cachet segment and brutalize the Rad Rats and Raiders.
Craig? Did I try Craig? He's back.
Sarsaparilla.
We face Jeremiah again, but this time we have a different article in the background. This one talks about Bandito 7, alongside other modders being sent cease and desists for modding and trying to profit off of this leaked game. And that's when I realized something. Lionel didn't release an incomplete game. He just simply stopped developing it, and then it got leaked. I know before I said something about cynical laziness or greed or something like that, but no, there's more to this story than meets the eye. We will find out more about this in Walk, but nonetheless, this action pisses off a lot of fans.
It's over. Almost time to leave. The mods are getting shut down.
What's he saying, Pops?
For the love of Mir Rust, what happened to you?
Where's Rocky? Where's my son?
You don't have a son, Rust. You never had a father either. You were created, given life by a developer, and the game works. Most player characters know that.
Where's Rocky?
Come on, Rust. There's a room for you at the 6 pint.
Damn it, Rust. Where's Rocky?
Probably dead. Enjoy the mods, Rust. They're about to get weird.
We are now in the Super Weasel world. Why would the modder that made the hardcore mod take us to Super Weasel world? We can collect coins by shooting them. We see a raider take the place of Mr. Shrewd and Mr. Squirrel.
Hello and welcome to Super Weaselkid mod. Here you can jump, shoot, and maybe even die among the spikes. We're all so excited that you're here. Where's Rocky? Good luck, pal.
Dying among the spikes, he says. When you get killed by the spikes, it causes our skeleton to remain, allowing us to walk upon it. The expendability, the disregard for suffering, and the loss of life that taints this game's taint is palpable. It's a very palpable taint. Tickling the chin of the first hill causes it to glitch out, but not crash the game. We reach an expanse of spikes, and now I realize this is exactly like the Super Weaselkid Redux level. But since we can't leap like Weaselkid, we have to die among the spikes and make a way for us with our own corpses. When shooting coins, we hop up a tad bit, and this can happen in mid-air. So using this exploit, we repeatedly shoot a glitched coin and reach Katarina.
You are not a young weasel.
You appear, in fact, older than your years. Oh no. He's used the serum on you. How cruel to be a slave to so many masters. Reggie's redemption now seems inevitable.
Who is the he that used this serum on Rust? Perhaps this serum that Katarina is referring to is what's causing Rust to go crazy, mangle his mind. If you notice, there are a lot of moments throughout the hardcore mod that hint at everything being a sort of simulation, or I guess a mind F, if you will. A hallucination, perhaps due to this serum. We'll get more of a bigger picture as we proceed with the hardcore mod, but I have a couple of questions. Not only am I wondering who administered the serum, but how was it administered? I'll give you a hint. We've already seen it. It's actually quite obvious. But anyways, let's be coy for a moment. Keep this in mind. This may explain and reveal a bit of a shaky morality in a character we are already familiar with.
So cruel.
Speaking of shaky morality, the way the Grundas flail as we gun them down is effed up. The game's violence is affecting innocent NPCs. The taint has made its way to the Grundas. Tickling the second hill's chin causes spikes to appear. I don't recommend doing this. It makes this level a lot more frustrating.
Now, I just noticed this. If you look in the background, we see an eye, what looks like the eye of Ra, and a smile. Now, it's only one eye. We're going to speak from our perspective. It's on the right-hand side. Sado's eye is always on the right-hand side too, because she likes to part her hair to our left. Now, it's no mystery, the hardcore mod is a creation of Sado. She says it herself. But it's just very creepy how we can kind of see her spying on us from the background. And now I start to think, her eye, at least in this case, has some resemblance to the Eye of Ra. The way we see it sort of stamped in the background is very similar to how we see the Eye of Ra sort of stamped in the background of Pony Island. So, being that the Eye of Ra is linked to Vallamir, would this be that Sado has thwarted Vallamir, has replaced Vallamir as the ultimate big bad? Maybe I'm just getting floppy with it. And anyways, we don't need some hidden asset in the background to tell us that Sado is far more powerful than Vallamir. But still, it's a very cool thing that I just noticed.
Luckily, the third hill just simply giggles when we tickle its chin. We make our way to the end of the level. The Weaselkid cutaway is replaced with Rust's silhouette. We enter the end level castle, and for a quick moment we see Rust floating among various assets, just like how he was when he was initially injected with the mods by that brain robot. This tells us that all of this is probably in his head, and in reality, or digital reality, he's still floating in that digital space.
We see what looks like Dust Bowl Danny's hat. However, I can't help but wonder if this hat is also somehow linked to Sado. You've got Wizaro, who has his little patch on his torso that's kind of reminiscent of the wound that Jeremiah suffered, and so this hat has that same sort of echo.
But nonetheless, we face Mr. Squirrel. Since we have Mr. Shrewd's glasses, this happens.
Whoa, man, chill. I'm not ready to die just yet. Hey, those glasses you're wearing, where'd you get those? I bought them. Figures. I sold them off. I regret it now, but at the time I just wanted to forget. They belonged to a friend of mine. To be honest with you, he was much more than a friend. He was a partner, a lover. Worst part is people think I killed him. Truth is, he just got old. So I just try to sleep as much as possible, because sometimes he's in my dreams. Mind if I have those glasses back? Thanks, man. I think I'm gonna go do something positive. You know, maybe turn my life around. Good luck out there. These mods are crazy.
Perhaps this story reminds Rust of how he lost his son, Rocky. If we didn't have the glasses, you could either kill Mr. Squirrel or simply walk away. Please do the latter. We leave and enter an overworld version of the tactical gameplay. The keyboard cheats still work just fine. We kill the chibi enemies, then we now fight a reflection of what we've been dealing with. We now play as Raid McClain, McClain being Rust's last name, and fight against Rust McRaids. Jeremiah wasn't kidding, these mods are getting weird.
Note that we see a rubber ducky, those eyes that were floating in Endervale, and we also see Sado's hat. Perhaps these floating eyes are supposed to indicate the gaze of Sado, but nonetheless, she's still watching us. Play her mod.
We beat the enemies and my game kind of stalls. So I reload and it takes us to the next cutscene. Rust wakes up to find Rocky has removed the mind control device.
Are you alright, Pops? Rocky, I thought I had lost you. You didn't lose me, Pops. What? What happened? I don't know exactly. That alien dropped that creepy machine on your head. I dropped the alien. Then I dragged you over here to pull it out. My head feels like the inside of an acid slug, but I'm just happy you're alive, Rocky. I love you. Aw, ain't that cute?
You're too easy to fool, Rust.
Huh. Not much of a mind left up there, huh? When you're ready, just pull the trigger. What? I said, when you're ready, just pull the trigger.
This is messed up. Sado is one villainous clown, and yet her actions lead Rust right into Reginald's plans. Did Reggie make a deal with Sado? Did he make a deal with the devil? We float in the void. Note the rubber ducky. This is a favorite memorabilia of Carla and a motif we see consistently linked with Sado. We float aimlessly until time passes and Rust finds his way to the 6 Pint Inn, slowly lumbering, unaware what's real and what isn't, what's a fabrication and what's reality. He has been successfully mind-effed. It's almost as if part of him is at the 6 Pint Inn and part of him still aimlessly lingers in that void. Whoever's responsible for this crossed a line, and it wasn't Lionel who did this. Lionel may have disgraced Rust and all of Wasteworld by abandoning it, but we'll come to find out that Reggie, Root Beer Reggie, is to blame for Rust's plight, maligning Rust for reasons no better than vengeance, pure Machiavellian vengeance.
Once again, I'm asking you to get floppy with it. No, but seriously though, I wanted to see if there's some sort of link between this final stretch towards the 6 Pint Inn. Perhaps the cachet is a sort of simulated version, like almost like a facade, you know, a mind control facade version of the 6 Pint Inn. But the paths, although, you know, vertical and kind of similar, they actually kind of look very similar actually. What the heck? I don't know. Now, one must ask, is the entirety of Rust's experience, the flashback we've experienced, 100% a hallucination from these mind control robots?
We finish the flashback and we're back at the 6 Pint Inn. This shrouded creature removes his shroud and reveals him to be that mushroom-tusked creature that sits at the side of Reginald in that big framed photo.
I'm so glad you can make it here, Rust. Now that you recognize me, I see no need for this stuffy garb.
If you're a big Inscription fan, you might recognize Jeremiah. This is the mycologist, or I guess the mycologist is an echo of Jeremiah. Not quite sure just yet how these two link together. But there is a link between Jeremiah and another NPC we've already come across. Notice the tusk, the mushroom on the side of his head. This kind of looks like a Pokemon evolution. Jeremiah shares some common motifs with the Grundas, and for that, all of the enemy NPCs that are a product of the game work. Upwards tusk, the very defined circular eyebrows, the weird kind of like decreased nose. But specifically, there's that mushroom motif that they both have in common. I just messed up your goatee. Keep this in mind. Before controlling Lazarus, Jeremiah gets a call on his radio, most likely coming from Reginald.
You're with us now, Rust. You could never have helped Rocky, Lionel. Lionel decided his faith, but now I'm offering you a chance to honor his memory by helping someone else.
Help? Help who?
His name is...
Don't say my name. Stick to the script.
Of course, I didn't mean to...
Hold on. What's that? There's someone at the door. Lazarus! Yes, you.
Before controlling Lazarus, let's break down Rust's final whiteboard. Much like Wasteworld, this whiteboard seems to be incomplete. Lionel Snill, the GameWorks, who do we pin Rust's mind control on? Neither. I guess it was the aliens? How about him losing Rocky? It seemed like Lionel Snill and GameWorks had nothing to do with it, so I guess it was Sato's fault? No. Something's missing here. Let's go ahead and return to this and give our true final whiteboard segment during the walk segment of this game. We are now in control of Lazarus. Somebody is banging at the door. We will come to learn that is Irving, looking to arrest Lazarus for high crimes against the GameWorks. We chat with Weaselkid.
I don't have much time to talk, kid, but
You said they wouldn't trace this back to me.
don't worry about it, kid. They never saw you. I'm the one they're after. Just,
Can you get them to stop knocking then? It's getting really annoying.
So Weaselkid is worried that he too is being hunted down for these crimes. He must have been an accomplice at some point to Lazarus, but we'll come to find out that Lazarus's assurance that nobody saw Weaselkid holds water. Nonetheless, young Weasel is still freaking out. We talk to the Walkman.
I'm guessing you don't have much to say. Big surprise. Why do I bother?
We talk to Chandrelle.
I'm not sure how this is going to play out.
Do you know what this is about?
I think so. If this goes south, being your swordsman wasn't all that bad.
That's kind to say.
If you get the chance, try to stop him.
Stop who? Is it?
Yes, most likely. Hang tight. You're not the one in danger.
This further hints at this being Irving, both Chandrelle and Lazarus being familiar with the judge, jury, and executioner of the GameWorks. Lastly, we chat with Bryce.
I've got a feeling you know who's at the door. I don't know anyone. All right, tough guy. I'm just saying, if some fighting needs to be done,
Haven't I told you? I'm a cook.
just keep those fists loose.
We then look at a framed image of the janitor from Legendaria.
Jay?
He was a good man, maybe the best of us.
But Lazarus knows him as Jay. It seems that Jay did actually end up in the Vicious Galaxy, alongside Lazarus. I wonder how that worked out for him. The elevator is out of commission, so we talk to Reginald.
You need to hide, Lazarus.
You don't suppose it's...
It is. Go to the kitchen.
Took your sweet time letting me in. The door was stuck, I'll bet. What's your business, Irving? I'm here for the arrest of Lazarus Bleeze for the crimes against the GameWorks. I regret to inform you that he's not here. Excuse me if I don't believe you. See for yourself. What I see is a spacecraft-sized hole in your roof. And look, a spacecraft-sized hole in your floor as well. You never were much of a Bryce, wow, you really have hit rock bottom. Do you work here?
Beats working for the GameWorks.
Is that so? I don't mean to interrupt your reunion, but... Well, I don't want to be a a bore. What? I mean, you were having a top-shelf conversation. I could never tell if you fully lost it, geezer. Excuse me?
Evidently, Reginald is telling us to take the bowl from the top shelf. Doing so exposes a hologram of 6 symbols. We press the Roman numerals in order from 1 to 5, then finally press the hexagon, 6.
Enough, I'm getting tired of this.
We enter a control room, revealing that all the events that took place at the 6 Pint Inn, from the collapsing floorboards to the hologram system suddenly working, all were planned and orchestrated as a facade by Jeremiah at the command of Root Beer Reggie. But who is the facade for? The patrons of the 6 Pint Inn, or us, the player. Let's keep playing.
So look, we have all these different keys, these pie tins that go inside the keys, these holes that Jeremiah could crawl in and out of. You've got all these different controls. The main lift that powers on and off, the attic lift that power on and off, the hollow system. All that stuff is completely like controlled here. It's all totally just arbitrary. And all these different story beats were all being controlled by Jeremiah at the behest of Reginald. You've got various sound effects. Flatulence, dramatic suspense. But again, here we have this one. Hellfire. That comes from Pony Island, and then we also have a beeper. A beeper, perhaps. Oh, that's one. That one's also from Pony Island. Also, you have a bunch of red paint. The red paint's a big thing. Red paint was used to lead us in certain directions, like the hex, the fail hex in Swords of Legendaria, that trail that leads to Captain Barney. Jeremiah sort of had his finger in sort of everything.
This would be the official reveal that everything that has been going on in the 6 Pint Inn, the moment we click Start Game, has been tightly surveilled, puppeteered by none other than Jeremiah on behalf of Root Beer Reggie. Each flashback sequence triggered by some sort of manipulation, some sort of hijink, a triggering of a memory, the reemergence of a meme. Each story beat that took place across the narrative frame that is the 6 Pint Inn has been intentionally fabricated, machined to coax us, the player, into participating. The lengths of which we've been duped will be further expanded upon in the Vicious Galaxy segment. But I want to point something out. Reginald has been behind the counter this entire time. All of these fixings, all of this machining, all of this manipulation has been done by Jeremiah. We'll get into this later and have a more concrete understanding, but keep this in mind. Reginald wants vengeance. But what does Jeremiah want? Unlocking the armory room, we see some pretty sweet gear. We see the Endervale sword, the Raider chainsword, the Alien blaster, and Rust's trusty shotgun. But what we pick up is the Space Marine service rifle. Going back to the kitchen, we hear another bit of funny muffled dialogue between Reggie and Irving.
I'll check the kitchen next. I wouldn't. Oh, look at this. Today's special is hot pie. Is that what you do now, Bryce? Hot pie? Now, why would a Space Marine be in the kitchen? If there were, I bet it would be a good time to come out guns blazing. Excuse me? I meant, if a Space Marine had a gun, he might want to come out of the kitchen.
We leave the kitchen and confront Irving.
Speak of the devil, and we have been speaking a lot.
Ha! Did you catch that? GameWorks is a proprietary game development tool owned by GameFuna. The CEO of GameFuna, a Lou Natus. Lou as in Lucifer, Natus backwards is Satan. So it's very fitting that Irving has spoken to the devil.
What have you got there? A gun? I thought you were a sworn knight. Oh, that's right. Your pal Chandrelle put an end to that.
Shoot him, Lazarus.
Ha! You should think that one through first, Space Marine.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Vicious Galaxy was a light punishment compared to the one you'd get for harming me. They will tear you apart, bite by bite. Man, you'll wish you were still in Vicious Galaxy. So what's it gonna be, pal?
Vicious Galaxy 2, or something like it.
The pulling of the trigger takes Lazarus back to Vicious Galaxy. Ooh, but this is very subtle. The subtitle is key. We're not playing Vicious Galaxy 1, we're playing Vicious Galaxy 2, or something like it. Don't worry, this will make sense soon enough. We sit in a space carrier with Jay, the former Legendarian janitor, Moji Jr., the now orphaned critter from Legendaria, and the captain of our operation is none other than Jeremiah. That's kind of interesting. Already this shouldn't make sense. Why is Jeremiah in Vicious Galaxy?
Judging by the turbulence, I'd say we're almost there. Everyone is completely clear on the plan, right? Our goal, the artifact. We do our part to get in, we navigate to the objective, and we get out. You remember the layouts, right, Moji? You know that's, you know he prefers Junior.
Moji was my father's name. He was weak.
Right, Junior.
And yes, I remember exactly.
And Jay. Yes, hack the security to get through the main gate. Lazarus, you're our switch hitter. You will... Yes, I know. Stay flexible and assist where needed. Just checking. Well, I'd ask if you're all certain about this, but the time to turn back is long past. We're landing.
We enter a fixed position defense segment, mowing down pursuing aliens it seems. Here is the dialogue during that sequence.
Don't let up! You're right back there, Lazarus? I can't see you. I'm fine, more than I can say for our victims.
We're the victims, Lazarus.
Again, we have very subtle hints as to what is really going on. Moji Jr. says, we are the victims. And sure, in a grim dark universe, I can see how invading space marines can delude themselves into thinking they are the victims and the aliens must be exterminatus. But no, Jr. is speaking from the heart, as the game character who is that victim of the game works. But I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry.
Quite the welcome party. I didn't know there were this many bodies in the whole facility.
It's almost like they were expecting us. What if they were? I hope you're not having doubts about this, Jay.
Also note that Jay calls this not a planet or station, but specifically a facility. Again, keep this in mind.
Kill the armed ones, quickly. They're dangerous.
That's no fun, though.
I see a lot more coming out of that building. We'll be overwhelmed. Switch ammo.
We switch to explosive rounds, burn through them, and finish off with a UFO mini-boss fight.
That's the last of the explosive rounds, but I think the numbers are thinning.
What's that one on the horizon?
I think we're clear to move out. Everyone, move to your stations.
Copy that.
I'll be waiting at the main gate and keeping an eye on the ship. Junior's clearing the barracks to prevent a flank, and Jay's downing the security. Some help would be great.
Sure, but there's more action where I'm at.
We have two options, but we help Junior first and enter a segment much akin to Hotline Miami. This is my favorite part of the game. We hit a fork and go north to see a secret bit of dialogue.
Wow, you think Jeremiah maybe overdid it a bit?
Focus on the mission, Lazarus. Get back down here.
Now, hold on. This skeleton with a brain probe is Jeremiah's doing? That's confusing. And before Moji Jr. interrupts Lazarus, he says, you think Jeremiah went too far? Who is that skeleton? And where would have Jeremiah gone too far? This is very key. Is this supposed to be Rust? I'm genuinely not too sure, but I think what we're supposed to identify is linking that brain control contraption to Jeremiah somehow. Don't worry, this will make sense later in our investigation. There's more to these brain probes than we realize. Keep this in mind. We clear out the barracks and make our way to the end. I gunned down an alien before realizing he was running from me.
Hey, Junior, I think they're surrendering.
What? Slaughter them! They made it easy for you.
The aliens are surrendering. I refuse to be a part of this, but Junior is all too eager to murder in cold blood.
Pussy. Now let's get out of here.
I leave this area of the facility to go help Jay disable the security.
Ah, I thought my arms would give out. I can't quite carry the payload and shoot at the same time.
Once you're aimed in, with the laser showing where you're aiming, your position will be fixed, and you can use WASD or the arrow keys to scope in, extend your normative field of view. We take out some turret gunners, enter a corridor with regular soldiers. I take this as an opportunity to 360 no-scope one. That is an achievement, by the way. We take out some snipers and enter the main security grid, letting Jay set up the payload and disable the system.
Here we go. Just have to hit that button. The security just shut down here. I take it that was you? That's right. We'll rendezvous inside the complex. Come on, Lazarus. Pick up your feet. So far, so good.
As long as our man on the inside does his job, we might just get away with this.
We convene in the courtyard. Note that the man on the inside is spoken in orange, specifically Weaselkid orange. Is Weaselkid involved in this? That must be why he was freaking out when Irving was knocking on the door. But why would Irving be seeking Lazarus for war crimes in a game that the GameWorks placed him in? No, something's not right.
What are we waiting for? Let's go!
I'm not sure I can do it. What? Lazarus, did all the shooting in the compound. I just hid. I'm a coward. I'm not sure that's entirely... You know what this means, right? What we agreed to? Oh, Mir. I should have stayed as a janitor. It was
No time for cowards. Right, boss?
Unfortunately, it had to be done. Goodbye, Jay. The artifact awaits. Let's go.
I beseech you, please stop here. We're all game characters, aren't we? We don't want to harm you, but we will if we must. Just put those weapons on the ground and walk out. Whatever it is that you're here for, Enough!
Note that the aliens don't call themselves Gargalaths, they call themselves game characters. This is not an assault that is part of normative gameplay, but player character on NPC violence. We proceed through the main facility and then come to this moment.
Let's press forward and hope our inside man does his job.
Stop right there, criminal scum. The damage you've caused, so many good NPCs lost. What for? Revenge? I thought you above that, Jeremiah.
Hold on, say nothing.
Oh, wow. You actually tricked a player into helping you with this cheap facade?
You mean to tell me you had no idea what was going on? I'm talking to you. This isn't Vicious Galaxy, you moron. These brigands have fooled you into striking the GameWorks, the very facility that procures the games that you so cherish.
Jeremiah had somehow fooled us, the player, into participating in his assault on the GameWorks in order to obtain an artifact. Remember, this is taking place in a flashback. The artifact they eventually find is the same one that we find where we left Rust. This is the final key to the Hex ritual. That being said, the artifact might be a red herring. This might be an assault mission disguising an artifact retrieval mission, which is disguising a rescue mission. But who we are rescuing, we'll come to find out.
Boy, you sure helped them kill a lot of game characters. 87 Grundas, 102 Mowglis, and a handful of Steambots, all just doing their job. And for what? You'll have to ask them.
Well, I'm committed now.
Kid, is that you?
You hear me now?
Kid, you're breaking up. Did you find the right column? What? Who are you talking to?
This would be the big reveal that Weaselkid is in on this plot. Just as the bombs go off, we jump back just a moment earlier to when Weaselkid set the bombs.
Hello? Do you copy? I got down to the sewer. I've got the bomb. Damn it. They said this damn radio would work down here.
It's so cool how Weaselkid's jumping mechanic works so well in the top-down format. We see dead NPCs floating in the sewage under the GameWorks. That's brutal.
Right. They told me to blow column A. A? 2 A's? This can't be right. Can it? AB? Well, that's definitely not what they wanted. A1, huh? That seems to be all there is down here. No column A as instructed. Gotta be kidding me. Oh man, I'm not sure about this. Well, I'm committed now.
Kid, is that you?
You hear me now?
Kid, you're breaking up. Did you find the right column? What? Who are you talking to?
Hello? Lazarus?
God damn it, was it A1? I gotta get the hell out of here.
It doesn't matter what columns we place the bombs at, as far as I know. The bombs explode, and we are back in control of Lazarus. We see Junior crushed by debris, and Irving's nowhere to be found.
Jeremiah, do you copy? Ugh, I'm all right. I managed to grab a lead on the second floor. Where are you? I fell all the way down to the R&D department. Junior is dead. Ugh. Make your way to the elevator, north of where we fell. I'll meet you at the top.
The research and development department of the GameWorks is quite interesting. The floor is made up of black panels, but also screens that show a testing ground where we can find various NPCs, assets, and sceneries from the Secrets of Legendaria. In our top-down shooter form, or decompressed form, we can walk freely on top of the NPCs, water, and lava. And in our RPG or compressed form, we can walk freely underneath the facility's walls and doors, so long as it passes over the simulated flooring. We can switch between these forms using these decompression chambers. We need to power on 3 colored switches in this deconstructed Legendaria, much like how we need to collect 3 colored orbs in the original Secrets of Legendaria. We compress to find the southern switch, getting into a fight with some slimes. The text says, "This brings back memories."
A pair of hideous slimes. This brings back memories.
Instead of swordsman attacks, we have gunner attacks, and ammo is effectively our mana. We approach the Jackal Guardian from the desert segment of Secrets of Legendaria.
Excuse me, would you mind if I passed? You think I don't remember you? Huh? Well, I do, and you were incredibly decent. Those ankhs you gave me near the end were so real. Anything I can do to help? Go on through, I won't stand in your way.
Since we gave him the exact number of ankhs, fooling him into thinking that they were legit, he lets us through without a boss fight. We shoot the green switch and it turns on. We now go to the east.
Hey, I remember you. You look sort of happy.
That's because I am. I realized that high-speed biker life wasn't for me. I'm much happier just relaxing here and keeping an eye on the elevator up north. It's powered down now, but I heard you can get it going if you shoot all 3 orbs.
Thank you.
We talk to the belligerent slime that refuses to fight.
Oh, did you think I would charge at you? Foaming at the mouth? Seriously, thoughts become actions. I'm just trying to enjoy my vacation.
We then find a fishing bucket. We fish up the other half of the locket.
Half of an old locket. Let me see. Yeah, wow. Still have that old thing that Chandrelle fished up. They fit perfectly together, forming some kind of message. Some kind of crazy alphabet. I can't really read it. I wonder who could.
With the locket complete, we need to find somebody to decipher the crazy text on it. That somebody is Weasel, and because we saved him in Wasteworld, we will eventually find him. Cipher.cipher is the metal. This code is the mold that we will pour the metal into, and Weasel will be the lock. We try the key to make sure if we have the correct mold. That's a good analogy. It's a really good analogy. Write that down, write that down. We talk to Captain Barney. He doesn't say much except the Great Kraken, the Eastern Winds. Maybe this is a hint that if we want to find the Great Kraken, we must follow the winds coming in from the east, going to the west. But I'm not sure if that's what Eastern Winds means. Nonetheless, if we look to the west, we find a weird shape in the water. This is the Kraken. Entering compressed mode and clicking on these strange blobs in the water lead us to a different kind of boss fight. The Kraken is a hearty beast. While a bullet would fell most creatures, for the Kraken, it's foreplay.
Hey, cutie. Are you the ones been tickling my little tentacles?
My mistake.
Nonsense. You'll help me practice for Fantasy Island.
What's that?
OMG, you've never heard of Fantasy Island? Have you been living under a shell or something? You can't be serious. Fantasy Island is like the most amazing dating sim ever conceived.
It's a dating simulator.
I'm totally next in line to enter the series. They practically told me. That Sphinx Trish got in, and she's like less than a fifth as pretty as me. Well, maybe less than a third. Anyways, let's flirt.
we tease the Kraken with low damage.
Ooh, a little tickle. Not too forceful, but definitely showing interest. Let's see where this goes. He's so playful. OMG, I think he really likes me. OMG, this is actually getting serious. I am so totally ready for Fantasy Island. Pinch me, like really give it to me. Come on, don't be shy.
When we inevitably have to reload, the Kraken gets pouty, which, they should probably work on that.
Maybe he's just not that into me.
But once exciting them, they will demand a bit more assertiveness. We show that with a more damaging shot, twice.
Yes! I think I'm in love! OMG, yes! I'm getting totally all flustered. I am so ready for Fantasy Island now. Thank you, cutie. Call me. You find a wet slip of paper with a phone number on it. That's funny.
This doesn't do anything for the storyline or the ARG, but I thought you all get a kick out of it. It is also linked to another achievement. We push the boat all the way to the left, compress to pass under the wall, and switch on the blue button. One more to go. Going west to get to the final red switch, we avoid getting shot at by a turret. And once compressing, although the turret detects us, the bullets fly over our sprite, since we are now part of the floor screen. We pass by a suspicious splotch on the floor. We will have to come back to this when we are compressed. We see a kobold jump into the compression chamber, decompress, and rush at us. We gun them down and compress into a sprite once again to enter this secret tunnel to find Weasel. He's safe and sound because we saved him in Waste World.
Hey, you. Why, yes. What is it? I've got this locket here. It's really rusty, but I can make out a message on it. It's in some sort of crazy language. Can you make any sense of it? Let me take a look. Ah, yes. This kind of message is rare. Indeed, this message was between creators. Alas, I would need the appropriate cipher to translate it. Nothing else you can tell me? I once had such a cipher, but I must have lost it. You know, one of these words looks familiar. I believe last time I tried this, it translated to promise. A promise or a commitment? I cannot recall.
Since we have the cipher.cipher file within our game file, and it's somewhat complete, Weasel will speak in scrambled code. We can use Weasel to test out our various answers into solving the cipher. We already have the first complete one, sarsaparilla. We will soon find the first hint of the second cipher, and the first hint of the second half of the third cipher will be found in walk. So we still have a bit of legwork to do. We will come back once we've completed the cipher, but for now let's play as usual. We proceed further into the lava area to find kobolds worshipping a turret. There's too many of them to kill on our own, so using our compressed sprite, we bait the turret into slaughtering the kobolds. We decompress and finally switch on the red button, powering the elevator up.
Do you copy? I powered the elevator doors, waiting there now. I'm still alive. The carriage was on my floor, but I'm sending it down. I left a weapon or two in there for you.
We enter the elevator and we equip some Uzis, akimbo style, as we ascend to the second floor of the GameWorks.
Hey, come out with your hands up, or my Grundas will tear you to shreds.
No one is surrendering.
We slaughter Grundas and Mowglis alike as we ascend, until finally hitting the second floor.
Almost there. I can see that. I've got the corridor cleared on this floor, but we'll have to move quickly.
Jeez, Jeremiah. He's been busy.
Lazarus, it's good to see you. Wow, you were busy up here.
That's what I said.
Let's hope my work is done for the time being. Time to move.
Wait a minute. Why are we on this floor? You said the artifact was on the ground floor.
I thought you'd never ask. The ground floor is flooded with hostiles. They've had time to reinforce their security detail. So we're making a detour. So,
Do you have a plan to get past this door? That's what this is for. For mere sake.
Jeremiah uses a severed Mowgli hand to get into the high security area. Dust Bowl Danny and his gunbots guard this area.
Danny defense system online. Get past the lasers and shut down the security. I'm going to cover our backs. Oh!
Getting killed by a gunbot causes Danny to laugh at us. I enjoyed these puzzles. Oh gosh, but the puzzles in Walk. Oh boy. Let's enjoy it while we can. We make it past all the gunbots.
What should I expect in there? A few familiar faces, but don't get distracted. We are not here to talk to anyone. Head straight down the maximum security cell and bust the locks.
Jeremiah once again uses the severed paw to get us into the detention facility, where we see the training dummy, the dragon, the worm, and the alligator locked up.
The flabbergasted dragon from Secrets of Legendaria ponders on their suspicions as to how Lazarus and Chandrelle made it through all those kobolds so quickly. The alligator laments that he isn't even an NPC. He's a playable character from a fighting game. He shouldn't be here. One moment he was in the game, then he gets banned, and now he's here. And the worm just sits there demanding that we bow to him. But here we have the GameWorks training dummy.
Well, why the hell is the training dummy detained? We get to the deepest part and find Sado restrained with 4 locks. This isn't a detour. Jeremiah has made a deal with Sado. Perhaps we free her and she gets us the artifact. Or perhaps she herself is the artifact. We bust open the locks and see this creepy scene.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Getting blasted by the gunbot or being caught by Sado takes us to the next sequence. Before waking up, we see a flashback.
That last mission. So much blood. Can you believe how much that Gargoloth bled? It's dried in the cracks of my armor. I can smell it. I'm not sure how much longer I can do this. What if I told you I knew someone? Someone who could help us. Someone I met during my RPG days. Help us? How? I'm not sure. But I was told to find the 6 Pint Inn.
And from there, we see a flash forward to when Lazarus and Weaselkid first met and corresponded with Jeremiah.
Are you here to meet him too? You must be the Space Marine. You're not as tough looking as I imagined. You... Quiet. Someone is approaching. I'm glad you could both make it. You're here because you have certain misgivings about the way you've been handled. I'm here to offer you both a solution. What is our role? What is our role in this? We'll be undertaking a deadly operation to steal a most important artifact. What's it do? With your help, it can open a portal. A portal to...
What a tease. Don't worry, we'll find out what the Hex ritual is a portal to. You may have already figured it out.
Lazarus, did you make it? What? You went silent for a while. I think I found the artifact.
We wake up and we're in a cargo area, evidently the ground floor because this is where we get the artifact, but not before humoring Sado. By the way, I noticed a pair of creepy blinking red eyes. Are these Jeremiah peering at us? I'm not entirely sure.
Hey, is this what you're after? The artifact? Does it matter how I respond? No, but let's make the best of it. Anyways, you set me free after all, I ought to return the favor. Let's see.
Approaching the artifact, we face off with Sado. The artifact is pushed to the side. We see the Triforce, the Tetris L block, a Sonic Ring, and a Master Ball. We fight a strange crab monster, and after defeating it, this happens.
Not very effective. Let's see what else we have.
We see a nose, Steambot Willie's head, Jacket's rooster mask, and a frying pan. We are transported to a PUBG sort of battle royale style sequence. The frying pan in PUBG is considered one of the best melee weapons in this game, but let's replace it. Going north, we find Lazarus's trusty Ender Sword. Now, there is a secret here. While I was writing this, I had not found this secret yet, but since then, I've come across it thanks to this YouTube user. Big shout out to them. So, from the Ender Sword, if we go to the upper left towards the corner of the map, we find a black enemy. Perhaps this is Lazarus's doppelganger. When killing him, he drops a crate that says FPP Falcon Kick equals backstage pass. Confusing to us right now, but I'll make sense of it. So this crate says FPP. FPP refers to the first person perspective, referring to the character in Walk. We've been referring to him as Walkman. Falcon Kick, which is a special move that Bryce can do. It's the down B attack. And Backstage Pass, referring to a location in the Walk segment. So whatever this hint is referring to will be found in the Walk segment. Perfect. We'll be able to do two birds with one stone. Let's fast forward through this Battle Royale sequence. We face off against the last player, Boss Boy 5736, and come back to Sado.
Winner, winner. Well, it's not time for dinner just yet. Now, what else do we got? Looks tasty. What would happen if I... Note that Sado has to eat a mushroom to get to her final form. I'm probably getting floppy with it, but I can't help but wonder there's some sort of additional linking to Jeremiah with this. Jeremiah with the mushroom hanging out the side of his head. This final boss fight against Sado being after she eats a mushroom. I'm probably getting floppy with it. However, there is a linking here. Stay tuned.
This boss fight kind of reminds me of Cuphead. Anyways, she disappears after we defeat her, and the crate with the artifact slides over to us.
Mission accomplished. You've got it? Let's get out of here.
We retrieve the artifact and get the hell out of here. But not before seeing a spider creepily crawl out from some crates. The spider is another motif for Sado. Perhaps this is telling us that despite us defeating Sado, Sado lives.
I've found an escape pod. Do you know where you're going? I think so. Go south 500 meters, then head east. I think I see an emergency exit. Suit yourself.
But let's forget about that for a moment. Jeremiah mentions an escape pod. So the escape pod that we see in the basement, the one that Chandrelle mentioned she's seen at the Gameworks, and oddly Rust says he's seen in Wasteworld, was how Jeremiah got back to the 6 Pint Inn safely. This is why Weaselkid says, looks like Jeremiah got out okay. We sneak past Irving. Irving is speaking to Lionel through the Gameworks software. What's interesting is that instead of a hex, it's a triangle. I guess half of the hexen equation.
Artifact. Stolen.
Now, part of me doesn't think that Lionel is talking to Irving. We will come to see that Irving is a sort of software assistant, like the paperclip in the olden days of Microsoft Office. However, Irving is mentioning a stolen artifact, so maybe Lionel is in full communication with this sentient digital servitor. If anything, it kind of looks like Irving is praying to Lionel at an altar, but that wouldn't exactly make sense, since his true alliance would be first and foremost to Gameworks, Gamefuna, and Lunatus, or Satan. Anyways, this is a big reveal. Lionel will give his side of the story in the Walk segment. From the perspective of the video game characters, this is an assault on the Gameworks, but from the perspective of Lionel, the game developer, it's a breach of the Gameworks files. We end the flashback, continuing where we left off, and Lazarus kills Irving. The moment pauses, and Reginald talks to us, the player.
Well, there it is. The murder. You just saw it. Lazarus killed Irving at the bar with an assault rifle. What a neat ending to a story. Are you satisfied?
Pressing yes causes the credits to roll, but we press no.
I'm glad to hear that. You see, it's very important that you're still invested in this. You've got a key role to play, but before that, I'm sure you're wondering about our sixth guest.
We take control of the Walkman, but before moving further, let's appraise Lazarus and his final whiteboard. Sadly, we aren't going to get too much additional context to Lazarus' story in the walk segment, other than a small tidbit of information. In fact, you may have noticed we didn't really do that many whiteboard segments on Lazarus. Not because he's poorly written or anything. I think it's my bad, really. Just so many things to keep in mind. So many different characters. So take it as a consolation that I put a lot of effort in his cool little whiteboard. So, for the sake of cleanliness, let's end this here and now. Let's really look at the grievances Lazarus may have. You have the catastrophe and secrets of Legendaria, which lead to him being taken to Vicious Galaxy, in which he would then live out these grim, dark war crimes on a repeated basis. So even though these two major grievances he has are to be blamed on GameWorks, you can tangentially blame it by Lionel Snill, but even then that's flimsy. Because really it was Chandrelle that convinced him to do that. And to top it all off, Lazarus lived out for real war crimes, real deathing NPCs at the GameWorks in the artifact retrieval operation. And this again would be a grievance that he might have with Root Beer Reggie. I cannot see why he would have any beef with Lionel Snill. It's so interesting. It's so interesting because he's unique among all these characters in that he has no skin in the game, no true motivation for this participation in the Hex ritual. He is simply fulfilling his role, a loyal soldier, a loyal knight, a sidekick, secondary party member in Secrets of Legendaria, and now a fixer and operative of the machinations of Root Beer Reggie. I guess you could argue that his existence being defined by nothing but servitude would make up his grievance with Lionel Snill, his creator. So, let's move on. You want to watch me erase this one? You want to watch me erase this one? Let's erase this one. We're going to start from the bear part to the deer part. No, the bear part to the populated part. I want you to see it. I want you to see the erasing. I want you to see the erasers. I should start a TikTok channel. Call it Erase These Nuts. You ready? You ready? That was pretty good. Whew. Sorry, this doesn't happen No, I'm not going to go that far. That's a gross joke.
You're going to have to hold in those farts.
We talked to our fellow patrons one last time. No big reveals take place, but still, I feel it's appropriate, since this is the last time you're going to be hearing my dogshit voice acting.
He taught me to fight. I suppose I owe him that. I'm not surprised Lazarus is the killer. He certainly has that look about him.
I like the idea of Bryce and his grandma having a Russian accent, and I think it did a pretty good job with it. Out of the 6 pint patrons I voiced, I would rank Bryce at the top as number 1.
Wow. So, is this all over then? We can breathe easy? We figured out the murderer. It was the guy who shoots things for a living. It's nearly 6 a.m. I don't even have a room here.
I think I could have done better with Weaselkid. Much better. I rank my Weaselkid at the bottom, number 6.
What are you looking at? Are you even capable of looking? Will you leave me alone if I give you this?
Chandrelle was solid. I say my performance with Chandrelle warrants a middle-of-the-road ranking. Let's go with number 3. Also, note she gives us a headlamp, so perhaps our business with Vallamir isn't quite done yet. Before talking to Lazarus, we take a look at the framed picture. It's a picture of a game award. The ellipses has 5 periods instead of the 3 that Walkman has been not saying. It's not just a standard 3-period ellipses. There's a pensive longingness in those 2 extra periods. Keep this in mind. In all seriousness though, Just as most of the interactable framed photos in this inn depict some aspect of each of the game characters' lives and what pushed them over the edge into participating with Reggie and his hexen machinations, that's a run-on sentence. From this information, we should deduce that this reward was taken from Walkman. Bryce will never be able to bake with his grandmother again. Super Weaselkid will never get to live the high life of fame ever again. Rust will never have Rocky again. And so, heck, there is no again with Walkman. He will just never get an award, period. We talked to Lazarus.
He wasn't the first I've killed, and I doubt he'll be the last. Who are you?
This is a bit of foreshadowing. Lazarus feels he has at least one more kill left in his future. My voice acting for Lazarus was a bit flimsy and inconsistent. I would rank it right below Chandrelle at rank 4. I've tried, and it seems that there's no way to get to Rust and pick his brain about this. I will say my voice acting for him was a bit rough, but not as bad as Weaselkid, so I'll put it at 5. And that leaves number 2, Reginald. I was pleased with the voice I gave him. So, let's go ahead and talk to him.
What do you make of all of this? Of course, he created you without a mouth. But I imagine he didn't spare you from the ability to hear. I want you to enter my personal cabin. It's a quaint little thing, perched a few paces east of the inn. You and our player friend will add a final dimension to this story.
Nice, we can leave the 6-Pint Inn now. Real quick, let me show you a secret ending we can get. If we go outside where we last saw Rust in his flashback, we can see that he left the hammer near the 6-Pint entrance. If we pick it up, we can take it down into the cellar and break open Vallamir's glass prison.
Holy crap. This is really happening, huh? Well, go on. Bust me out, dude.
But that's not the ending that we want. Let's go to the cabin to the east. Inside, there's a battery puzzle. We can pick up the game developer reward, and here's a cute little interaction. If you try to put it down, Walkman will refuse to do so at first. There are books on this shelf that are titled Root Beverages, a Guide, Principles to Hospitality, and 20 Soda Recipes. But the bookshelf on the right is a bit more concerning. Ancient Rituals, Trust and Coercion. Oh wait, I almost missed the ones tucked away in the upper left side of the left bookshelf. Keys to Memory and Forced Mnemonics. Oh my gosh, this is big. This is big. We are already certain of Reginald's knowledge of ancient rituals. The whole premise of this game is a hex ritual. But Trust and Coercion, this paints him in a very morally murky light. He's become the very thing he's sworn vengeance against, treating his fellow player characters as pawns to be manipulated and managed, coerced to fall under his plan. Also, key to memories and mnemonics is the study of memories. So this implies that Reginald has even gone to the lengths of manipulating the memories of some of the patrons. You probably already see the picture forming, but nonetheless, keep this in mind. I know we're about to beat this game, but I need to clear this up first. Since we're on the topic of memories and mnemonics and all that stuff, and Reginald's, the length Reginald is willing to take to make his machinations come to fruition. Let's clear this up first. If you collected enough quarters, you can open the 3 soda machines on the 3 floors of the 6-Pint Inn. The one in the cellar shows an empty vat of MC, or mind control serum. And what do the pipes feed into? Those mind control probes, the ones that the aliens used. Now that got me thinking. The Alien Invasion mod with its bug fixes were made by Bandito7, the same person who helped us through the secrets of Legendaria, one of the first people to main Bryce in Combat Arena X, the same person who reviews Super Weaselkid positively in Radical Road and negatively in 09. He's been around since the beginning. But I'm overlooking the biggest reveal in all of this, the most obvious one. This confirms that Reginald was the one behind Rust's manipulation, Rust's mind F. Yes, Wasteworld's incomplete state is Lionel's fault, but he didn't release it. It was leaked. Leaked by who, one might ask? Oh gosh, there's another mystery there. Frick! Nonetheless, the unfinished state, sure, is Lionel's fault, but Rust didn't mind. When he first meets Jeremiah, he says, "Seems complete to me." He's content with the state of Wasteworld. Because he wasn't as malleable as Jeremiah wanted him to be, Jeremiah and Reginald, teamed up with Sato as well, broke his mind, killed Rocky, injected him with a serum, using Bandito's mod as a guise to get in close and mind F Rust. Lionel has nothing to do with the demise of Rust. Zero. One thing I noticed that is kind of interesting is Jeremiah uses these alien assets, these alien enemies from the Bandito mod to get in close and screw with Rust. We see him do the same exact thing, like to a T in the Vicious Galaxy 2 segment. But instead of mind-effing Rust, he's mind-effing us, manipulating our vision, our memories. Gosh! And who is Bandito 7? Who? Oh, I'm gonna have to get into that with the... There's so many mysteries here, man. Anyways, was Bandito 7 Reginald all this time? I'm not entirely sure. I think Bandito 7 is the sort of emblematic fan. Starting off as loving Lionel, but after so many times being betrayed by Lionel, eventually being sued by him with the mods, I can imagine he felt quite scorned. And hell, who knows, maybe Jeremiah influenced Bandito 7 using this scorned temperament. I'm not entirely sure. But again, I'm overlooking something also obvious. Look, I almost missed it. There's a spider hanging above the mind control serum. In her final boss fight, Sato takes the form of a spider. She pukes spiders as one of her attacks. And after beating her and grabbing the artifact, we see a spider crawl out, implying that Sato lives. So, how do the motives of Jeremiah mind-controlling Rust to mind-F him to the point of making him malleable for Reggie's machinations, and that's a run-on sentence, and the motivations of Sato link together? What role does Sato play in Jeremiah's plans? What about Sato murdering Rocky and letting Bryce beat her? Why does she play into the plans of Jeremiah to break Rust's mind and elevate Bryce to the point of getting banned from Combat Arena X? Sato is evidently holding up her end of the bargain and participating in this plan for the Hex for her own reasons. This is why Jeremiah diverts the plans during the GameWorks assault to save Sato. Perhaps she was somehow detained in the cease and desists from the Wasteworld mods. Remember, the Hex is a portal to somewhere. We don't know just yet. But if you've beaten Inscription and slowed down some key footage, you probably know where. But nonetheless, real quick, within both Sato and Jeremiah's modus operandi both have the one thing in common, and that is mind control. Keep this in mind, but nonetheless, let's keep playing. There's a radio in here. It says, "Root Beer Reggie's legs were gone. Root Beer Reggie had a pawn. He pointed his finger and Jerry would run. Now Jeremiah was having some fun." This emphasizes Jeremiah's loyalty to Reggie, but that last line, "now Jeremiah was having some fun," I wonder if in the same way Carla lost control of Sato, Reggie would eventually lose control of Jeremiah. That won't be a possible keep in mind until like the first chapter of Inscription, so don't worry, you don't need to think about it too much just yet. There's a whiteboard segment here, but I'd rather you witness me in the flesh getting floppy with it. I should have worded that differently. Reggie just probably told him, "I want this to happen, make it happen, don't tell me the details." And Jeremiah's like, "Say less." So, gosh, there's so much. Hold on. Sato is the devil. Jeremiah is the devil. Vallamir is the devil. We see this. GameWorks is the devil. Reggie makes a deal with Jeremiah, a devil, to get revenge. Carla makes a deal with Sato, a devil, to get some sort of revenge and mess with Lionel's plans. Lionel makes a deal with the devil to GameWorks to bolster his video game development career. Vallamir and Chandrelle, Chandrelle makes a deal with Vallamir to break out of the Secrets of Legendaria. That's the key. Holy crap. Done. Easy. Cream. I can't believe it. I was so... Anyways, this isn't a coincidence. There's something linking Sado, Jeremiah, and Vallamir all together. All of them have that design motif of the one eye. Vallamir, of course, has the one eye. You have Sado, who only ever has one eye revealed. And if you remember from the hardcore mode segment of Wasteworld, when her face is hidden on the mountain in the background, it doesn't show two eyes and a smile. It just shows one eye and a smile. Perhaps she only has one eye. And of course, with Jeremiah, for reasons we'll find out like just in a moment, only has one good eye. So he needs that monocle to correct his bad eye. All three have these motifs. They are all three creations of the GameWorks. And I say creations with air quotes because in the end, these are devilish free agents using their free will to do what they want to do. All three of these are one-eyed devils. We'll tie everything together towards the end, but I just wanted to share that with you right now because I'm just so excited. I'm having a blast. I hope you are as well. The second floor soda machine leads to a supply closet of sorts. We can see Jeremiah's eyes staring up at us. The radio says, Jeremiah swept the floor. Jeremiah wanted some more. Jerry dreamed of a job that was fun. Jerry's story had just begun. This soda machine is quite cheap, so it's possible to unlock it much earlier. This is hinting at the game that Jeremiah comes from. We'll get a better picture at the end of the walk segment. But that being said, again we have that theme. Jerry dreamed of a job that was fun. Jerry's story had just begun. Jerry went from sweeping the floor to being a brutal, malicious fixer for Reggie. Again, I can't help but wonder, does Reggie at some point lose control of Jeremiah? Let's keep playing. The ground floor soda machine leads to an unpowered portal that will require one of the batteries in the cabin. The radio says, Lionel created a Grunda. Lionel taught it to behave. Lionel shut off the power while GameWorks was trying to save. What happens when you turn off the power when something's trying to save, right? Like the whole thing is you corrupt data, you can brick your computer, you can brick the software. Big keep in mind here. Well, let me just say it now. That's the backstory for Jeremiah. So Jeremiah is an error of sorts. This would explain kind of the mutated look of him. And once we find out that also Sado was created in a similar way, she herself is referred to as an error, this will explain why they both have sort of this ability to warp between various parts of the gaming realm. Both of these characters are errors, although we'll come to surmise that Sado's creation was a lot more intentional than Jeremiah's. Let's keep playing. But keep all this in mind. If we grab the battery from the cabin and power the portal, we are taken to Radical Road. At the end of that road is a golden statue of the character from Walk. It says, "To my greatest achievement." Walkman drops to his knees before being abruptly brought back to the inn. Walk is hardly a crowning achievement. I think the best way to describe Walk is it's a self-glaze simulator with some walking mechanics. And yet, Lionel calls it his magnum opus, his greatest creation. Keep this in mind. But for now, let me take you back to the cabin and let's get this walk segment started once and for all. Now, this is going to lead to one of my more floppier theories, but nonetheless, hear me out. I want to point out the fedora that rests to the left of the cabin. I believe this belonged to Reginald during his root beer game days. Just keep that fedora in mind, milady. Something is staring us right in the face. Well, figuratively speaking. If it could only stare. I'm jumping the gun here. When we power up the cabin, we hear a chiptune version of Oh Susanna, the song we hear very faintly at the beginning of the game. Interacting with the computer takes us below the cabin, where we will see mad etchings. These are the translations. Of course, you have the hex, and here's what's interesting. It requires the player's blessing. So, whatever happens, it's your fault. It looks like we have some childhood pictures of Lionel within the inner hex. It makes sense that he is the target of this plot of vengeance after all. Of course, we have the regular culprits, a beeper perhaps, his father pure evil, motifs from Pony Island of course, and of course sarsaparilla. What's friggin' insane is this says, my next game is Inscription. Is this just an Easter egg from Daniel Mullins, or is somebody we know responsible for its development? We'll have to wait and see. And I mean, not for this video, I'm talking Inscription. Also, Beware the Other World is very interesting. Is the other world our world, or is it referring to Endervale? We also see another Entervale hint, and a strange couple of verses. I wish I was more like the Ubermensch. I wish my fears didn't have such a... and I can't make out the rest. I'm assuming this is being written by Reginald, but it could be Jeremiah. The most I can extrapolate from this is whoever is writing this is deeply insecure. Or this could be some sort of preparatory incantation for the Hex ritual that we just haven't seen. I'm not entirely sure. We also see an etching of the GameWorks barracks. This shows that fork that goes upward where we found the corpse with the mind control probe. In case you missed it the first time, this would be a hint for you to go back and check it out. Finally, the flashback starts. Walk. Magnum opus. Walkman stares at his hands as we walk through a blank area towards a cartridge.
Right. This is Lionel Snell. If you're hearing this, it's because you turned on the developer commentary for my latest game, my magnum opus really, called Walk.
It looks like Lionel himself will be doing the commentary. From here on out, any commentary that I feel is important to either appraise Lionel's character or explain the story, I will let play out and give my analysis, but for everything else, I'll just summarize. Walls materialize around us. Lionel explains that his first game, Super Weaselkid, was made in his bedroom. The inspirations for the characters in the game were his pet Weasel and pet Shrew. On his wall, we can see posters that show he was a big fan of Popper's root beer. So this confirms this is a real brand in the Mullinsverse that Lionel got a sponsorship deal for in Secrets of Legendaria. We also see that Lionel loved cooking Granny, revealing that this was an intellectual property that predates his game dev career, confirming that Bryce was acquired by Lionel rather than created. We start up Lionel's computer and see a simplified representation of the GameWorks software depicted by programming-themed puzzles.
I thought that since this is about my life as a developer, why not show the player what it's like to make a game? I mean, this is like a way dumbed down version of the stuff I do, but to the average gamer it's a challenge.
He's a bit cocky, but at least he's not flaw-y cocky. This should solidify that what we are seeing is not an accurate depiction of the actual GameWorks development suite.
That dopamine rush electrified my childhood brain.
Hey there, I'm the GameWorks assistant, but you can call me Irving. Looks like you need a little help adding enemies to your game. I've got you covered.
Irving came as part of the GameWorks package. I was a little hesitant about using an AI at first, but he became really helpful.
So this GameWorks assistant uses AI technology, or more aptly, demonic sentient technology, to influence dev users under the guise of simply assisting them. Lionel explains that it was Irving that created enemies and NPCs for him. Quite interesting. That would explain the very formulaic, automatic nature of the sort of paint-by-numbers enemies that we faced in, for example, Secrets of Legendaria. No, it's not just Secrets of Legendaria, I'm just realizing the Grundas have the same faces as all the enemies as Secrets of Legendaria. The Verm has the same face. The aliens have the same face. So every single NPC or enemy is just carbon copy, formulaic, processed by the GameWorks. I didn't realize that until now. Speaking of printed out characters, notice Weaselkid's dead eyes. This isn't actually Weaselkid, but a quickly whipped up husk that represents him. Lionel explains.
Irving told me we couldn't get the original Super Weaselkid for Walk. Something about losing the files. Kind of a shame, I guess.
The files weren't lost, but simply escaped. Weaselkid absconded to the 6-Pint Inn at this point, I assume. After completing this segment, we pull away from the computer and time passes. Lionel explains that the success of Super Weaselkid paralyzed him. He was so scared of trying new things that he stuck to his comfort zone and simply made a sequel, Radical Road. Lionel states that his pet shrew was getting older, and as time passed, he cared less about his pets. This is heartbreaking. Lionel was a kid at the time, completely submerged in his craft, and had lost sight of his furry little family members. He was too young to realize that life is fleeting, and the time he has on this earth with his pets is a far shorter window, and he should enjoy it while it lasts, that he has an entire lifetime to work on his game dev career. But alas, he was already thrust into it. Note that his pet Weasel's cage is open, almost like it's foreshadowing Weaselkid's figurative captivity being broken open, or perhaps just to shine a light on Lionel's negligence. Although I don't think it's neglectful. I think you're allowed to let your rodents run amok. I'm not trying to cast unnecessary aspersions on Lionel, because we're going to be doing that already a lot in the walk segment. Lionel also talks about how he just couldn't get away from his computer to practice other hobbies, like the guitar. We go back to the computer to program Radical Road. Lionel explains that his love for fighting games was what inspired him to add combat to Radical Road. But sadly, this addition, this exploration, is what caused reviewers to come down on him real hard, which isn't entirely true. The reviews were more mixed than the original, sure. Some people pointed out how much they love the combat. Lionel, at this young age, has caught a bad case of imposter syndrome, and that sucks. Note that Jeremiah is waiting for us at the end of this puzzle. Remember, we are not playing as ourselves, but playing as that first-person character, the one I've been referring to as Walkman. So Jeremiah is likely trying to establish parley with the final playable character for the Hex. Lionel reveals that when Radical Road was released and got mixed reviews, not only was he panicked, but he was also affected by his pet shrew passing away. His Weasel is also gone. He explains,
Weaselkid actually escaped, if you can believe it. I took him outside one time, and he slipped out of my hands and ran into my neighbor's rose garden. I searched for hours, but the garden was pretty big, and the thorns were painful.
It's quite symbolic. His Weasel flees into a rose garden. Weaselkid escapes into a forest, where the 6-Pint stands. He mentions the neighbor, and I'm pretty sure once we solve this cipher, there is reference to Carla being his neighbor, so I can't help but wonder if there's some sort of symbolic significance there.
I'd get emails once in a while, people asking to make deals, wanting to capitalize on my IP. It had been a couple of years now since Radical Road, and one day I just said, fuck it, fine. I sold the franchise to the highest bidder.
The highest bidder would be Game Funa. We see the contract that Lionel signed, selling his intellectual property and perhaps his soul to Game Funa. We scroll down. Now, this is where we're supposed to see a hint where... Wait!
What? It's here! It's here! What did I do differently? Did I need to free Vallamir? Is that what causes it?
No, I don't think that's what causes it. I still haven't been able to figure out how to trigger the chewing gum hint. I've just recently figured out how to trigger the Falcon Kick hint, the one in the PUBG segment, but I must have done something right because until now, I haven't been able to trigger this hint. It could just be that I missed it all the times I've played and this always shows up here. But anyways, just like the chewing gum glitch, we're focusing on LGIN. In this contract glitch, we're focusing on DVL. The contract says DVL. You might think that this is short for developer, and well, you wouldn't be irrational for thinking that. This is a game dev story after all. But no, Lionel is the developer. He's signing off the rights to a large gaming company, a different kind of DVL, a devil. And with only 3 characters, the only thing that could possibly fit is these nuts. 666. So the final cipher is at 2734 $666 Sato 51. Isn't that interesting? It's Carla51 in her little profile in the beginning of the game with the Steam reviews. So it's Sado51. That's very interesting. So all we have left now is this second cipher. And we've been working on it so far behind the scenes, but we still need that canonical hint. We can't just skip to the end. We have to show our work. Don't worry, that one missing hint will be found in Walk, just around the corner. At the bottom, we see the CEO of GameFuna has signed as well. This is that Lunatus that I was referring to in Pony Island and throughout this investigation. He will come up once again in Inscription's ARG. Lionel Snill, an 18-year-old at this point, signs away the rights to Weaselkid. When he saw what they did to the franchise, he said he died a little inside, but being rich helped him cope. And you can see the significance there, a little bit of who he was being siphoned off into GameFuna, into Satan, and this fleeting wealth, mammon if you will, being the price he sells his soul for. Lionel tells us that his ambitions grew larger. He reminds the player that it was him who started the Combat Arena franchise.
As I was saying, I don't get nearly enough credit for starting one of the most popular fighting game franchises in history.
We approach the cartridge and enter a new scenery. Before learning more about Lionel's history, let's go over the few things that we've learned and truly conclude our Weaselkid whiteboard. Just as Weaselkid was sucked into his new career as a video game icon, evidently Lionel Snill, a young boy, a child, was sucked into the career of a game developer. Of all the careers, that for a child? Oh, gosh. Now let me point out this interesting theme. Mr. Shrew's removal correlates to his real-life passing of natural causes. Really, the only thing that you can truly fault Lionel Snill for, and actually you could even, well, actually no, hold on. And you could even argue that perhaps Mr. Shrew's removal could have easily been a GameWorks decision. Really, the only thing we can 100% peg onto Lionel Snill as a legitimate grievance is him selling Weaselkid out to GameFuna. But in the end, he was like 18 years old. Is Weaselkid's motivation for vengeance truly justified? For what? Scrapping a project? Can you and I truly say that any kind of plot for vengeance is justified? Is Lionel Snill truly at fault? Perhaps Weaselkid is stuck in an immature state, so I'm not going to necessarily scrutinize his motivations, but you and I, as viewers, as video game players, is there really a justification? Does Weaselkid truly have a justification for wanting to be a part of this plot for vengeance against Lionel Snill? Well, we don't necessarily know what the length of this vengeance is. Maybe they're just going to prank him. Maybe they're just going to spook him. And maybe that's justified, but we don't know. We don't know just yet. Keep that in mind. There's a reason why I've been charting out these various grievances. It's not as simple as Lionel Snill is the bad guy.
It's a beauty, isn't it? I put my Weasel bucks to use and bought this place with cash. Then I hired a team. I hired my childhood friend Carla to work at my new studio. She was halfway through a degree in computer science, but I offered her a huge salary. Hard to say no to that.
That would breed a bit of resentment in hindsight, hopping onto your childhood friend's project at the expense of your education. We approach Carla's desk to see a red pentagram star and concept art of none other than Sado. We also see that eye that was depicted on Vallamir's tomb and in Pony Island. And of course, we also see the rubber duck, Carla's favorite toy that would also become one of Sado's attacks in Combat Arena, and overall motifs for the character.
Carla's first order of business was to tell me that I had designed too many male characters. I tried to tell her that Steambot Willie was genderless, but she insisted. So I created Chandrelle while she worked on Sado.
This confirms that Chandrelle was Lionel's doing and Sado was Carla's. Note that when we load into the Sado programming puzzle, we see the strange foreboding error.
That eye. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Ever since Carla created Sado, I get these weird, annoying bugs in my games. And I'm still getting them in Walk.
There's not much I can add to that, but it is creepy, and again, we see that motif of the creepy eye that is also linked to Sado. I noticed that when pausing the simulation, there's a creepy, like, sighing noise. Maybe I'm just hearing things, or maybe it's the demonic nature of the game works. Speaking of creepy, check this out. Very soft jump scare warning. It's more auditory than it is visual, although it's more cool than scary, but don't worry, I'm gonna dull the audio for you.
And hold on, that's water in the distance. Nah, it's not water in the distance. Yeah, no, I'm tripping. Oh, motherfucker.
I'm not exactly sure what Carla did while she...
This footage is like my third or fourth time playing this game, and I still got spooked. Sado got me. You got me. The glitched out subtitles have an array of ones and zeros. Typing them and spacing them out in their proper format spells out Sado lives.
Why is that so... That just is giving me chills, just typing that in. Oh my gosh.
Not exactly sure what Carla did while she was creating this, you know. She told me some mumbo-jumbo about pushing GameWorks to its limits. That character was... eerie, to say the least.
Aha! So while Jeremiah was created from accidentally shutting off the computer while GameWorks was saving, Sado was created from pushing GameWorks to its limit. Keep this in mind. After Lionel brags about his fancy door and being the boss of people twice his age, we enter the next puzzle.
Making Combat Arena gave me my first glimpse into the... well... to be frank, the stupidity and immaturity of gamers. Every damn day, we got complaints about how this or that character was overpowered, underpowered, too boring. Ugh, I never wanted to work on a fighting game again.
This is reflected in the puzzle. We have to constantly balance Steambot Willy. Also, note that this little coding puzzle segment kinda looks like Willy. That's cute.
I have to admit, though, coding the punches and kicks was everything I had hoped it would be. I'd sit in my office for hours just watching these characters go to town on each other. Sometimes they'd look like they could actually feel it.
Oh, that's creepy. Lionel, without realizing it, could sense the sentience in the GameWorks created characters. Remember what I said in Pony Island? The devil escaped and started a game company to do a cruel version of what God does, creating beings just to make them suffer and generate wealth, influence the masses. See, we tie it all together. Perks of getting floppy with it. After all that work balancing Steambot, Irving just bans him. I would say Bryce, or perhaps Combat Arena X, represents Lionel's sort of rise to power. When he first gets that huge influx of cash, starts his own team, is employing people twice his age, even his childhood friend, acquiring talent and acquiring intellectual properties with this newfound power. Among these acquisitions is Chef Bryce. Aside from learning that Bryce is an acquisition, not a creation of Lionel's, we don't really learn too much new in the Combat Arena X segment of Walk. But there is one small detail. We do hear from Lionel that as he was coding these Combat Arena X characters, he was almost disturbed by how real everything felt. That these characters seemed like they were actually alive and feeling the punches. Does this put a wrench in my Lionel apologetics? In the end, he's a programmer. These are programmed assets. He is not aware that these are sentient living beings. And so, even though I think in many ways there are legitimate grievances against Lionel's actions, it's almost like he didn't know. There was no malice on his part. He was just creating, or in this case, acquiring and making something new with these acquisitions. But nonetheless, we still have a lot more characters to go over, so let's move on. Hidden throughout Walk, we can find tarot cards. Oh, more Who's Lila. You can find one by clicking on Lionel's computer screen after the Combat Arena segment, and 3 by clicking on the computers in the office whose desk lamps are on. There is also one towards the end of the walk segment. We'll cover all of those at the end, do not worry.
Ugh, God, it was such a relief to ship that game. I hated it by the end. But since my fingers had touched it, it turned to gold. I still had my contract with Game Funa, so I sold the franchise for another boatload of cash. Now that my studio was bigger, richer, unstoppable, it was time to take on something huge. An epic fantasy adventure that only a studio like mine could accomplish. This is when I made Secrets of Legendaria. I had been pushing the team really hard to finish the game, but see? I rewarded them sometimes. Carla and I were no longer friends. Actually, that might be putting it lightly. We hated each other. Her ego was just too big to stand in the shadow of my greatness. There was a heated debate about which character should be the star of Secrets of Legendaria. In the end, Carla won over the studio, so we went with Chandrelle. Yeah, who cares what I think, right?
In all of this, we see some major character flaws in Lionel. He has a very high opinion of himself and didn't like his childhood friend, now his employee, calling some shots with the Secrets of Legendaria development. We see her side of the story in the various messages he left in Legendaria. From her perspective, it seems the development team didn't have the same passion and scrupulosity she did. Leaving non-colliding walls in the game, Lionel ripping out a fun minigame just to spite Carla, and perhaps even writing Chandrelle to be as unlikable as possible. This is strange. You would think that somebody with an ego as big as Lionel would be happy that the character he created, Chandrelle, is the main protagonist of the game. But alas, since Chandrelle only came about because of Carla's suggestion of more female characters, his bitterness from Combat Arena likely rolled over into Secrets of Legendaria, and combined with Carla's bitterness, it ultimately tainted the game. Lionel reveals that he paid a famous streamer to play Secrets of Legendaria on release day to thousands of viewers, explaining why there was a chat box in the flashback. Since, like Weaselkid and Bryce, Chandrelle also escaped the GameWorks locus of control, instead we must guide Rebecca, the mechanic, in the Secrets of Legendaria segment of the puzzle.
Where's that damn mechanic? Try this.
Yeah, you like that switch mechanic?
No.
Pretty cool, huh?
No!
Still got it.
No, you don't!
Woof. Not again. I said I was done with this stuff after the last two. Hey, Irving, I don't want to be in this stupid game. And how are you holding up, Faceless Joe? Dull? I figured. I'm guessing I have to fight that slime. You'll have to solve some brilliant puzzles to open the gate. It makes sense that they'd choose me for this game. Chandrelle's gone, also Lazarus, even Vallamir too. All they've got left is the town mechanic. Oof, here we go. We play through a series of puzzles, coding in moves for Rebecca to fight slimes and eventually face off against Vallamir, or I should say a fabricated Vallamir, because as she says, Vallamir is gone too. There is an achievement for surviving and beating the final boss, but no matter what, Legendaria ends up being overtaken by the chaos. Lionel says,
The stream had been going alright with the odd hitch or two, but things took a terrible turn for the worst right near the end. It was chaos. Secrets of Legendaria bombed. Carla had left bugs in there intentionally to sabotage me. It must have been that, because everything went wrong. And everyone saw it live.
So Carla suggested that Lionel include more female characters in Combat Arena X. Now, Lionel may sound somewhat bitter in this dev commentary in Walk, but I like to think that while his ego was hurt at first, he was able to overcome that and create a character. inspired off of Carla. I do think at this point, Chandrelle's likeness to Carla is either a subconscious or fully conscious loving homage to his childhood friend. But still, evidently Lionel has a quite fragile ego. So I wonder if he created Chandrelle still with some of that resentment in his heart, still somewhat wishing that he wasn't creating Chandrelle, kind of gritting his teeth and being like, I'd rather be creating another character. So in his mind, he's thinking, I wish I wasn't creating this character. And so that pours through into the inception of Chandrelle, and as early as Combat Arena X, she wishes she never was a video game character. I'm probably going to say this again, or I've already said it already, but we see this. Weaselkid mimicking the same sort of beats of Lionel. Bryce, Rusk, who am I missing? So anyways, there's that one-to-one. Lionel doesn't want to create Chandrelle. Chandrelle wishes she never was created. She wants to be free from video games. Fast forward to Secrets of Legendaria, where she becomes a full-fledged protagonist, much to the dismay of Lionel. You see, at this point, Carla had achieved some level of popular support among the other devs, so they democratically decided that Chandrelle be the protagonist of Secrets of Legendaria. This indicates Carla having more pull, more say in the development of Secrets than Lionel was comfortable with. So Lionel, subconsciously at the very least, sabotaged Secrets of Legendaria, rushing the development team so that they would miss certain collisions. Perhaps Lionel was writing her as unlikable as possible, not checking for bugs like the Ankh bug, and it doesn't even have to be subconscious. He consciously removed the fishing minigame developed by Carla. This spirit of sabotage poured into Chandrelle. She was written as villainous, cynical, and whatnot, but nonetheless, she had this desire, just like Lionel, to sabotage Secrets of Legendaria. Much of how Chandrelle acted was inherited directly from Lionel. And part of me thinks she's aware of this. Part of me thinks she wishes this wasn't the case. There are moments where she does show she has a bit of a heart. And so I can't help but wonder, this is the premier reason why she's so resentful of Lionel. There's still a lot of mystery in Secrets of Legendaria. There's that dead smithy with the hex painted in red with the word fail next to it. There's that red paint that leads to Barney with Jeremiah sitting in a barrel in the corner. There's Asmodeus being featured in the Error achievement for Secrets of Legendaria. And of course, there's just Endervale. There's so much here that we're going to have to tie a nice bow around, but it won't be on this whiteboard, it'll be on this side motif whiteboard. I think out of all the characters who have these grievances against Lionel, they all have varying levels of misplaced to justified, right? That's why I've been labeling, is it really GameWorks' fault, or is it Lionel's fault, or is it a little bit of both, or is it neither? And I think, even though what pushed Chandrelle over the edge into joining Reggie's plot was purely the works of GameWorks being possessed by Vallamir, a lot of that core resent and grievance, a lot of the things that have been bubbling up inside of her are due to Lionel Snill's resentment of her, having to create her. That's the thing though. Lionel sabotaged Secrets of Legendaria. Chandrelle sabotaged Secrets of Legendaria. Their motivations were completely in line. That final grievance that sends her over the edge was not due to Lionel. That was due to GameWorks. So yeah, even then, she definitely, not to be reductive about it, she has the most justified daddy issues of all these characters. I don't see the need for vengeance.
The game had no hope of recouping costs, so I took funds from the severance packages and ran. I couldn't even afford my apartment anymore. I moved south to find some cheaper real estate.
Okay, I gotta draw the line there. Lionel is the one loaded with money, and he's the business owner. He has the benefits of discretion over the profit, but also the risks and losses. Secrets of Legendaria's bombing should affect him, not the benefits of his employees. This is many layers of screwed up and goes far beyond Lionel's general disagreeability. It seems not to take away blame from him, but it does seem like he's being influenced by this evil. More and more of his soul is being taken out and replaced by this greed.
Living in the desert was a miserable experience. I blasted the AC all day, but I was somehow always sweating.
Quickly, I want to point that out. Even with the AC blasting, he was always hot. I think that kind of lends credence to this idea of sort of, not demonic possession, but demonic influence, that Faustian deal. As he sells more and more of himself out, he's replaced by that demonic greed.
I started working on Wasteworld here. It was supposed to be my great comeback. I would wake up, sit in front of my computer, and just stare at the screen with my hands beside the keyboard. After about an hour of that, I'd blow off the rest of the day playing some online game. Sure, I'd sometimes accomplish something, but...
I moved too quickly, and so the dialogue cut off. He says he would get something done and then reward himself with social media time. This sounds like depression. Think about it. Since he was 12, it's been non-stop development, non-stop business. The kid's childhood was cut short, and he jumped straight into the hustle and bustle of adulthood. I don't know if I'm qualified to call it depression, but this looks like grade A burnout.
I never finished Wasteworld. I wanted this area of walk to reflect that experience, so I left it half finished. That also saved me some development time.
Yeah, okay, Lionel. Clicking on the rubber duck reveals that Lionel didn't have any friends growing up, and that Carla was the closest thing to a friendship. He says they still weren't really that close, but I doubt that. Why else would he hold on to Carla's rubber duck, if not to remember her? Analyzing a diagram of the Dust Bowl Danny boss fight reveals that Lionel was pretty sure that the levels were unbeatable, but he just didn't care anymore. And this is true. The Dust Bowl Danny boss fight is impossible to beat without the Codemaster cheat injections. Entering the bright light, Lionel states that the heat was so unbearable that he stayed inside most of the time. We are now in a representation of Wasteworld. Rust is nowhere to be found, so Walkman will be doing the first-person rendition of Wasteworld's gameplay. Some raiders spawn in, and we must get to a computer to code in the ability to deal damage to them. For the hell of it, I ramped the damage up all the way, and notice that the cap is 1006. Bringing the number down to 666 causes this to happen. And thus is the final error achievement. So we have the final error achievement, simply called 3, error 3. I want you to check this out for a second. We're gonna get floppy just for a quick moment. Indulge me. 09 plus 57 is 66. If we combined Wasteworld with Walk, we get 333. If we 2 times 333, we get 666. That's 5 6s. 5 6s on each side of a pentagram. Much like that actually. Yeah, huh? No, for real. Maybe I'm not really being that floppy with it. Maybe this is something, there's something here. Maybe this is supposed to point us to that pentagram. The one that Carla used to create Sado. And Sado has been, for the most part, associated with the errors of this game. There's a solid pattern here. Technically, we have the full cipher, but we haven't actually found the hint that points us in the direction of using the error achievements to fill the second part of the cipher. We must show our work. Getting back into the game, we grant ourselves damage and start to fight aliens.
The final straw was those idiotic modders. They took my half-finished game and made a goddamn mockery of it. Aliens? In a post-apocalyptic Wild West. It made no sense. If I couldn't finish the game myself, I sure as hell wasn't going to let them do it for me.
If anything, there weren't enough aliens in Fallout 4. Mothership Zeta, man, that was Kino.
Getting the legal documents drawn up to take on those modders really fired me up. It was just what I needed to bring those lowlives to task. Those gormless basement dwellers were going to pay for ever attempting.
Jeremiah interrupts Lionel's rambling.
He goes on like that for a while.
So, we finally have a clearer picture. Based on the mind control serum and head drone being hidden away in one of the soda closets at the 6 Pint Inn, we can surmise Rust's mind control was due to not the aliens, but Root Beer Reggie. Well, technically by Jeremiah, but all for Root Beer's Reggie final scheme of the Hex. Same thing with Rocky. I mean, sure, Sato was the one who kills him, but the only reason Sato was doing that was to fulfill her end of a bargain with Root Beer Reggie. Root Beer Reggie needed Rust to be destitute, sad, in a complete pit of vulnerable despair so he could be easily malleable. Neither Lionel Snill nor the GameWorks have anything that Rust could have grievance with. And so I think this is why Rust can do things that could contribute to thwarting Reggie's plans by cooperating with Vallamir. I mean, like, there's just so much there. I mean, there's the mind control aspect of Vicious Galaxy 2 being a facade. There's the whole, of course, hardcore mode being a complete facade. And now part of me even wonders, like, what if Walk is a facade that Reggie concocted so that Lionel could look as unlikable as possible? That's getting really carried away, but it's very interesting. It's very interesting the levels of deception that exists here. I do find it interesting that Sado, a creation of Carla, kills Rocky. Rocky is Rust's son, and Rust mentions his father whispering the key phrase sarsaparilla to open the door of the cache. You see what I mean, for those of you who have beaten and played the game, do you see what I'm getting with? Isn't that crazy? Oh, I really hope that I can remember this so I can bring it up towards the end. The grandfather of Rocky knowing the key phrase to open the door to the cache, and on the other side of that adventure, Rocky gets killed by Sado. There's a lot of, floppy synchronicity here. I genuinely hope I remember to bring this up. I mean, it's not super important, but I do hope I remember to bring this up because it is a cool little bit of synchronicity. Because we're not returning to this. I'm erasing this hoe. Oh, this towel's kind of shitty. I think it's almost out of battery. I gotta order some new batteries. Some new towel batteries. No, wait a second. Dang it. There was the borders. Well, it's okay. It's okay. A fresh one. I make you a fresh one. Don't worry. I make you a fresh one.
He goes on like that for a while. You must be tired of hearing that voice. We're mere pawns to him, but you can change that. Listen to me. This is important. When you see a door of light, walk back to whence you came and look to your right.
So we'll keep Jeremiah's words in mind. When we see the door of light, come back whence we came. Remember, I don't think he's telling us, the player, this. He's telling the character, the Walkman character, this. This is super key.
Now, let's see how far I can skip you forward.
We abruptly get fast-forwarded to the Vicious Galaxy 2 demonstration. This is what it actually looked like, a first-person shooter. Note that the assets used in this game are not Gargolaths, but Kryptones. Not only did Lionel sue Bandito7 for modding Wasteworld, but he then lifted the assets from the mod and placed it in his game for commercial purposes.
Eventually I got my wish. There was some sort of breach within GameWorks and a lot of data was lost. I had to create a new squad of player characters from scratch after that. Everything got weird after that breach. Told me that I might be in danger. Danger from what?
This breach was Lazarus' assault on the GameWorks, and the moment that Irving said that Lionel might be in danger must have been toward the end of that flashback, where we see Irving talking to Lionel through the triangular portal. Danger, huh? That doesn't bode well. We then come to the bomb, a gauntlet of 3 final puzzles. I'm sorry if this is going to sound pretentious. I try not to use crazy vocabulary in my videos, but this last puzzle is just Fart ass poo poo butt. It's a hard puzzle, but it's actually very brilliant, and when it actually comes together, it's almost artistic. It's not nearly as frustrating as some of the Pony Island puzzles. I'm gonna show you the footage on how to solve it, in case anybody gets stuck.
Listen, I get stuff in my chest. One thing that frustrates me so much, even as somebody who loves spicy food, I'm a volcano in my damn belt, and I'll have a big smile on my face. But that really is pissing me off when we shame people for being super tasty. We shame people for not handling spice. It's just so silly and dumb. I mean, all things have any sort of elitist mindset over anyone being able to handle spicy food. Really, if anything, being like spicy food makes you a degenerate. I mean, you can't just simply like white rice. You can't have your eggs expand and your rice like a thousand different. So, if anything, I'm the degenerate for liking spicy food so much. But regardless, it's just such bullshit that we shame people for not being able to handle spicy food.
You know, I had to lower the difficulty of that puzzle like 10 times before the average player could solve it. But great job, you figured it out. You win. And that brings us to the present. Well, I should say, the near future. The other indie games coming out right now are crap, so Walk is a shoo-in for Game of the Year. This scene is a little glimpse into what's to come.
Fuck off, Lionel. Shoo-in. My ass. Shoo-in my ass. That's funny. That's 3 F-bombs. That's 3 F-bombs. I let myself go. College changed you. We approach the podium, and just as we are about to grab the trophy, it slips out of reach. Notice the sadness in Walkman's rotating forearm, the regretful lamentation of the articulation of his wrists. This is when Walkman became Heisenberg.
The end. Thanks for playing.
Walking through the white door frame ends the game with the credits, but for the true ending, we do what Jeremiah told us. We turn around and walk through a glitched partition. We see Jeremiah skitter into the shadows. Clicking on the radio, we see the same jumbled text. The binary 2 says, Sato lives.
Super Weaselkid was not my first game, that was my count C first game.
What does Sato have to do with what we're about to see? Not sure. That familiar Oh Susanna music starts to play again. But first, notice we are in the backstage. We are in the backstage pass. FPP Falcon Kick. Going behind the computer and pressing down B, which are the buttons to perform a Falcon Kick, causes us to clip through the map's floor, and behind the scenery we see CRSACHVS. You made me drop my croissant, you asshole. This means crash achievements, pointing us in the direction of the error achievements. We are to take the numbers associated with each error and put them in chronological order. That gives us the second part of the cipher. And voila! If you were to put this in the cipher.cipher file, you could feed it to Wizarro and he would give you the next part of the mystery. I'm so happy we were able to chart this out. This was such a daunting, putting this whiteboard together, really figuring out how am I going to make this as digestible as possible. It was a daunting task, so I'm glad it's all behind us now. So I assure you, it's all downhill from here. Now, going back to the backstage, we click on the computer and finally get to see Lionel's first game. Root Beer Tender. Note Reggie's fedora, his dapper clothing and black gloves. Doesn't it remind you a bit of Walkman?
It's closing time, Reginald. Say, that can't be. It's not even dark yet. It's closing time forever. Lionel is releasing Super Weaselkid.
He can't have some root beer game marring his reputation. You must be mistaken. Lionel loves root beer, and he loves me. Lionel wants this. I won't leave. Very well. Lionel wants this. Lionel wants this?
So Lionel got rid of Reggie, removed any proof of Root Beer Tender's existence, removing any evidence that Root Beer Tender was Lionel Snill's first game. For what reason he did this, we're not exactly sure just yet. But this made it seem that Super Weaselkid was the debut of Lionel Snill. Lionel Snill was ashamed of Reginald, his first creation, and so he deleted him from the record, casting him down into Endervale. And from there, that is when Reginald decided that his developer, his creator, his father, was pure evil. Now, some gears might be turning inside your head and they're finally starting to click together. The name Reginald means advisor to the ruler. Lionel casted his first creation into hell, where that first creation coped and seethed until he could enact revenge. Pony Island is a story of Lucifer escaping hell. The Hex is the story of Lucifer killing God. Symbolically speaking, I still hold true to the fact that Lunatus in this universe is Lucifer, the big bad devil. But nonetheless, we see this repeating motif time and time again in the Hex, in Pony Island, and the Scottish version, and perhaps in Inscription. I don't think I'm getting floppy with that connection, but nonetheless, let's keep moving on. The first person flashback ends and we are taken to the true ending of the Hex.
You've seen it all now, haven't you? And you understand why we are gathered here. You have an important role to play in this, so I hope you are ready. A beeper, perhaps. His father, pure evil. My loyal patrons tonight are all killers. This is now my only way out. I'd like this to be my final KO, as per our agreement.
This will take me to Rocky, right?
For Mr. Shrewd. Yo, mama. Go on, it's your turn.
We place our hand on the Hex.
The Hex has been opened. I must thank you for your help. The ritual was incomplete without a player. And I do hope you enjoy your time here at the 6 Pint. Your patronage is valued highly. Sarsaparilla. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time for me to meet my maker.
I can't believe it. Reginald killed iDubbbz. I'm just kidding. Of course, that was Lionel, the father of many creations under the indirect tutelage of Lunatus, CEO of Game Funa, killed by his angered, disgraced, and abandoned children. There is a post-credit scene. Check this out. So in a way, just as the ending of Pony Island is a forebearer of the ending of Hex, both having themes of God's forsaken creations escaping and fighting back in the case of the Hex, this specific post-credits scene is the forebearer of the ending of Inscription. Let's go ahead and collect all the tarot cards. You can collect 4 right after finishing the Combat Arena X segment and right at the beginning of the Vicious Galaxy 2 segment. Just keep hugging the wall, I believe, to the left.
The Oracle. The Oracle, that's me. Lionel uses me to provide petty wisdom and cheap secrets. But I've got some real wisdom for you. I've hidden some other cards around here. If you find any, come and see me for a reading. The Inn. The Inn. The 6 Pint. Reggie's hideaway, constructed from the very timber of root beer tender. Of course, he had some help building it. The thing is rigged up, I hear. An elaborate mirage. When it's ready, some player may actually help him. Enticed by the mystery, they may follow his twisted tale to its finale. Ah, the janitor. Malevolent, unfeeling, something not right with him. An unanswering loyalty to his master. Must be hard-coded. The faceless. That's you. You walk through the life of the developer, yet you are not him. You go through the motions, yet you never receive the praise. The glory, unseen and unappreciated. Does it make you resentful? The error. I should say, she causes errors. Her creation, however, was very intentional. Her powers extend far beyond a mere player character, if only they were guided by any discernible motive. That is, any motive other than gleefully creating chaos.
We learn that the inn was created from the timber of the defunct root beer tender game. Jeremiah had unceasing loyalty to Reginald and is malevolent, something not being right with him. The first-person character, who I've been referring to as Walkman, is unappreciated and unseen. That's Reginald. I'm just gonna say it now. Walkman is Reginald. Well, Walkman is a version of Reginald. Let's not get hung up. So, the first-person character, Walkman, is unappreciated and unseen, and Sado, while being a result of an error, was created intentionally, evidently by Carla. Now, with all that being said, let's go ahead and clean up Walkman's final whiteboard. Where do we start with this character? Much like how Weaselkid and Chandrelle have inherited the mind of Lionel, or at least his headspace at the time of their inception, I think Walkman inherited it as well. This was Lionel's last chance, his one shot to achieve acclaim and get the recognition he deserved. And so Walkman inherited that same entitlement. But Walkman is not the protagonist of Walk. He is just a player character stripped down to his core value of being a vessel for us, the player, the gamer. The real protagonist of Walk is none other than Lionel, the developer. Of course, this game didn't get the acclaim Lionel believed it deserved because nobody's interested in an autobiography game, especially one made by someone as disagreeable as Lionel. So, from Walkman's perspective, Lionel fumbled the ball, made an ass game, and robbed Walkman of ever achieving that reward. Tie that in with just how unlikable Lionel comes off, and you can kind of tie together some grievance or motivation for Walkman to want to kill Lionel. But here's the thing. There's something unique about his transition from his personal game to Root Beer Reggie's machinations. It's unlike any of the other characters because every character has a tipping point. Bryce losing his grandmother, Super Weaselkid losing Mr. Shrewd, etc., etc. What was Walkman's tipping point? What did Jeremiah use to convince Walkman to join his cause? He revealed to Walkman the existence of Lionel's first true game, Root Beer Tender. Why would Walkman give a shit about that? Why would that stir anything in Walkman? Who the hell is this Reggie guy? What does he have to do with me? Because Walkman, at least on a subconscious level, is a recreation of Lionel's greatest creation, his magnum opus, Root Beer Reggie. So what's my evidence of this? On top of already what I've just said, we have Katarina referring to Walkman as unseen and unappreciated, and from Root Beer's Reggie's perspective, he is unseen, he is unappreciated, forgotten. They both have that in common, in that they were both intentionally hidden from the gamer. For different reasons and in different ways, Reggie was simply smudged from memory, smudged from time, and Walkman is never actually seen in the game. And if you look, Walkman and Root Beer Reggie have similar outfits, actually basically identical, if you're comparing it to the classic Root Beer Reggie outfit. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. Walkman's outfit is more like the original Root Beer Reggie outfit than Reginald's current old man outfit is to the classic outfit. So that is very interesting. But on top of all of this, all of these varying bits of information, there is one detail, one thing that has been figuratively staring us in the face the entire time, something so just artistic. Out of all of the flashback sequences, Walkman is the only one whose perspective can be accurately described as first person. Walkman is made in the image of the first person, the first game, first player character that Lionel has ever created, Root Beer Reggie. If that wasn't intentional, I will eat my pants. So what does this mean? In the grand scheme of things, what does this actually change? Not much, but after really thinking about it, I did notice a funny little detail with the Vallamir ending. Why is it that Walkman is the one who can break Vallamir's containment? What if, somewhere deep within Walkman, he feels the love of Lionel Snill, his creator seeing him as his magnum opus, his greatest creation? Think about it. He sees that golden statue. He kneels before it. He ponders on this thought of being seen as Lionel's greatest creation. And very swiftly and abruptly, he is plucked out of that vision or out of that situation. And he can't even re-enter it. That portal is locked. It's powered down. The only person who could have power over that portal, over the electricity that courses through the Sixth Pint, would be Jeremiah and Root Beer Reggie. It's almost as if Jeremiah and Root Beer Reggie were afraid that Walkman would have second thoughts, that Lionel doesn't deserve to get killed, which, hot take, he doesn't. Maybe he deserves prison for white-collar crimes. I'm pretty sure that shenanigan that he pulled with the severance packages was illegal. But nonetheless, he doesn't deserve death. And so think about it. Walkman peers behind one of the soda machines to discover that Lionel does love him. Rust looks behind a soda machine and discovers that all of his woes are not to be blamed on Lionel, but on Root Beer Reggie. This is the reason why these two characters are able to join up, thwart the Hex ritual, and free Vallamir, destroying the Six Pint Inn, thwarting Reggie's plans, and ultimately saving Lionel Snill's life. Yes, you heard that right. The Vallamir ending is technically, at least in my opinion, the good ending. So, that's the base game story. Let's go ahead and see what we can discover through the ARG. And to be honest with you, not much. We did a pretty good job. Now that we have the completed cipher in our save file, let's go ahead and return to Weasel in Lazarus's flashback.
Hey, I know things haven't been too great between us lately. I don't have any other friends, okay? I need a favor. If something ever happens to me, can you make sure this gets into a game? Maybe one of your own? You always wanted to make that fishing game. Zip file send progress complete. What the hell is this, Lionel? Just please, promise me. Remember when we were kids? You used to swing on that swing and yell over to me every time got above the fence. Okay, enough of that. I'll hide your creepy file somewhere. I've gotta go. And I'm blocking you.
That's it? We did all that work for a little bit of dialogue between the two ex-friends? Not quite. Well, it wouldn't be unlike Daniel Mullins for the end of this mystery to just give us a small bit of context. In the end, it's the journey that's the most edifying for the story, and what you gain at the very end should just be the cherry on top. That's what we got with Pony Island. But no, a lot of people were stumped with this, and I would have been stumped here as well and would have given up and packed my bags and gone home. But no, there's another step to this cipher. Sorry, to the ARG, we have the cipher. Lionel references Carla wanting to make a fishing game. If I type in Carla on the Steam store, I'll find a free fishing game developed by none other than Carla51, Beneath the Surface. Again, there is this theming, something lurking underneath the water. I'm going to be honest with you, I took a step away from Inscription to make more time for these games, and the only real core theme that still stuck with me from Inscription is this vague, enigmatic theme of a dredger or something dredging underneath the surface. It's interesting. But that's neither here nor there. Let's pop this fishing sucker in and complete this ARG once and for all. It's a very simple fishing game. I'll feature some of the noteworthy fishes and items we can catch.
The first fish of note that we can catch is a pregnant guppy, this ever-pregnant guppy, and there's just something kind of effed up about this, perhaps hinting at Carla's, a darkness arising in Carla. And of course we have the Steambot Willy head. We've got an Ankchovy, another callback to Secrets of Legendaria, but it doesn't end there. We can also get a Sahagin shell. Of course we have the Rubber Ducky, the favorite motif of both Carla and Sado. We also get Wizzaro's hat. So I wonder if there's some sort of linking. There's nothing too special about the vampire squid, but there's this mention of it coming from hell, reminding me of Pony Island in a way. We get this ice cube in a weird meta way. We basically catch the skybox of this game. We just catch this, a nerdy fish. I have no idea if this is a reference to anything. We captured the sun, which, let me see actually. Yeah, once you capture the sun, it's gone from the background, so we're catching assets from this game.
Once we get to the depth of around 200, we can catch an old locket. Oh, duh, I forgot. Remember Lionel sends over a file to Carla to hide in her fishing game? That's the Cipher file. I placed the Cipher file into the Beneath the Surface game file and the game data file just to be thorough. And once we start the game back up and catch the old locket, the jumbled up subtitle is replaced with type Lionel.exe. Oh, okay, I see. So Lionel.exe is the file Lionel sent. The Cipher file perhaps is the code that opens that zip file. It's our way of decoding the old locket. When we type in Lionel.exe, this happens.
This is Lionel Snill. I'm recording this because This is crazy, right? Speaking to a video game character? Come on. Well, here it goes anyways. I've seen some things lately that made me think. What if the characters that I've created live somehow? Like, in some way, they know who I am. It's probably nonsense, just some trolls on the GameWorks forums getting the better of me. But in the case that the stories they tell are true, and the really unlikely case, I think I would owe one of my characters an apology. No one else knows this, but Super Weaselkid was not my first game. I actually made this really janky root beer game when I was even younger. The only thing I liked about it was the main character, Root Beer Reggie. I made him look like a younger version of my grandpa. Then, after my grandpa passed, I still had Reggie. was thinking, but when Super Weaselkid was almost done, I figured that I'd ought to delete the old root beer game. I guess I thought it looked better if my very first game was something great, like I was some kind of prodigy. Irving handled deleting the files. I couldn't bear doing it myself. He told me that Reggie would be exported to a different game, but I never saw him again. Well, if you're out there somewhere, Reggie, I still miss you. And I'm sorry.
The game crashes to desktop, or in my case, Ainsley Harriet, and this happens. Fair warning, there's another very soft jump scare. I'll dull the audio for you. So that's that. Sado lives, and she's free. Not just in the gaming realm, not just in the Mullins verse, but even our own world. Okay. Holy shit. This was honestly so fun. So freaking fun. But difficult. The cipher is complete. We've exhausted this whiteboard's purpose. However, there is something interesting about this cipher that I did want to point out. You see, the secret purpose of this trail of breadcrumbs is it ultimately led us to a game developed by Carla51, and after typing in Lionel.exe, perhaps giving over Lionel's soul, not sure, Sado is freed and unleashed onto our computer. In other words, she's unleashed into our realm. This cipher is it's a sort of incantation, or maybe just a set of motifs that surround Sado. All of what I'm about to say is coming from this realization that the final part of this cipher, the part that's given to us, is Sado 51. Sado is the key here. Sado is this recurring character throughout Daniel Mullin's works. Each part of this cipher signifies something. Sarsaparilla, in my opinion, signifies the Hex ritual. Pretty simple enough. It takes place in the 6 Pint Inn, where one of their common drinks is root beer Reggie. And even Reggie himself says sarsaparilla when opening the portal. The second part of this cipher is pretty dense. You see, it's made up of the various errors that we can run into throughout each game. In other words, pushing GameWorks to its limits, the same way that Carla created Sado by pushing GameWorks to its limits. Next to her computer, we see a pentagram, and if we put these numbers together in some weird arbitrary way, we get 5 6s. That part's a little bit floppy. But nonetheless, I think the fact that this is made up of purely errors, I think that this second part of the cipher is supposed to signify Sado's inception, Carla's creation of Sado. Note, very similar to how Jeremiah was created, although in his case it was purely by accident. And finally, we have the third part of this cipher. This one's a bit tricky, and I fear I'm stretching a bit to make this work. 2734 and 666 bring to mind Hopeless Soul and Lucifer, this dualistic set of characters in Pony Island that, although are distinctive, in many ways are one in the same. This reminds me of Jeremiah and Sado. I haven't really gotten into it much, but there's an interesting theory I have regarding these two characters. But perhaps these three things, 2734, 666, Sado 51, are just telling us that Sado is in essence a devil, a deceiver, a trickster. Or perhaps we were supposed to look at Sado and Jeremiah the same way we see Hopeless Soul and Lucifer. Again, I'm getting floppy with it, but nonetheless, this is referencing Pony Island in some way, shape, or form. So I want to say that this signifies perhaps Sado's origin. If not Sado originating from Pony Island as Hopeless Soul / Lucifer, it at least signifies the theme of escape, the theme of going from one medium and dispersing into another. And in a way, we kind of have a weird little sort of backwards chronology. The Pony Island escape mythos, escaping from hell into the machine, Sado's Deception, escaping from the machine perhaps into the GameWorks, or at least into Carla's computer, then the Hex Ritual, escaping from the machine into the larger Mullinsverse, and then the Cipher, Lionel.exe, is Sado escaping from the Mullinsverse into our universe, perhaps into other games. This is all starting to come off as very floppy. Let's move on before I decide to get rid of all of this. You want me to erase it? You want me to erase it? Okay, fine. I should be making you pay for this, ya habibi. We'll just do a normal, nice, solid erase. No semantics. I really like the idea of this common motif between Sado, Jeremiah, and Vallamir all having kind of that one eye. We see a couple of single eye motifs in the heavily demonic Pony Island. We have the Eye of Ra, we have that upside down cross eye. Also, this might be a floppy coincidence, but there are 3 bosses in Pony Island, and we have these 3 single-eyed big bads. This got me thinking about all these characters' names. Obviously, Sado, flipped around, is Dosa, Carla's last name, but also her name also brings to mind the concept of sadism. Sado, sadism. Obviously, she takes a lot of pleasure in creating torment and chaos. Jeremiah's is very interesting, but albeit a bit floppy. His name means exalted by the Lord. Reginald's name, the key suffix reg, which comes from regnum, meaning king in Latin, makes me think that perhaps Jeremiah is exalted by Reginald. Or maybe Jeremiah is exalted by a dark lord, Lunatus. This is less likely, in my opinion. A demonic allegiance to Lunatus or to Game Funa would kind of contradict their sort of free agent aspect. Many of the actions they take are against GameWorks. Now, ultimately, even though they are against GameWorks, I'm sure Lunatus, the devil, takes pleasure in knowing that these guys are creating as much chaos as possible, even if it's in his own dang kitchen. But I do want to tie this up with Vallamir's name. Mir in Secrets of Legendaria likely means God. I surmise this from people saying, Mir knows that, or oh my Mir, things like that. Endervale is simply the veil of the end. The digital necropolis, or perhaps a purgatorial holding area. So Vallamir must mean God of the Veil, God of Endervale, perhaps? If this is true, if Vallamir is the god of the Endervale, it's kind of crazy to think that in Endervale he still cowers, constantly repeating the phrase, his father pure evil, his father pure evil. Now, one thing I feel like I didn't spend enough time talking about, at least within whiteboard segments, is Carla's story, and her story is very interesting. I touched on some of those interesting aspects in Chandrelle's whiteboard, but let's fully tie it all together to make sure I didn't leave any crumbs. Most of her story is very straightforward and gone over in the game, especially in Walk. But one detail I noticed that I found very interesting, and we touched on it in Chandrelle's whiteboard, is Carla Dosa has pale skin and dark hair. Much like Chandrelle. Carla suggested that Lionel create more female characters for Combat Arena X, so he made one in homage to his best friend. Now, I think at this point their friendship wasn't strained just yet. I think this was just a genuine act of love, Lionel putting Chandrelle in this game in homage to Carla, even if it did hurt his ego taking suggestions from a underling. But when it came time to decide who would be the main protagonist of Secrets of Legendaria, because Lionel had poor leadership and interpersonal skills, Carla big-dogged him, she mogged him, she high-hatted him. You could even say she dev-cucked him. But in all seriousness, she had a very solid vision for Secrets of Legendaria. She had the gumption to want to fix bugs, make sure that the level design was solid, all the colliders were there. She even made a cute little minigame to help prolong and diversify the gameplay flow. Her creativity and attention to detail is the perfect teammate to Lionel's, as far as we know, business genius. So Lionel wasn't having any of this. Even though the dev team was on board with having Chandrelle be the main protagonist of Secrets of Legendaria, Lionel was seething, just a hair. So what once was an homage to his bestie became a sort of projection effigy of sorts. He made Chandrelle cold, unlikable, villainous, and cynical in some weird effort to punish Carla. This was more or less explored in Carla's whiteboard, so to avoid repeating myself, let's go ahead and move on. As we move forward in this investigation, let's ponder on how Pony Island may tie into the Hex and how the Hex may tie in to Inscription. Before finishing off, there's a few things I kind of wanted to go over, things I feel like I glossed over, didn't really answer the questions to, that sort of thing. First of all, who's the Smithy? To keep it short, I think based on the failed Hex artifacts, the fact that we see red paint painting a hex and the word fail next to him, and then shortly after we see Jeremiah hiding in a barrel in front of a red trail. Red paint is basically a guaranteed Jeremiah motif. So based on all of that, I think what happened was the Smithy was trying to create a hex artifact for Jeremiah and for Reggie. He ultimately failed, so Jeremiah killed him. I think that's a pretty safe theory. Another thing I mentioned earlier during the Rust segment that I didn't go over after that point was how Rocky has a lot in common, not Rust, Rocky, his son, the big super mutant guy, has a lot in common with Lionel, just the sort of story beats that they go through. Rocky's father is Rust. Rust tells Rocky about how his father, or Rocky's grandfather, told him about a cache. So Rocky and Rust open the cache, they embark on an adventure where at the end of this adventure, Rocky is killed by Sado to fulfill Reginald's needs. And with Lionel's story, we have a reversal of that. Remember, Reginald is an icon created in the image of Lionel's grandfather. So Reginald, the grandfather, opens a portal with the key phrase sarsaparilla and kills his own son, alongside Sado. Nonetheless, that's all I have to say about that. Another thing that I really did not do a good job going over is the whole Bandito thing. There's something there. The fact that Bandito was a fan since the beginning, but then created these aliens, and these aliens worked perfectly for Jeremiah's plans. My brain was all over the place throughout this investigation. Is Reginald Bandito? Is Jeremiah Bandito? Or perhaps was Bandito just a fan and a modder that was slightly manipulated behind the scenes, perhaps like Carla was by Sado? Nonetheless, there's not much more I can go over. This whole story was neatly placed before us. Game Funa, a devilish game producer, uses a game dev suite to mimic the ability of God, the act of creation of sentient beings. This dev suite goes by the name GameWorks and is used by a child developer who unwittingly creates countless sentient NPCs and player characters, 9 of which plot to kill him, plot to kill their creator, to kill God. Thinking that it's an act of rebellion, that they're fighting against the system that causes them so much strife, but they ultimately contribute to the cycle of suffering that Game Funa, or more precisely, Lunatus, was founded on. There are many things I came out of this video with, but one thing I found kind of interesting was when we look at Sado, when we look at Jeremiah, when we look at Vallamir, we learn that when it comes with siding with the forces of evil, there are no true free agents. Jeremiah and Sado ultimately play into the hand of Game Funa. They might think we're fighting the GameWorks, we're our own free agents, but no, not only do they kill countless NPCs and player characters, but they, before our eyes, have simulated the greatest fantasy of Lunatus, of Lucifer, and that is killing God. Remember what I said in Pony Island? Because God is unkillable, Lucifer will always have to suffer knowing that he could never actually hurt God. Well, guess what? This is the second best thing, simulating it. Yeah, all right. I didn't. I'm smiling because I didn't even, like, that clicked just right now. And it's just so awesome. Right when I'm about, this is the last thing I'm filming for this whole thing. And so just comes in clutch right there. That final takeaway. I love it. Oh, I love it. That's so good. Ah, man. When we enter Inscription, we'll come to find out Game Funa is as strong as ever. And it will be up to us to figure out the depths of this devilish labyrinth. And that concludes my investigation of the Hex. I know that there is still a core loyal fan base for the Hex and a much larger fan base for all of Daniel Mullin's games. So I hope sincerely I was able to do this game justice. I hope that for all the super fans out there, for all the people who were part of the ARG, which by the way, big props to all of you, I hope that you came away from this video with some new knowledge, which is like, whoa, what the heck? This goes a lot deeper. Because as awesome as the ARG is, it's also kind of a distraction from the sort of artistic side of the narrative. Not in a bad way, we just get more mysteries. I've taken up enough of your time, so I'll thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. I hope you're as excited as I am for Inscription. While this was sort of a Who's Lila kind of endeavor, one large investigation, I'm going to split Inscription up into 3 parts. And I really hope I don't take a long time with the first one, but I will give you fair warning. I'm going a little bit extra mile here with the production. If everything works out properly, if I get the okays from the right people, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Anyways, stay tuned. Thank you so much. And as always, ma salama, sudesutun, hasta luego. I'll see you soon. Look at me, Grandpa. I'm hitting the gritty.
You ain't hitting shit, bitch.
Productions. So that's that. Creations, killing their creator. A fitting sequel to Pony Island. You think we'll ever get like that? Kill the boss?
No. Unlike the characters in the Hex, our ultimate destiny is not to kill our creator, but to help him. And in this state, only when he needs us most.
I don't believe that. He wants to stick with small fish. Wake me up when our dear Ishmael's found a big Moby Dick to give the floppy cock treatment to. There's probably a better way you could have worded that. If the boss were to need our help for something, what project do you think it'll be for? Wouldn't be surprised if he already used us for the Hex, the lazy bastard. Whatever, Fox. I think he'll need us for Signalis. I hear that's a real mind-F of a game. You should be familiar with that, Hermit. What about you, Detective? Disco Elysium. He'd be a fool to not call on me, at the very least. And you, Hermit?
Shit!